Chapter 364 Trap. Chapter 364 Trap. Chapter 364 Trap. You disgusting pig, watch where your eyes are going, Song Xiaoya said with a true essence sound transmission. Naturally, she could not say such harsh words out loud. Hee, little lady, what's wrong with someone looking at your body? Is it off limits? How are you going to stop me? If you were my wife, then I'd let you manage me, but you're not. Divine Phoenix Island has so many beautiful women, it's such a shame that they are all wasted. How about you marry into our deep earth sect? Shirhanshan's words caused Song Xiaoya to explode into an apoplectic rage. Especially it's such a shame that they are all wasted. Just what did he take the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island for? I'll kill you! Song Xiaoya gave a cold humph, and then a long sword appeared in her hands. She thrust straight towards Shirhanshan. She immediately used the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, conjuring a shower of flames that looked like gorgeous fireworks, bombarding Shirhanshan. Boom, boom, boom. Shirhanshan created a thick brown wall to block all of Song Xiaoya's attacks. This brown wall weathered Song Xiaoya's barrage of attacks like a leaf swaying in a storm. Every time it seemed as if it would break, but it would always bounce back. After 20 to 30 moves had passed, Song Xiaoya hadn't been able to break through that defensive wall. What's the matter with Xiaoya? She lost her presence of mind. The Deep Earth Sect disciples are famous for their defensive strength. What they wish for the most is for their opponent to crazily attack to consume their true essence. If Xiaoya's like this, the most she can hope for is a tie. Mu Zhaoxian anxiously said. Junior apprentice sister Song is strong, but she lacks combat experience. She has only competed in a few sect martial meetings or core disciple contests and assessment. This is the first time that she's fought with a disciple from another sect. Against the Deep Earth sect, when they created a shield, the best method to deal with this was to just completely ignore it. This sort of earth attribute safety mask consumed true essence. If one ignored it, then he would naturally not continue. But if someone were to madly attack him, then this was what he would wish for the most. Divine Phoenix Island's disciples worried. In such an intense fight, there was no way they could remind Song Xiaoya about this with a true essence sound transmission. After over 30 moves had passed, Song Xiaoya also realized that something was wrong. She had nearly consumed half her true essence, and her opponent's true essence hadn't weakened in the least. She couldn't help but slow down her offensive barrage. But at this time, Shirhanshan slyly smiled and punched out, slamming straight towards Song Xiaoya's face. Song Xiaoya clenched her shining teeth, cutting down on Shirhanshan's fist with her sword. Pung! The grating sound of metal colliding rang in the air. Shirhanshan had an Earth Step treasure glove on his hand. Most of the disciples of the Deep Earth sect were fist fighters. As he blocked Song Xiaoya's sword with his fist, he jabbed out at Song Xiaoya's stomach with his other fist. Sky-splitting strike. Shirhanshan's exposed a fierce and barbarous smile. With a punch, the air around him seemed to stir up. Song Xiaoya had consumed too much true essence. She was unable to summon the necessary true essence, and was continually forced back by the fist's true essence. As she retreated step by step, how could Shirhanshan give Song Xiaoya the chance to come back? As they reached the front of the stage, the hard stone tiles under Shirhanshan's feet that were reinforced by an array formation began to crackle. Stone King's Astral Sky Fist. Shirhanshan's fist was like the wind, dozens of fist shades dancing in the air. The fist potential was like a roiling tide that swept out, completely dissipating all of the flaming true essence that gathered on Song Xiaoya's sword. Fist-setting universe. Shirhanshan punched out one last time, the power of this first at the extreme, like landslide, like the shattering of a dam. Puff! Song Xiaoya flew backwards, her face pale, her mouth spilling blood, and several of her ribs broken. Xiaoya! Senior apprentice sister! Several of the Divine Phoenix Island's female disciples gathered around her to help her up. Xiaoye, are you alright? I'm fine. Song Xiaoye sat up with some difficulty. She bit her lips in shame and said, I lost. I was too stupid, I've brought disgrace to everyone. Song Xiaoye understood that Shi Han was using words to provoke her, but his stupid and simple expression had caused her to relax her guard. In the end, this could only be faulted on Song Xiaoye, having grown up as a child in Divine Phoenix Island and lacking the necessary real-world combat experience. Otherwise, there was no way she would have been stirred up by just a few words and lost in such a manner. If she could have fought slowly and steadily, then she could at least have obtained a draw. Song Xiaoye felt apologetic towards everyone that was counting on her. She had requested to go up on her own initiative, and in the end had lost in such a horrible fashion. Mu Zhaoxian looked over Song Xiaoye's injuries. She had several broken ribs, but to a martial artist, they would be quickly healed with a few pills and some rest. But it was no longer possible for Song Xiaoye to continue participating in this competition. Now, of the 15 Hotian juniors of Divine Phoenix Island, Song Xiaoye had lost her combat strength, and the 5th listed core disciple Hua Hong had consumed too much of her strength in her battle against Zhang Lin, and would be unable to fight in a short period of time. There were only 13 individuals left over with the ability to fight. But, of the 6 opposing great sects, the first-ranked core disciples still hadn't even taken action, nor had their direct disciples. Once several more rounds passed, there might not be anyone left in Divine Phoenix Island that could still fight. Mu Dingshan had a very troubled expression. He could only watch helplessly as his core disciple juniors fell into such a troubling position. Yet, he was unable to do anything about it. At these sort of banquet competitions, there was an established and unspoken rule that those entering the stage would do so in order of weakest to strongest. First, the weakest disciples would come on stage, and then the middle core disciples, the upper middle core disciples, the top core disciples, the direct disciples, and finally the chief disciple would step on stage. In terms of cultivation, it would be those at the pulse condensation period first, then those at the Hotian realm. This event would usually last the entire day, and the true masters would exchange blows last. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity for the common disciples to step on stage. If Mu Dingshan stepped on stage at this moment, it would ruin this rule. Not only that, but then the Sunfire Princess, Zhang Yunjian, and other similar characters would step on stage. He and Mu Shaoqing would be 2 against 6. This pressure would be no less than what the core disciples were feeling. When that time came, they would also fall into the position of not being able to sit down and having to give arguments like a loss is a loss. These 5-element region fellows really don't care about face. Mu Dingshan said with a dour expression. In usual years during these kinds of competitions, there would not be such obvious targeting. The 5-element region's 7 great sects would challenge each other, and also the South Horizon region would have Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space sect participating to share the pressure. Every time, our Divine Phoenix Island would be able to shine. But now because of the South Sea Demon region, everyone is competing against us and going all out each time. The various measures are endless. The one who answered was Tianguang, revered master. Now that his 400th birthday celebration had devolved to this point, he could only ruefully smile. As the two spoke, more people stepped on stage. They were top-ranking core disciples from Divine Phoenix Island and Arctic Ice Palace. Fire and ice collided together, and the defensive barrier trembled. After several moves, their strength was about the same. The 5-element region's 7 great sects had contested with Divine Phoenix Island for a long time, and they each had an approximate understanding of the other's strength. When 2 opponents went on stage, their strength would be about the same. As the 2 battled for an incense stick of time, both of them were wounded, but they still continued, the match undecided. There's no more meaning to continue fighting, call this a draw, an Arctic Ice Palace elder said. The two disciples were already severely wounded. If this continued, it would become a life-and-death struggle. The Divine Phoenix Island disciple stepped down with extreme unwillingness. At this time, the Deep Earth Sex Shurhanshan unexpectedly jumped on stage. The nearly 9-foot-tall Shurhanshan stood on the center of the stage, looking no different to an iron tower. He said, "Deep Earth Sex Shurhanshan, I wish to challenge the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island." This bastard, he actually jumped out again! According to the unwritten rules of the banquet competition, one could continue fighting if they won, without limit. But if they lost, they could only obediently sit in the audience. Only if others challenged them would they be able to go up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to step on stage and challenge others. Since Shurhanshan won, he naturally had the qualifications to fight again. Shurhanshan was very excited. This sort of opportunity for the 5-element region to battle the South Horizon region was very rare. If he achieved better results, not only would he become more famous and gain more honor, but he would be given additional attention by the sect, and would even have rewards after returning home. After exhausting Song Xiaoya and then defeating her, he actually hadn't consumed much true essence. He had used the time after the match to take some restorative pills and meditate for an incense stick of time, restoring his condition to near perfection. The reason he stepped on stage was to continue challenging. I wonder which heroic elite of Divine Phoenix Island could advise me. Shurhanshan's voice was like thunder to the ears. Song Xiaoya grit her teeth, glaring with utter resentment at this duplicitous pig, wishing she could savagely beat him up. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranked core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had already stepped on stage. Now, only the 1st and 2nd ranked core disciples were left. If they went up to deal with Shurhanshan, later there would be no one else to deal with the top-ranked core disciples of the other sections. Hua Hong clenched her teeth, preparing to go on stage and meet this pig's challenge. She had won her match, and thus also had the qualifications to fight again. Although she had consumed a great deal of energy, she had been able to restore the greater portion of it in this last half hour. Junior apprentice Sister Hua, don't be so rash. This Shurhanshan is a bad match for you. You haven't recovered to your top condition yet. Wait for a few more matches and then restore your best condition before going on stage again, otherwise you'll only let the villain become increasingly arrogant. As Mu Zhaoxian pulled back Hua Hong, she glanced at all the other Hotian core disciples. Besides her and the top-ranked core disciple Mu Dianqing, there was no one else that had the capabilities to step on stage. The only ones left over were the direct disciples, who couldn't act yet. It seemed that the only path left was for her to step on stage. Mu Zhaoxian stood up, but at this time, a true essence sound transmission resounded in her ears. "Senior apprentice sister, allow me to go up." Mu Zhaoxian turned around, astonishment in her eyes. She saw Lin Ming stand up. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you will challenge a Hotian realm master?" Mu Zhaoxian was stunned. Yes. Lin Ming hadn't stepped on stage, and had instead observed the first 2 fights so he could get a grasp of the strength of a 4th-grade sex Hotian genius. He had a plan from the start. He concluded that a top-ranked core disciple of a 4th-grade sect like Shurhanshan or Song Xiaoya had a strength similar to Huang Zishuan, who had killed 3 months ago. Although Huang Zishuan was a poor talent, he was still a peak Hotian master that came from a small sect. These 4th-grade sect core disciples could compare to a peak Hotian master at the early Hotian realm. When they reached the peak Hotian realm, they might even be able to compare with the Xiantian master. This strength was also aligned with Lin Ming's expectations. Shurhanshan saw Lin Ming stand up. He was surprised, and that surprise quickly turned to excitement. He raised his sleeves, rubbing his nose, and smiled as he said, "Hee, how interesting. Come. I've already wanted to challenge you." Chapter 365 I'll take all comers. Chapter 365 I'll take all comers. Chapter 365 I'll take all comers. Shirhanzhan wanted to have a match against Lin Ming. However, because their difference in cultivation was too great, he had no way to challenge him. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually offer himself up. Shirhanzhan didn't look down on Lin Ming. Rather, it was because of Lin Ming's overabundance of talent that he had aimed for him. He believed that with Lin Ming's talent, he would become a lofty character in the future, a powerhouse on the level of Zhang Yunjian. But now, his current ability was far too weak. Shirhanzhan realized that he wouldn't be a match for Lin Ming in a few years. So while Lin Ming was still small and weak, he would take this opportunity to savagely crush him underneath his boot. To crush a monstrous genius beneath one's boot was a very rewarding experience. Thinking this, the smile on Shirhanzhan's face became increasingly wide. He was originally a sorry and foul-looking figure, but now with such a bright smiling face, it really caused one's skin to crawl. Lin Ming, don't be so impulsive. Are you sure? If you aren't, then let me go on first. You've already taken the title of number 1 amongst the pulse condensation period. Even if you don't fight anymore, no one will say anything about you. If you lose, you'll also lose all the honor that you've gained. Mu Zhaoxian nervously said. Lin Ming nodded, his words honest. I have complete confidence. Complete confidence. Mu Zhaoxian was shocked. She already thought it would be extraordinary if Lin Ming had a 60 or 70% assurance to win. That would leave some room for doubt. But she didn't expect that Lin Ming would directly say that he had full confidence he would emerge victorious. If he said this with such belief, then how could she possibly reject him? Lin Ming had just stepped on stage when Mu Qianyu's true essence sound transmission resounded in his ears. Lin Ming, you won't have a problem this match, right? No problem at all. Lin Ming turned around and was surprised to see Mu Qianyu looking at him with a fond smile in her eyes. This startled Lin Ming. Was there something to be so happy about? I guess that since you walk on stage so decisively, you won't have a problem. After Lin Ming continuously defeated Ma Junhui and Zhou Shaoling, Mu Qianyu suddenly remembered that Lin Ming himself was a monstrous talent of preposterous proportions, and that all her worries had been in vain. At Thundercrash Mountain, he had even absorbed a low-grade Earth-Step Thunder Soul, so what other matter could be impossible to him? She smiled as she said, Lin Ming, Honorable Master bids me to tell you that if you can defeat Shirhanzhan, she'll have a reward for you. Oh! Lin Ming was immediately happy. This was a great fortune. A reward that a top 4th grade sect would give out would naturally be some fantastic treasure. What sort of reward? Lin Ming asked with gusto, his spirit stirred up. Haha, you really wake up without some rewards, HM? How about you take a guess? Mu Qianyu said, keeping Lin Ming in suspense. Lin Ming paused. Whatever could have Mu Qianyu keep him in suspense would truly be a wonderful treasure. What could it be? Heaven-opening pills, medium-grade or even high-grade true essence stones. Although these objects were valuable, they were still relatively popular and common, and were equivalent to money. They shouldn't be able to enter Mu Qianyu's eyes. Maybe it was some miracle medicine like the shattered demon heart crystal that could help a Xiantian master reach the revolving core realm. That was impossible. Old Lady Yu Huang had no idea that he was hiding away his tempering marrow realm. And the shattered demon heart crystal was no different from the purest poison to a pulse condensation period martial artist. Old Lady Yu Huang would not reward him with something unreasonable that wouldn't help him at this stage. Is it some valuable material that can help increase one's strength? Lin Ming casually guessed. That sort of thing is useless to you. You already have enough heaven-opening pills, so you're probably tired of eating them. And if you eat too many, you'll build up too much pill toxin. What Honorable Master promised to reward you is the blood of the vermilion bird. This is the transplantation of a saint beast's bloodline. Transplanting a Saint Beast's bloodline? When Lin Ming had first heard about the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, he had also heard Mu Qinyu mention that the Vermilion Bird bloodline could be transplanted onto another person. In order to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Blue Lian Abstract Phantom Code to their core realm, one had to have the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird or Blue Luan. Otherwise, it was impossible to cultivate. In Divine Phoenix Island, there were very few individuals that were truly born with the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Most of the disciples that had this bloodline had it transplanted within them during the Hotian realm. This so-called transplant was in fact taking the blood of the Vermilion Bird Saint Beast and sealing it into one's body using a secret technique, forcing the Vermilion Bird blood to penetrate into one's bone marrow and fuse with their own bloodline. This sort of bloodline transplant was very modest. It could only increase a disciple's fire attribute true essence fusion compatibility and ability to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle by a small amount. Its effects were very limited, let alone expecting this bloodline transplant to allow one to cultivate the core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and Blue Lian Abstract Phantom Code. But for Mu Qinyu to emphasize this reward so much, this would definitely not be the usual Saint Beast bloodline transplantation. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, Miss Mu shouldn't be speaking of the same bloodline that the inner court disciples have, right? Of course not. Mu Qinyu snapped back. You really are too greedy, you can't lose a bit at all. It is the Vermilion Bird's blood essence transplant. Honored Master has said that the more geniuses you defeat, and the stronger they are, the richer the bloodline that will be bestowed to you. Honorable Master has the capital, and this is an extremely rare opportunity. Mu Qinyu laughed as she spoke. Because Lin Ming could have such a grand opportunity, her mood was also very good. Lin Ming was jubilant. This was actually the Vermilion Bird's blood essence transplant. Blood essence and blood were two completely different concepts. Whether it was a saint beast or martial artist, losing a bit of blood wasn't anything at all. They could easily recover it in several days. But if one lost blood essence, that would harm their very foundation. Once one's blood essence was drained, that was equal to one's life being damaged, and also losing cultivation. If a martial artist lost their blood essence, that was an absolute death sentence. Even Lin Ming didn't dare to risk his own blood essence. The power of his blood vitality used his blood essence as its base. For a Vermilion Bird to leave behind blood essence, there were only two possibilities. The Vermilion Bird had either been killed or had died a natural death. Ultimately, a Vermilion Bird was a saint beast. It was not an endless and immortal being like a phoenix. Its so-called bathing in the fires of nirvana was really only used to treat wounds. Even the most grievous of wounds could be treated by undergoing the fires of nirvana. But undergoing nirvana would not actually lengthen a Vermilion Bird's lifespan. At the end of a Vermilion Bird's life, they would complete their final nirvana and also die in nirvana. After a Vermilion Bird died, they would leave behind a small cup of blood essence. If Lin Ming could obtain enough Vermilion Bird blood essence and transplant it within himself, his bloodline might not be as pure as that of Mu Qinyu or Mu Bingyun, but it was more than enough to cultivate the core section of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. This was too important to Lin Ming's future cultivation of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Prior to this, the reason that Lin Ming had joined Divine Phoenix Island, besides Mu Qinyu, was that he had joint interests with Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island valued Lin Ming's talent, but Lin Ming also needed the resources that Divine Phoenix Island could provide. In the future, if Lin Ming could reach the revolving core realm, he would in turn be able to help lead Divine Phoenix Island to a stronger position and even help assist them in becoming a fifth-grade sect. Lin Ming didn't think that he was taking advantage of Divine Phoenix Island in any way. That was why he didn't even prostrate himself in front of old Lady Yu Huang. But now, after Lin Ming heard Mu Qianyu mention the vermilion bird blood essence, even he found it difficult to keep his beating heart calm. This was vermilion bird blood essence. It was an enormous benefit to any Divine Phoenix Island disciple. From the founding of Divine Phoenix Island until now, just how many vermilion birds had died? How much vermilion bird blood essence could there possibly be? By comparison, after generation of Divine Phoenix Island disciples coming and going, who knew how many individuals there were? Since vermilion bird blood essence could be preserved this far, it must be precious to the point that even old Lady Yu Huang was reluctant to use it. Yet she had taken out something so treasured and was even rewarding it to him. This act of kindness was enough to engrave itself upon Lin Ming's mind. But even though old Lady Yu Huang had taken out the blood essence as a reward, the ultimate goal was a joining of mutual interests. Lin Ming also firmed his resolve. In his life, he would help Divine Phoenix Island become a 5th-grade sect. Once he became a revolving core Supreme Elder, this shouldn't be too difficult for him. Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at old Lady Yu Huang. He was surprised to find that she was still sitting in her chair, her expression reticent and cloudy. Seeing Lin Ming look at her, old Lady Yu Huang sent him a true essence sound transmission. "Boy, don't be happy so early. If you lose then you won't get anything. At that time, don't come crying to me." Lin Ming grinned. "Hey, I can win. Humph, I believe you can defeat Han. But once you win, there will be even more Hotian masters challenging you. Do you think you can defeat the dozens of Hotian masters from the 6 great sects?" As old Lady Yu Huang spoke, a wave of heroic pride and dignity flooded through Lin Ming. He took a deep breath, calmly saying, "Whoever comes will come. I'll take all comers." Old Lady Yu Huang was shocked. This boy was really too arrogant. But the young should be a bit arrogant, and they should also have an indomitable and cavalier attitude with absolute belief in their own abilities. Only then would they be able to bring out their true potential. Good. Then let this old woman have a look at just how many you can take. Old Lady Yu Huang was also looking forward to seeing just how far Lin Ming could go. Old Lady Yu Huang had just finished speaking when another voice sounded in Lin Ming's ear. "Brother Lin, are we going to do this or what?" Lin Ming turned to see Han grinning at him. He looked like a simple and honest man, but the truth was that it was only a veneer that hid his cunning edge. Lin Ming discovered that he had been speaking with Mu Qianyu and old Lady Yu Huang too long, and was just standing at the edge of the stage, not even having entered yet. Han naturally assumed that Lin Ming was afraid. Because he had impulsively stood up, he had walked halfway but suddenly regretted it. With Lin Ming's age and cultivation, if he decided to change his direction midway, although it was shameful, it was also an understandable action. This was not what Han was hoping to see. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Brother Lin, you're very strong. Perhaps within the entire 5-element region, there is no junior in the pulse condensation period that can defeat you. Even Thundercrest Sect's junior apprentice sister Zhou is not your match at all. Although I am at the Hotian realm, my talent is much worse than yours. Against a lesser saint talent like yourself, I'm not any better. However, Brother Lin is still young. If Brother Lin doesn't wish to fight, then I naturally will not force the issue. It's just that I will find it truly regrettable that I won't be able to experience the top Subhotian master of the South Horizon region." Shan's words seemed to be filled with yearning emotion, but that lesser saint title was intended to deliberately belittle themselves and raise Lin Ming's proud nature. This truth was that this was another method of provoking that was completely different from the demeaning kind of the idiotic Ma Junhui. Perhaps this method of prodding was even more effective. Chapter 366 The Same Trick. Chapter 366 The Same Trick. Chapter 366 The Same Trick. Han spoke to everyone else so that when he dealt with Lin Ming, it wouldn't be the strong bullying the weak. With Lin Ming's strength that could even suppress Zhou Shaoling, he was able to challenge a Houtian master, so he should be able to fight. Shi Han had placed himself in the same position as Lin Ming, so if he won it would also be a satisfying win. As Shi Han's voice fell, the 5 element region's disciples began to engage in a heated discussion as to what the result of the battle would be. Lin Ming should have the ability to challenge a Houtian master, but going against Shi Han is a bit too much. He should have started with a weaker opponent. This Shi Han's defense is like a turtle shell. If Lin Ming's attacks aren't able to break Shi Han's defense, there will be nothing he can do, and he'll eventually lose. Not quite. Lin Ming has the advantage in speed, it's not to be trifled with. Even if he can't defeat Shi Han, he still has a way to not lose. Humph. According to your idea, it's just a way to escape. At most it will be a tie. In the Thundercrest sect section of the banquet, Zhou Lai was sipping a cup of tea. He watched as his sister had a very resentful expression plastered on her face. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "Shaoling, who do you think will win?" Zhou Shaoling curled her lips in disgust, saying, "That big stupid one is going to lose in a big stupid way." "Oh? You're sure that Lin Ming can win? How do you know?" Zhou Lai was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Shaoling would assume Lin Ming would win so easily. Since Lin Ming's body was immune to thunder, it was hard to tell just where the limits of his true strength were. "I just know." Zhou Shaoling pouted, not bothering to explain anymore. In comparison to the disciples of the 5-element region, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples were mostly worried, not interested in discussing the outcome of the match. Since things had come to this point, there were already many people who were jealous of Lin Ming and were hoping to see him beaten to a pulp. Divine Phoenix Island was already pushed to the end of the line by the collaboration of these sections. Lin Ming was the last one standing who could possibly earn some face back for them. If Lin Ming lost here, then Divine Phoenix Island might suffer a complete meltdown. On stage, Lin Ming and Shi Han stood 100 feet apart. Shi Han was quite happy. Lin Ming had come up and had finally accepted this match. He was looking forward to defeating Lin Ming and seeing just what miserable expression would appear on his face. "Lin Ming," Shi Han called out with his true essence sound transmission, "do you know why I was hoping to fight you so much?" Lin Ming was silent, waiting for Shi Han to finish his monologue. The truth is very simple. Your talent is just too amazing, people can't help but want to step back from your radiance. Back when I wasn't a disciple of the Deep Earth sect, I was only a poor kid in a big town. My city had a daughter from a wealthy family, whose looks were enough to cause the fall of nations. Looks, temperament, elegance, she had everything I ever wished for. And then, I had an idea. I thought that no matter how perfect she was, or how many men she had entranced as their one true love, I would make her nothing but a slut that waited upon this father's crotch. Afterwards, I came back and took her maidenhead. That taste, even if I think about it now, is just to die for. Afterwards, that girl married a noble that matched well with her. Every time I think about how such a noble woman was once pressed under this father's body, I truly find it perfect. Now, you are the same as that woman. No matter how great you are in the future, you will have been defeated by my hands. You will be just like that slut that was ridden by me. Shi Han was very happy, saying all of this with a proud and assertive expression. Lin Ming listened and then suddenly smiled. You speak so much nonsense. Are you trying to use that same old trick again and provoke me into a fury so that I'll attack your shield with my full force? Are you such a loser with no confidence in defeating me that you have to use such an underhanded method? After listening to Lin Ming's words, Shi Han's expression slightly changed. This boy. Surname Lin, let alone me, even you aren't completely confident. I am confident, but I still use this trick to stir you up. But if you are so confident, do you dare to attack me? Lin Ming took out the heavy profound soft spear from his spatial ring, grinning as he did so. As you wish. With that last word, Lin Ming's entire aura suddenly exploded. The heavy profound soft spear flashed with a purple light, and the air surrounding him began to violently churn, creating a vortex of wind. Against scum like you, I love beating them up. Lin Ming's feet trod the ground and he shot forwards like an arrow. Spear wind howled, and the heavy profound soft spear was layered with an azure light. This spear was enveloped by the energy of the true dragon. This is bad. It looks like Lin Ming was tricked. Mu Zhaoxian saw that Lin Ming and Shi Hanzhan had stood across from each other for several breaths of time, and felt that something was wrong. It looked like Shi Hanzhan was using the same old trick again, and was angering Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Song Xiaoye had also fallen for this trick. Mu Zhaoxian thought that Lin Ming was a bit younger and had a slightly less immature disposition, so he wouldn't fall for the same trap that Song Xiaoye had fallen into. But now, looking at Lin Ming's all-out attack, he was most likely stirred into a fury by Shi Hanzhan's words. Mu Zhaoxian could already foresee Lin Ming repeated the same mistakes and finally being defeated. She couldn't help but feel a thick surge of despair in her heart. The nature of the young is just too impulsive. Lin Ming will lose. I have no idea what he was thinking. Before this battle, the disciples from the five-element region had favored Lin Ming by a small margin. But now they had all changed their judgment. Zhang Yunjian also shook his head. He had been favoring Lin Ming to win, but a cool-headed martial artist should not be swayed by their emotions, not to mention that Shi Hanzhan's method of provocation was so clumsy. Shi Hanzhan's lips curved up in a sneer. He didn't think that there would be such an idiot. Lin Ming knew his idea perfectly well but still decided to rush him like this. This simpleton was simply swayed by his personal feelings too much. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to remain a genius. He would die halfway. Earth Essence Shield. With both hands propping up a shield, a thick brown defensive barrier immediately flashed into existence. Shi Hanzhan was far too familiar with this. No matter what attack was used, no matter what storm hit, he would steadfastly defend against them all. He had once gone into a mystic realm with other martial artists. When they had encountered a disaster, the ones to survive were martial artists from the Deep Earth sect. Shi Hanzhan had full confidence in his defense. However, when that heavy profound soft spear that was wrapped in an azure light smashed down, Shi Hanzhan's complexion changed. He felt that it wasn't a spear that struck him, but a collapsing mountain. Bang! The heavy profound soft spear smashed into the Earth Essence shield. Shi Hanzhan felt both of his arms tremble, and he completely lost feeling below the elbows. A terrifying pressure passed down his arms into his legs, blowing up the tiles under his feet. What kind of strange power was this? Shi Hanzhan felt an inexplicable horror rise in his heart. He had inborn divine strength, and also practiced specialized horse stance techniques during the body transformation stage. Yet, this attack almost made him fall to the ground. Oh? You withstood it? Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He had used the strength of tempering marrow a while ago, and struck down with a body strength of tens of thousands of genes. The Azure True Essence was only used to protect the heavy profound soft spear. A medium-grade human step treasure wouldn't able to withstand such a collision. This Shi Hanzhan really did have the ability to back up his proud heart. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. He lifted his spear and smashed down again on the turtle shell-like Earth Essence shield. This strike was even more dangerous than the last. Power of Thunder. Within the heretical god seed, the silent purple flood dragon divine thunder suddenly erupted. The heavy profound soft spear shined with a purple light, carrying the prestige of rolling thunder. Bang! A spear smashed into the Earth Essence shield. Shi Hanzhan's 5 organs were shaken, and his blood roiled. Under that terrifying strength, A faint power of thunder had penetrated through the earth essence shield. It was like a venomous serpent that drilled into Sher Hanshan's body, causing his entire body to go numb. Damn! Sher Han clenched his teeth and galvanized all of the true essence in his body to the limit, thickening the earth essence shield. The third spear, flow like silk. The heavy profound soft spear's azure true essence began to vibrate, sending humming sounds in the air. The azure-wrapped heavy profound soft spear howled like a silver dragon going to sea. The heavy profound soft spear smashed into the earth essence shield. In that instant, a power of vibration pierced through the shield, spreading into Sher Hanshan's body. Sher Han only felt like his entire body was coming apart, all of his organs trembling. Fourth spear. Fifth spear. Lin Ming's attacks were like a storm. Sher Hanshan's true essence shield bent under this vicious barrage of attacks, but didn't actually break. This was the defensive shield technique of the Deep Earth sect, and was maintained by the caster's true essence. As long as true essence was supplied, it wouldn't break. The reason that Sher Han had been able to keep the shield from breaking was because he was crazily overdrawing the true essence from his body, injuring himself. Not only that, but while maintaining the shield, he also had to withstand the dual attacks from the power of thunder and flow like silk. This situation could be described as beyond miserable. However, because of the earth essence shield and the flashing purple light, most disciples only saw a brilliant and gorgeous collision of true essence. They didn't realize just what situation Sher Han was in. Song Xiaoye and Mu Zhaoxian were extremely anxious. Yan Fuhong was filled with anticipation as he saw Lin Ming on the brink of defeat. As for the disciples of the five-element region, they talked about the match, comparing their insight of the battle and understandings of cultivation methods. Lin Ming is too naive. In a situation where their strength is about the same, breaking through the Deep Earth sect's earth essence shield will require several times more true essence than the Deep Earth sect disciple will use. It looks like no matter how fiercely Sher Hanshan's earth essence shield is deforming, it is impossible to break. The Deep Earth sect's earth essence shield can be strong when you want it strong, and weak when you want it weak. There is simply no waste of true essence in using it. When Song Xiaoye attacked, the earth essence shield had also fiercely distorted. After some thought, it seems that the only reason was because Sher Han wanted to save his strength. Haha, Brother Jin's experience is too extensive and broad. According to my knowledge, the Deep Earth sect has many different kinds of defensive shield. As for the Earth Essence shield, that's quite an uncommon one. I'm surprised that Brother Jin has such a thorough understanding. It's nothing. I just happened to battle a Deep Earth sect disciple who used the Earth Essence shield once. Lin Ming is talented, but he is just too impulsive. With such a disposition, it's very difficult to become a true master. Unless, maybe after he grows up. As Brother Jin was speaking, he was immediately interrupted. Brother Jin. What? The surname Jin asked, a bit annoyed. I think I saw that Sher Han in the Earth Essence shield cough blood. It seems like his entire body is covered in blood. A 15 or 16-year-old youth hesitantly said as he stared with wide eyes. Chapter 367 Saint Rank Talent. Chapter 367 Saint Rank Talent. Chapter 367 is Saint Rank Talent. What did you just say? He's coughing blood? The youth surnamed Jean couldn't believe this as he looked towards the center of the stage. He just happened to see the moment that Lin Ming withdrew his spear, and the brilliant purple light dimmed. The Earth Essence shield also lightened, and there was a short moment where he could see Sher Hanshan's bleak and miserable appearance as he struggled to maintain the Earth Essence shield. His hair was disheveled, his face wan, his nose bleeding, and he was coughing blood. Even his clothes were stained crimson. The youth surnamed Jean was stunned, his mouth hanging open. As he witnessed Sher Hanshan's incredibly tragic situation, He was aghast. Sure, Han could be described as pathetic beyond belief. He was long on the edge of collapsing, but if he didn't stubbornly harm himself to maintain the shield, once the Earth Essence shield broke, his situation would be even worse. As Sure Han saw Lin Ming gather his strength to stab out with his spear again, he felt his heart shiver. What he encountered on this stage wasn't a man, but a vicious beast in human form. Not only that, but this vicious beast was above the 5th level. Because he was concerned about face, he grit his teeth and refused to admit defeat. He was hoping that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to continue such a barrage of high-intensity attacks. After all, he was in a defensive position, and in an extended battle, he would be the one with an advantage. Not only that, but the Deep Earth Sect's Earth Essence shield was able to save a significant amount of true essence. Lin Ming's true essence consumption surely had to be several times his own. But after withstanding 4 or 5 more spear strikes, Sure Han was on the verge of breaking. He could not suppress the roiling blood in his chest much longer, and he felt like he was about to vomit out his organs. On the other hand, Lin Ming looked completely unconcerned, as if he were just standing there watching him. Spear after spear after spear. Each spear was faster and more ruthless than the last. He wanted to shout out and admit defeat, but Lin Ming's spear attacks were too quick. Before he had the chance to call out, another spear attack had already arrived. But this spear caused Sure Han's face to go white, his mind trembling. He wouldn't be able to block this. Stop! An old man from the Deep Earth Sect wearing a loose yellow robe stood up. But at the same time, Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear had already smashed down. Bang! Dazzling thunder sparked, and blue light flashed. Sure Han's Earth Essence shield was finally at its limit, and it was no different than an egg struck by a hammer. It exploded into pieces. Sure Han felt like he was struck by a mountain as he flew backwards, his clothes torn to shreds, a sweet, coppery taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't know how many bones he had broken, but he was tossed back like a broken doll. Before Sure Han hit the barrier array, the yellow-robed old man appeared behind him, casually ripping open the barrier and taking Sure Han in his hands, gently falling onto the stage. The entire audience was silent. The youth surnamed Jean was stunned silly. Sure Han's Earth Essence shield had actually been broken? Not only that, but his opponent had been a pulse condensation period martial artist. Most people at the banquet hadn't even noticed that Sure Han had been coughing blood. They had been casually looking at the action on stage, comparing their knowledge of the martial arts match. They thought that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to persist, but after that sudden explosion, the Earth Essence shield had shattered, and Sure Han had flown backwards. Such a quick reversal was completely unexpected. Mu Zhaoxian, Mu Dianping, Hua Hong, and all the other Divine Phoenix Island core disciples that had been worrying about Lin Ming felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ming won, but he also did so in such a fierce manner. Zhang Yunjian sucked in a breath of cold. He casually glanced at Zhou Lai and saw that his expression was like the surface of a calm lake. This fellow Lin Ming is too terrifying. He hasn't even grown up, but he can already defeat Hotian core disciples. Not just that, but with plenty of strength left over. Such a fearful talent. Once he reaches the Hotian realm, Zhang Yunjian didn't dare to think about what would happen. 3 words echoed in his mind, causing his heart to tremble. Saint-rank talent. As long as another year or 2 passed, Lin Ming would step into the Hotian realm and become a saint-rank talent. He would be a saint-rank talent that was in no way inferior to Mu Qianyu from 10 years ago. How was this possible? He had heard that this Lin Ming had been found from a small 3rd-grade sect. A person that Divine Phoenix Island had dug out from some small 3rd-grade sect actually had such terrifying talent. Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. These twin-sister saint-rank talents were already enough to cause the 7 great sects of the 5-element region to be extremely jealous. Once Lin Ming was added, Zhang Yunjian was unable to think of the future. In just a mere 10 years, 3 saint-rank talents had appeared. He had a foreboding feeling that as long as Divine Phoenix Island would be able to endure this disaster from the South Sea Demon region, they would have a high possibility of becoming a phoenix that underwent nirvana, being reborn into a true 5th-grade sect. At this moment it wasn't just Zhang Yunjian, but also many others that felt this. Lin Ming's talent was already enough to be considered at the saint level. It was just that he was too young, thus he was too weak at the moment. Stepping into the true saint rank was just a matter of time. He probably didn't even need 2 years. 1 year would be enough. The Sunfire Princess' beautiful eyes stared at Lin Ming, unblinking. Tianguang revered elder stroked his beard as he laughed. All of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island gazed at Lin Ming with a mixture of disbelief, awe, and worship in their eyes. Even the indifferent Mu Bingyun was colored with surprise as she gazed at Lin Ming. This young boy that her elder sister had found had far surpassed any of her expectations. The yellow-robed old man from the Deep Earth sect examined Shi Hanshan's physical condition and his face sank, his eyes filling with murderous intent. He stared at Lin Ming, an ominous color flashing in his eyes. "Young boy, you are quite ruthless. You've broken all his ribs, crushed his sternum, and severely injured his organs. It was only a minor match, and yet you were so vicious." The yellow-robed man wished to kill Lin Ming with a slap of his hand, but in the moment that he revealed his murderous intent, he felt a rich and blazing energy lock onto him. This energy came from Mu Yuhuang, and although it was smoldering hot, it caused his body to go completely ice-cold, as if he was sinking into the 9 layers of the abyss. This was the feeling of standing near death's door. The yellow-robed man's mind went cold. He of course had only thought this. It was impossible for him to truly do anything to Lin Ming. At most he would emit an aura to suppress him, but he hadn't thought that just as he released his murderous intent, Mu Yuhuang would instantly lock onto him, and with such a terrifying energy. Everyone says that this old woman from Divine Phoenix Island has reached the late revolving core realm, but also that her life's fire comes from the silent 9 emerald flame found within the bottomless abyss. This fire is divided into 9 parts and contains extreme heat and extreme cold. With just a touch, not even your bones would be left. Its might is beyond terrifying. The yellow-robed old man didn't dare to provoke Mu Yuhuang. A character that could become an island master of Divine Phoenix Island was no ordinary character, especially since this was the territory of Divine Phoenix Island. He quashed his thoughts of suppressing Lin Ming with his aura. As he held on to Shi Hanshan, he flicked a white pill into his mouth. He coldly stared at Lin Ming and gave an icy cough. "So young, and yet your actions are so evil. Yet you actually have the face to preach to Thundercrest sects, Zhou Shaoling. Truly ridiculous." Since he wasn't able to punish Lin Ming, the yellow-robed old man could only mock him. Less than half an hour ago, Lin Ming had taught Zhou Shaoling a lesson for being too vicious. The yellow-robed old man planned to use this matter to embarrass Lin Ming. Lin Ming maintained his calm. He slowly put away the heavy profound soft spear and slowly said, "I don't understand what Senior is implying. Shi Hanshan used vicious words to provoke me, using shameless methods to stir me up. Should I have endured his baseless insults and humiliation, and then stayed my hand and treated him with courtesy? The Deep Earth sect's defensive shield martial skills are tough and also conserve true essence. If I don't go all out with my attacks, then what happens once my strength is all consumed? When my strength is exhausted, will your good disciple easily defeat me and then proudly claim to everyone how he did so, wagging his silly little tail? If I'm verbally humiliated by others, should I stretch out my face and let them slap me? Does Senior think I am so cheap? Is the Deep Earth sect so sad that they shame the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, but don't have the guts to withstand retaliation?" Lin Ming's words were extremely insidious. Not only were they derisive, but they also pointed out the conflict between Divine Phoenix Island and the Deep Earth sect. After seeing the yellow-robed old man being berated, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples felt much more relaxed in their hearts. The yellow-robed old man's lips twitched. He coldly humphed, saying, "What a flippant tongue! Do you think that I'm blind? Your strength obviously surpasses Sir Hans Han by a great deal, and you could definitely have restrained your hand after breaking his shield so that you didn't injure Sir Hans Han. Yet you still made such a vicious attack, severely wounding him. How can you explain this?" Lin Ming unhurriedly said, "I can't explain and I don't want to explain. But if Senior really insists on asking for an explanation, then I also want Senior to explain a matter to me. The 5-element region's 6 sects together obviously surpass Divine Phoenix Island by a large margin. Yet, at this banquet, you dare to band together to bully my Divine Phoenix Island, taking several people to fight a single person to wear them out. Where is the honor in this? Where is the honor in trying to force Divine Phoenix Island into a situation where they have no one they can send out to battle? How can Senior explain this?" The yellow-robed old man suddenly looked ashen, unable to speak. In such an embarrassing debate, his own words had been thrown back at him, and he was completely lacking a means to respond. One had to feel sorry for this revolving core master. His strength far surpassed Lin Ming, and yet he had lost to Lin Ming in a war of words. Once this event was made known, he would become the laughingstock of the entire 5-element region. Well said. With such a fantastic matter, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island couldn't help but applaud. They had been holding their breath this entire time, refraining from speaking, and at this moment Lin Ming had spoken for everyone, maliciously ruining the face of this Deep Earth sect elder. Ah, this was just too refreshing a feeling. Even old Lady Yu Huang, whose expression had been sullen and icy from the start of the banquet, had a hint of a smile on her face. "Sure, Zhongkuan, you too have a day where you were defeated under the hands of a junior. I wonder just how you'll swallow this shame." In the texts they often described wars of words between scholars, who used their lips as spears to argue, piercing through the other's heart of understanding. Between martial artists this was sometimes the case too. Although Lin Ming's words weren't able to shake Shi Zhongkuan's heart of martial arts, it was still enough to make him eat his own crap. It also made Mu Yu Huang, who had been very uncomfortable for these last couple of weeks, much happier. "Boy, well done. I'll also note this down as your win and reward you," Mu Yu Huang said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming happily replied, "Thank you, Senior Yu Huang." Lin Ming had subconsciously changed from Master Ancestor Yu Huang to Senior Yu Huang. Calling this old lady Master Ancestor Yu Huang was just too weird. But Mu Yu Huang was very happy at this moment. Naturally, she wouldn't care about such minor matters. As Lin Ming looked up, he happened to see Mu Qianyu looking at him. She was brightly smiling at him, a vibrant shine in her eyes. She said with a true essence sound transmission, "Fantastically done." Chapter 368 Disdaining All Heroes. Chapter 368 Disdaining All Heroes. Chapter 368 Disdaining All Heroes. After Lin Ming brutally beat up Shi Hans Han and defeated Shi Zhongkuan in a war of words, the morale of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples sharply rose, the morose atmosphere that surrounded them instantly swept away. After suffering the indignity of the 6 sects' actions and then also being suppressed by their joint effort, a simmering rage had been brewing within their chests. This wasn't only Lin Ming's victory, but a victory that emboldened everyone. With just a few words, he had been able to give voice to the thoughts of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples, and vent out their frustrations for them. At this moment, Lin Ming's previous status as an outsider had been fully accepted by everyone else. No one envied him anymore. Instead, their admiration and fondness for him continued to grow. Several young girls gazed at Lin Ming, Wenji and Enji at him, talking about him, their young and pretty faces flushed red with excitement. But the complexions of the 5-element region disciples were actually not good at all. Their hearts were full of jealousy that showed on their faces. This Lin Ming is far too arrogant. Humph. His arrogance won't last for long. Since he has a Hotian realm strength, he'll be drawn into the battle of Hotian masters. Lin Ming's talent is real, but he's still far too young and naive. Yes, sure, Han is a core disciple, but his talent is just so. There are also direct disciples stronger than him, and above that are even disciples like Huruyan, Zhou Lai by Aoshuan, and other such characters. The 6 sects' chief disciples aren't to be messed with. Not mentioning the other sects, Shi Hanshan's senior apprentice brother Shi Dingtian won't stand idly by after this. A beautiful tree in a forest will be destroyed by the wind. The 6 great sects won't let things end so simply. Now that things had come to this, the simmering anger between Divine Phoenix Island and the 6 great sects had reached the boiling point. Now it was no longer just a comparison of skills. As soon as one went on stage, they would be using their full strength and all of their special skills until the other party was defeated. Once they were defeated, it would be a miserable end. On stage, Shi Zhongquan's complexion had fallen to the ground. He was a revolving core master. Since when did he have to suffer the berating words of a junior? Wasn't this even more embarrassing than losing to those other old bags? Good, very good. Heroes always come from the young. This old man has truly experienced a wonderful scene. Hanshan's character is honest and his talent is low. He cultivates diligently every day and seeks the martial path with his whole heart, but now he was actually bullied by your strength today and wounded to this point. Since Han is weaker than you, this old man has nothing to say. But, let me tell you, there is always a higher mountain and always a stronger human. When you use your greater strength to bully others in such a cruel fashion, you should also expect that someone else with an even deeper cultivation will one day use you as a stepping stone and crush you under their feet. My 5-element region's 6 great sects have countless masters all around. This old man wants to see, for just how long will you be able to win? Shi Zhongquan's words could be considered harsh, but Lin Ming only sneered. What a well-said, honest character, low talent. If such a scumbag could be considered honest and simple, then the Master Netherworld Demon Emperor of Silent Demon Emperor City could be considered the most kind and merciful of individuals. Lin Ming said loud and clearly, "The world is vast, and there are as many geniuses as clouds in the sky. I've never thought that I am among the top heroic elites of this world's youths. Even at my age, there are many powerful people that already surpass me. You said that I use my strength to bully others, and you're not wrong, but that's because I always wish to beat up the scum of the earth. If there are people of your 5-element region that wants to rely on their cultivation to crush me under their heel, then I, Lin Ming, am standing right here. I will receive all comers. Whoever many come, I'll fight that many." Lin Ming's words were like a divine clarion bell. They reached the clouds, split the earth, and resounded through the entire audience. Even Shi Zhongquan was stunned. He stared speechless at Lin Ming. This boy was crazy. He wanted to single-handedly resist all the masters of the 6 great sects. With Lin Ming's word, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were seething in an elated frenzy. The men were yelling and the women were screaming. "Big Brother Lin is too awesome. Big Brother Lin, well said. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is too sexy. Ah." Whether or not Lin Ming could fulfill his words, no one knew. But presently, when Lin Ming had spoken, his heroic spirit had speared straight into the skies, causing the Divine Phoenix Island disciples' blood to boil, as if their entire bodies had been lit with an explosive passion. People were creatures that were easily infected with emotion. But to those that were able to incite the mood of the crowd, this was the most charming time of their lives. At this time, even Mu Qianyu, who was sitting beside old lady Yu Huang, felt her heart speed up a bit. She lightly said, "This fellow Lin Ming really knows how to stir up trouble." Old lady Yu Huang showed a rare smile. She knew that the reason Lin Ming had said these words was that he wanted to repay her gratitude. She laughed a bit and said, "This kid, he hasn't even bothered with the rabbit but wants to shoe the eagle. If he wins the next 5 or 6 matches, all the treasures I've been saving will be robbed by him." Mu Qianyu covered her mouth as she giggled, not saying anything. Old lady Yu Huang glanced at Mu Qianyu with a sarcastic eye. How come you're smiling? Don't you feel bad? These things were meant to be passed to you later." Mu Qianyu was a saintess of divine Phoenix Island, and the vermilion bird blood essence would naturally be passed to her later. As for Mu Bingyun, although she too was a saintess, she had the bloodline of the Blue Luan within her body. The vermilion bird blood essence was useless to her. Mu Qianyu said, "Yu doesn't feel bad at all. Although the vermilion bird blood essence will be beneficial to my cultivation, it will be of far greater benefit to Lin Ming. Using it on Lin Ming would be the best use of it. Honorable Master will surely not regret this decision." Mu Qianyu was born with a very pure and rich vermilion bird bloodline. With the fusion of some vermilion bird blood essence, her bloodline concentration wouldn't increase by much. At best it would enhance her fire attribute true essence fusion compatibility by a bit. But, if given to Lin Ming, it would greatly increase his vermilion bird bloodline to the point where he would be able to practice the core sections of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, and thus greatly enhance his strength. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to him, but you actually feared that I would go back on my promise. Mu Yu Huang meaningfully glanced at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu instantly panicked, and then quickly calmed her manner and restrained herself. Shi Zhongquan sneered, saying, "Boy, remember the words you just said. Words that you speak are the same as water that's thrown out, it can't be taken back. Now you've flaunted your fast tongue and made such a ridiculous and foolish challenge. This old man wants to take a good, hard look at just how many of the heroic elites from the 6 great sects you will be able to challenge." When Shi Zhongquan spoke to this point, he didn't bother to speak anymore. He lifted the half-dead Shi Hanshan and stepped off stage. Against a stupid junior that was soon going to be turned into a complete fool, there was simply no need to argue. Of course, this was only a method of consoling his own mind. In fact, after he stepped down from the stage, his face remained livid, to the point where the many disciples of the Deep Earth sect were afraid to even take a breath. As all the disciples of the banquet exploded in a range of emotions, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island madly cheered on Lin Ming. No matter whether or not he would be able to fulfill the words of his declaration, their anger had been vented. As for the 5-element region disciples, they were completely dismissive of Lin Ming. They held the mindset of watching the matches and waiting to see Lin Ming be tormented. I wonder how long Lin Ming can last. I'm guessing at most 2 or 3 matches. The 6 great sects will not allow Lin Ming to keep showing off his arrogance. Once one is defeated, the next one to go up will be stronger. But as for the 6 chief disciples, they won't participate in this demeaning show, or else Lin Ming won't even be able to last past the first round. Senior apprentice brother Sun is right. Lin Ming is just disgracing himself. Senior apprentice brother Sun has extraordinary strength, and has also stepped into the Hotian realm. Perhaps senior apprentice brother Sun would like to go on stage yourself and have a good match against this Lin Ming. Well, the voice of the youth surnamed Sun paused. He wished he could slap this ass-kissing, idiotic junior apprentice brother to death. He hesitated, and then pretended to ponder for a moment before finally saying, "I'll have a look at how things go first." The Deep Earth sect disciples were suppressed too much by Shi Zhongquan's incensed expression. Finally, one disciple couldn't bear it any longer and jumped on stage. He stood at the center of the stage and clearly said, "Deep Earth sect's Chen Kuan, currently 19 years old. Please advise." Chen Kuan. He's a Deep Earth sect direct disciple. I didn't think that the first one to go on stage would be a direct disciple. This banquet competition has developed too quickly. It's been an hour or two, but the level of the participants has already risen to the level of direct disciples. The other people hadn't even had a chance to go on stage. Who knew that this random factor Lin Ming would show up from nowhere? But this Chen Kun is not someone who can be easily played with. The outcome of this match is hard to determine, but he will definitely be able to force Lin Ming into using his full strength. Chen Kun extracted a long staff from his spatial ring. This staff was one of the common weapons of the Deep Earth sect. Boy, it's not that I, Chen Kun, am bullying you, but it is that you are far too arrogant. You don't even place my 5-element region's 6 great sects in your eyes. Since you dare to challenge the 6 great sects with your lone strength, how could I fear you? Watch my staff. Chen Kun fired his staff. This staff was naturally an elastic staff. The staff danced in the sky, creating brown phantoms that connected into a single stretch, as if sand had covered the entire sky. It was impossible to tell where Chen Kun's attack would come from. Against these overwhelming staff phantoms, Lin Ming only thrust out his spear. This spear brought forth 10,000 filaments of vibrating true essence. The azure vibrating true essence flushed out like a tide. Under such a tide, all of the staff phantoms were dispelled, turning into nothing. In an instant, Lin Ming arrived in front of Chen Kun, stabbing his spear towards Chen Kun's stomach. Chen Kun's complexion changed. Cliff rock barrier. As a disciple of the Deep Earth sect, he naturally knew several defensive martial skills. Chen Kun waved his hand, and a thick wall of earth appeared in front of him. Lin Ming's spear smashed into the wall, shaking the origin energy that created it. Chen Kun insidiously smiled. He took advantage of when Lin Ming's weapon was caught in the wall and raised his staff, pounding down on Lin Ming's shoulder. Earth opening staff. The long staff howled as it came down, the origin energy twisted around it, turning into a 3-foot-thick staff shade. As it came down, it looked like a golden pillar that was about to smash Lin Ming. If this staff struck, it would definitely break his collarbone, causing Lin Ming to lose his combat strength. In that split second, Lin Ming cried out, "Explode!" Flow like silk erupted. The foot-thick earth wall was actually blown into powder by 10,000 vibrating azure true essence filaments. Lin Ming's spear swept out, his spear potential like an unstoppable wave. It collided with the golden staff shade. Bang! As the staff and spear intersected, the golden pillar staff shade broke apart, but Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear curved into a crescent moon, as if it were about to break. Body-tearing bone-shattering fist. In that last moment, Lin Ming had actually held onto the spear with a single hand. With his free right hand, his punched out. At this moment, Chen Kun was using his full strength to support the staff in his hands. Where would he have the strength to defend? He could only stare with disbelief as Lin Ming's fist punched his chest. Chen Kun only saw his eyes go dark for a moment as he flew backwards. Chapter 369 Battle Marathon. Chapter 369 Battle Marathon. Chapter 369 Battle Marathon. Chen Kun flew back several dozen feet before finally managing to use his staff to ground himself. He kneeled on the floor, panting and taking in great gulps of air. The punch that had struck his chest was too strange. The energy in that attack had spread through his organs, causing his blood to roil. He stood up, an expression of shock coloring his face. In a battle of masters where both parties were using their full strength, they naturally had to also utilize their utmost concentration. If there was even the slightest mistake, it was possible that they would be defeated. But Lin Ming was actually able to hold a spear in one hand and use his other to attack. What sort of strange strength was this? After a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, their bodily strength wouldn't increase by much. They could only depend on using the true essence to indirectly enhance their strength. But because the Deep Earth sect martial artists had Earth attribute origin energy, they had a large advantage in the aspect of strength. But in that moment, Chen Kuan had been completely suppressed by Lin Ming's brute force. Chen Kuan could not accept this. I admit defeat. Chen Kuan clenched his teeth, then turned around and walked off stage. As he admitted defeat, there was a collective gasp among the banquet audience. This Lin Ming, I don't know, but he must have studied some cultivation method that gave him such a bizarre body strength. He was actually able to withstand Chen Kuan's earth-opening staff and retaliate. It's no injustice that Chen Kuan lost. Lin Ming defeated 2 Deep Earth sect masters in a row. Even the direct disciple Chen Kuan lost. After him would be the top 4 or 5 ranked direct disciples. It's impossible for Lin Ming to win. But even so, to win by wearing him down in a battle of attrition would be truly disgraceful. Even after they win, the 5-element region's 6 great sects will still lose face. Just look at the Thunderclap's complexion. At the Thundercrest sect's banquet table, Zhou Lai had a poor complexion. Ever since Lin Ming had said he would challenge the 6 great sects of the 5-element region, he hadn't been able to relax. He wasn't worried that Lin Ming would continuously win. After all, if dozens of Hotian martial artists all challenged a pulse condensation period martial artist, he would eventually slip and be defeated. This was inevitable. Let alone Lin Ming, even the Mu Qinyu of the past would not have been able to do this. What Zhou Lai worried about was the entire situation of the 5-element region's Hotian masters waging a protracted war against a pulse condensation period junior. Once this matter was made known, it would truly be shameful. He couldn't help but glance at Zhou Shaoling. His little sister was actually still eating at this moment, her head nearly in her bowl. Zhou Lai frowned. You're still in the mood to eat. If I don't eat, then what am I going to do here? Zhou Shaoling vaguely muttered as she looked at Lei Zhenzi, puzzled. She had a very bored and tired look in her eyes. Anyway, fights of this level have nothing to do with me, so what about it? Zhou Lai was speechless. He sighed as she said, It's as you said, Lin Ming really won. As Zhou Shaoling swallowed some food, she said, It's not simple for him to lose. Why don't you go up and finish this yourself then? Zhou Lai was exasperated with his little sister. To tell him to go up on stage himself, that was a complete joke. Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing still hadn't moved. Lin Ming had challenged the heroic elites of the 5-element region, but that didn't mean that the other disciples of Divine Phoenix Island would just stand there. Zhou Lai expected that if he or any of the other chief disciples took action, then Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing would come out to meet them. These 2 fellows were very difficult to deal with, especially Mu Dingshan. His cultivation was just a step away from reaching the middle Hotian real. Zhou Lai had to admit that his odds of defeating him were less than half. At that time, things would become a battle between the direct disciples of the sections. Meanwhile, Lin Ming would walk off stage and recover his strength. This was not what Zhou Lai wished to see. Even for Zhou Lai, he couldn't afford to lose or win against this fellow. He could already imagine that if he entered the stage, there would be a rumor spreading throughout the entire 5-element region and South Horizon region that the 5-element region's 6 great sects had collaborated to besiege the 16-year-old Divine Phoenix Island Saint rank talent Lin Ming. Even the chief disciple Zhou Lai had to use the strategy of having several others wear Lin Ming down, and then only managing to barely defeat him. These rumors were unpredictable, especially because those that spread these rumors would embellish many details to bring more attention to their stories. Therefore, no matter how Zhou Lai won, the end result would be that Lin Ming's status and influence would rise. As for his own reputation, he would be extremely discredited in the 5-element region, his face falling to the floor. Zhou Lai didn't want to place himself in this situation. At this time on the stage, Lin Ming had taken a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. In these 2 matches, he had consumed a small bit of his strength. Lin Ming's endurance was amazing. He had an excessively abundant amount of blood vitality, and after he had reached tempering marrow where his blood was like gold soup, Lin Ming's blood vitality was like a massive raging inferno. Such a martial artist that had an extremely blood vitality, even if they fell into the 10,000 layers of the abyss, no ghost of spirit would dare to approach them, or they would instantly be purified. After eating up a pill and revolving the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming rapidly restored the true essence he had consumed. Who wants to be next? Lin Ming's arm pressed against the barrel of his spear, the 9-foot 9-inch heavy profound soft spear proudly displayed. A man and his spear stood with complete pride in the center of the stage, challenging all martial artists from the 6 great sects to meet him. At this time, the only way to describe Lin Ming would be that his heroic spirit soared to the skies. A quarter of an hour ago, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples had been continuously challenged by the 5-element region disciples. All of the junior disciples had gathered, but they were overwhelmed facing against such an endless enemy. But now, with just a few words from Lin Ming, they suddenly all filled with a rapturous pride. At this moment, the image of this solitary figure on stage had etched itself into the hearts of many present. Of course, the reaction of the 5-element region disciples was the complete opposite. F***ck. This kid is too arrogant. He dares to bully my 5-element region? The youths were easily stirred up. Now, with someone challenging them while looking down on them at the same time, how could they sit still? A youth carrying a longsword that was sat near Zhang Yunjian stood up. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, I'll go up and compete against him. The youth was already itching to fight. In the last year, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was looking for a chance to display his newfound strength. Now that Lin Ming had won a series of battles, if he could stop his winning streak, he would surely become famous. Zhang Yunjian nodded. Since the 5-element region had already decided to defeat Lin Ming in a battle of attrition, they should double down on this plan. In any case, their reputation had already fallen. Several days from now, this series of events would spread regardless of what happened. Thus it was best to just send a few of the top direct disciples out and end this farce as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if Lin Ming defeated the next 7 or 8 challengers, that would truly be an ugly sight to behold. He shouldn't have much strength left, just go up and directly defeat him. Zhang Yunjian said. The youth smiled. This boy is dreaming. Does he really think he can keep winning? Not even a chief disciple can accomplish this. I think that this boy wants to become famous so badly that he's gone insane. Since I'm going up, I'll make sure to awaken him from this fanciful dream. As the youth spoke, he leapt on stage. Zhao Yunjian let out a long breath. Even if Lin Ming lost, he would still become famous throughout the entire South Horizon region and 5-element region. His reputation might even compare to that of Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. This was not something that the direct disciples of the 5-element region could compare with. But in the end, Lin Ming was lacking time. This was as far as he came. Although he was able to defeat Chen Kuan, how would he fare against a top direct disciple? He would probably barely be able to win. In the worst case, even if he won, he would still exhaust his strength. If so, how many could he defeat? Storm Valley's Chu Yunfei, I wish to experience just what ability you have to be confident. Chu Yunfei pointed between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the provocation obvious in his voice and actions. Storm Valley's Chu Yunfei was the 4th-ranked direct disciple. It was worth mentioning that he was less than 19 years old and had an astonishing talent. He was considered one of the top 4 heroic storm talents. Because a 4th-ranked direct disciple had entered the stage, after that would be the 3rd and 2nd-ranked direct disciples. And after the top direct disciples were the chief disciples, characters like Zhang Yunjian, by Aoxuan, Zhou Lai, and others. However, Lin Ming also knew that the chief direct disciples were proud and haughty, and would not participate in this group siege. Since these chief disciples aren't going to move, I'll sweep clean the direct disciples of the 6 great sects, and use these battles to consolidate my tempering marrow boundary and enhance my strength. Lin Ming never thought to take the initiative and challenge the 6 chief disciples. He couldn't discern the true strength of these individuals. Although Lin Ming had full confidence in a one-on-one fight, as for fighting several of them in a row, he wasn't arrogant to such a degree. As Lin Ming faced Chu Yunfei on the stage, he took out the heavy profound soft spear. Hee, your winning streak stops here. Chu Yunfei brightly smiled. Without any action at all, the blue sword that was in the scabbard on his back flew out on its own, into his hand. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. This is the concept of wind. Lin Ming instantly realized that the sword was pulled out from the scabbard by wind, then sent to Chu Yunfei's hand. This was a sort of ability that allowed one to control wind. This sort of wind-controlling ability was truly eye-opening. The top-ranked direct disciples of the 5-element region really have their own strength. For the Storm Valley martial artists to comprehend the concept of wind also makes sense. Oh? You saw through it? Not bad. My comprehension of the concept of wind ranks among the top of Storm Valley's younger generation. Chu Yunfei was completely confident in himself. He had broken through to the Hotian realm at 18 years of age, and was also called one of the 4 heroic storm talents. Naturally, he had areas he excelled in. To be defeated under my hands is not an injustice. Chu Yunfei slashed out. His sword speed was fast to the point that only the sword light could be seen. His knees were slightly bent, his body flying, his movements strange. Strong winds formed a whirling blue vortex around him, his figure turning into a series of images. Every sword light turned into a thin light, hiding in the gaps in the air. This true essence was highly compressed but also had a strange attack pattern. It was virtually impossible to defend against. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. He sent out his sense and captured the location of every sword light. Golden rock shattering the void. Under the support of the movement technique, Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. Cha-cha-cha. The floor tiles were torn apart by the sharp sword energy, the cuts smooth like a mirror. Lin Ming was like a fish in water. Every sword light was forced apart by flow like silk, and he danced within the storm of sword energy, seizing every chance to attack. Humph, in terms of speed you cannot compete against me. Chu Yunfei's lips arced up. He flicked his wrists, and the sharp lines of sword energy dissolved into fluttering cotton, fusing into the wind. In that moment, wind swirled up into several vortexes. Several blue tornadoes appeared on the stage, swaying like massive snakes as they closed in on Lin Ming. Chapter 370 Phoenix Wings, Ascending Sky. Chapter 370 Phoenix Wings, Ascending Sky. Chapter 370 U Phoenix Wings, Ascending Sky. 3 blue tornadoes twisted on the stage. Because of their rapid rotation, they issued a keening sound like a saber that was carving ice. Even the floor tiles that were supported by an array formation were grinded to pieces. If one was caught in this wind, their miserable fate could be imagined. These 3 tornadoes were likely sword formations created by wind. The power of the concept of wind lay in its ability to fuse sword and wind. The wind would never disperse. If wind was cut, it would still be wind. And in that wind was contained a sword energy that also wouldn't fade away. The sword energy formed a tornado formation. What a terrifying concept of wind. Chu Yunfei is truly a talent blessed by the heavens. He might have already touched upon the origin of all wind. Truly a rare spectacle. The 4 heroic storm talents truly live up to their outstanding reputation. The sword energy that formed the tornadoes cannot be cut. I wonder how Lin Ming will block this attack. Everyone under the stage watched with shining eyes, waiting to see if Lin Ming would be able to resolve this attack, or if he would lose. When masters exchanged moves using their full strength, it was normal for the winner to be decided in just a few moves. Lin Ming saw the tornadoes formed from sword energy and let out a light breath. This Chu Yunfei's comprehension of the concept of wind might even surpass his own. The 7 great sects of the 5-element region had studied and researched their sole attribute for countless years. It was normal for them to have comprehended the concepts of their various attributes. When Lin Ming had fought Shirhanzhan, his earth essence shield had also contained a shadow of the concept of earth. It was only that he didn't truly understand the concept of earth, so he was unable to realize it. Now that he backed the tenacity that the earth essence shield had displayed when it deformed but still didn't break, Lin Ming realized that this was probably some skill that belonged to the concept of earth. Lin Ming still had a ways to walk on his own path of martial arts. He concentrated on the heretical god seed and began to revolve the true essence within his body. He could already hear the sharp wind edges begin to cut apart his true essence protection. This was the aftermath of the sword energy and wind fusion. Chu Yunfei sneered. True essence is fused into the wind, and the sword energy melts into the wind. The wind is the sword is the wind. If he truly wants to dodge this sword energy, that's only possible if he can dodge the wind itself. Now die. Sword energy erupted, and the 3 tornadoes rushed towards Lin Ming from all angles, wanting to strangle any path of escape. Lin Ming's hair fluttered, his flapping clothes only torn apart by the tornadoes. He quickened the true essence in his body to the extreme, and his hand grasped the heavy profound soft spear. The power of fire that was contained within the heretical god seed suddenly erupted. Hugh! The azure light that covered the heavy profound soft spear faded away. In its place, a blazing fire combusted on the spear, a brilliant red light that shined like the setting sun, causing everyone watching to avert their gaze from such a blinding radiance. What? Chu Yunfei was shocked beyond measure. Dual attribute body? This Lin Ming actually had a rare thunder and fire dual attribute body. He could control thunder and control fire at the same time. No wonder he had been able to enter into the Vermilion Bird faction. In that split second, Chu Yunfei wasn't able to reflect on what was happening. Lin Ming's spear seemed to ignite the void, the heavy profound soft spear billowing with a deep scarlet red as it swept at a tornado. Suddenly, the wind that contained true essence was set on a blazing fire. Lin Ming's spear, to the utter disbelief of Chu Yunfei, broke apart a blue tornado. After sword energy and wind fused together, it couldn't be cut apart. But, if the wind origin energy was burned to nothing, then the sword energy tornado would naturally be broken. At the moment he had cut apart a tornado, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. The power of fire within the heretical god seed seemed endless, as if it were about to explode at any given moment. This is... Lin Ming suddenly realized that this was the result of continuously cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle for 4 months and reaching the 2nd layer. The power of fire had gathered within the heretical god seed, tightly packing within. The qualitative and quantitative changes that had occurred had stirred up a resonance within the heretical god seed. The law formulas of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle flashed across his mind. Lin Ming passed through the gap between the tornadoes, his feet treading upon the golden rock, shattering the void movement technique as he suddenly accelerated. Flames spewed forth, the heretical god seed roared. Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Bright flames soared forth. What Lin Ming had shockingly used was a fire attribute martial skill from the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. A raging fire wound out, a brilliant crimson phoenix spread out its wings from the tip of the heavy profound soft spear and soared out. Chu Yunfei was shocked. He gathered all of the true essence and wind origin energy that hadn't dispersed, cutting down with his sword. Bang! An inferno erupted. Chu Yunfei's hastily slashed sword naturally wasn't able to stop the phoenix wings ascending sky that Lin Ming had gathered his potential to use. The fire origin energy burned away the wind, burned away all. Soon, Chu Yunfei's figure was engulfed in flames. The true essence that protected his body severely trembled, and suddenly broke. Chu Yunfei flew backwards, his hair and clothes singed in countless spots. In that moment, the power of fire had sunk into his meridians, causing him severe internal injuries. The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were shocked. Lin Ming was actually a rare thunder and fire dual attribute martial artist? Not only that, but he had actually studied the core Divine Phoenix Island cultivation methods? Just when did he study it? Some disciples suddenly remembered that just a few days ago, there was an extremely fast ring of fire that had spread out from the parasol tree pavilion. It was like a tornado that suddenly grew, blowing away the leaves of the parasol tree forest. Now that they thought back on it, the center of this ring of fire was the small building 22, where Lin Ming was staying. Without a doubt, the one who had unleashed this ring of fire origin energy was Lin Ming during his cultivation. In order to have this sort of incident, one needed an extremely pure power of fire. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples' minds were still wandering in the clouds, as if they were in a fog. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes widened. She looked to the sky in incredible disbelief, staring at the flames that were still burning. 4 months ago, she had handed the jade slip that contained the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to Lin Ming. And now, he had already reached the stage of perfection. Although this was an extremely fast speed, it wasn't enough to make her lose her calm. But what she found inconceivable was the phoenix wings ascending sky. That was a martial skill that was only found within the second layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But she had only given the jade slip with the second layer to Lin Ming yesterday. In that short time, he had actually learned it. What kind of monstrous learning speed was this? Mu Qianyu's chest was palpitating. At this moment, she met the puzzled eyes of old Lady Yu Huang. "Yuer, what's going on here?" "Honorable Master, Yuer didn't violate the rules of the sect. 4 months ago I had only passed down the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to him. It was only when I obtained Honorable Master's permission yesterday that Yuer gave him the following jade slip as well as some supplementary notes." "You mean that he took only 4 months to fully complete the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, and then used this as the foundation to learn Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky in just a single day?" Mu Yuhuang stared with a charming pair of eyes that were filled with grace, making absolutely sure that Mu Qianyu wasn't making some joke. It should be like that," Mu Qianyu wryly smiled. She felt that her own words held no credibility either. "Honorable Master, even Yuer is inferior to Lin Ming's talent at cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. When I had first passed him the first layer, I had only gone to take a bath, but by the time I returned he had already learnt how to create flame chain." Mu Qianyu had spent an entire day learning how to create flame chains. As for Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky, she had spent over half a month. Mu Qianyu was a 7th grade martial talent, and she also had a 7th grade fire origin fusion compatibility, while also having a body with an inborn vermilion bird bloodline. Compared to her, Mu Yuhuang had spent an even longer time. Mu Yuhuang was well aware what it meant for Lin Ming to have such a terrifying practice speed. Although even Mu Yuhuang found this hard to believe, since Mu Qianyu had said it was so, this couldn't be fake. This Lin Ming. He has a dual attribute physique, his talent is amazing, and he has the perception of a monstrous genius. Not only that, but he has a martial intent, and also controls an Earth-step thunder soul. How can such a person exist in this world? Mu Yuhuang's intuition told her that Lin Ming must have experienced some heaven-defying lucky opportunity. There were countless lucky opportunities that could be found within the Sky Spill continent, and there were many geniuses that had managed to obtain these chances. There were even some people that went from mediocrity to becoming a master overnight. However, Mu Yuhuang carefully analyzed Lin Ming's results, and came to the conclusion that his results weren't necessarily all because of the benefits from some lucky opportunity. His constitution and cultivation could be obtained by some lucky chance, but his perception and martial intent should be an inborn talent. As for that Earth-Step Thunder Soul, Yuer has already told me the complete process of how that happened. It was all because Lin Ming had risked his life in order to obtain it. Luck was a factor, but Lin Ming himself was the most important part. Regardless of anything, Lin Ming himself is a perfect talent. If the heavens have given Lin Ming a lucky chance, then right now the current Lin Ming is also a lucky chance of Divine Phoenix Island. If my Divine Phoenix Island can overcome this South Sea crisis, then my Divine Phoenix Island will truly live in a prosperous time. Mu Yuhuang took a deep breath as she thought to hear. She glanced at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu's eyes weren't moving, it was unknown what she was thinking. On stage, Lin Ming stood with his eyes closed. His thoughts were still immersed in that fleeting moment when he had used Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky, perceiving its insights and letting the fire origin energy freely flow. A moment ago, he had only felt that the fire origin energy within his body had reached an extreme, and he had to vent it out or else he would have been sick. He had a revelation at that moment, and was able to recall the law formula for the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Second Layer's Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky. Then, he was able to smoothly use it without any jerky feeling, as if he had practiced this skill for a long time. The reason that Lin Ming was able to learn the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to such a degree and at such a speed had little to do with his perception. It was almost completely because of the heretical God Seed. With the heretical God Seed, the power of fire within Lin Ming's body was constantly nourished. It was not only extremely powerful, but also extremely obedient. When necessary, it could suddenly erupt from its compressed state, instantly enhancing Lin Ming's strength by a large degree. With such a strong controlling force, cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was naturally much faster and easier. In this match, although he hadn't been able to reach a state where his cultivation was consolidated, it allowed Lin Ming to gain more insights and a deeper understanding of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. If he could lay such a foundation, it would be much easier to practice the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle later. There were many martial skills found within the second layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method. This was also a very timely boon for Lin Ming. Before now, Lin Ming's style of attack had been too singular. Besides flow like silk, he had the Coiling Dragon Steel Needle and Thunder Fire Annihilation. Thunder Fire Annihilation and the Coiling Dragon Steel Needle were both final master move. As for flow like silk, that was not a pure martial skill. Thus, most of the time Lin Ming had used the Foundation Spear technique. For instance, Flood Dragon Goes to Sea, Flowers in the Storm, and so on. When his cultivation had been lower, this was completely sufficient. But now it was increasingly apparent that this was a weakness of his. A battle is really a good way to enhance my strength. The competition at this banquet is actually a really good place to temper myself. Lin Ming thought with some happiness. He swallowed down a pill and relied on his formidable blood vitality to restore his true essence. He held the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands, his clear voice ringing in the air. Who is next? Chapter 371 What Can You Do to Me? Chapter 371 What Can You Do to Me? Chapter 371 What Can You Do to Me? Who is next? Wasn't this just a brazen challenge to them all? This was simply a naked slap to the face. As Lin Ming shouted these words, the faces of the five-element region disciples began to turn blue. Was this boy some invincible Iron Man? He had been in 3 continuous matches and had won all 3, each opponent stronger than the last. But Lin Ming didn't seem to show any signs that he was weakening. Too arrogant, he is far too arrogant. So F***king, so F***king arrogant. A deep earth sect disciple turned red. He had to use 2 continuous curse words to express how angry he was. This is really angering me to death. How come our chief disciples aren't going on stage? Bao Aoxuan, Horian, Zhang Yunjian, or any of them can make this kid eat his own words. As soon as they go up, he'll be defeated. You idiot, once the chief disciples go up, what do you think Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing are going to do? Once that happens, when the chief disciples battle each other, won't that little punk be able to go down and rest? We've had to wear him down in a battle of attrition, but if we let all our efforts be for naught and start again from zero, what will happen to us? Damn, this father is going to go up and ruin this punk's haughty attitude. A disciple stood up, but was instantly pulled down by someone next to him. Don't be dumb. Your strength isn't enough to reach the top 5 direct disciples. If you go up, you're just giving him more chances to show off. Humph. I don't believe his physical strength is so great that he can be fine even through 3 battles. Does he think he's made of iron or something? Even if I can't win, I'll still waste away his strength. As the 6 great sects argued amongst each other, they couldn't help but acknowledge the inconceivable situation that was laid before them. That was that Lin Ming's endurance was beyond terrifying. Although he had consumed true essence after every battle, this slow rate of consumption was simply outrageous to the point of making one's blood boil. It completely emitted a feeling that made one feel hopeless. In 5 full breaths of time, there was actually no one who dared to enter the stage. After Chu Yunfei, who had ranked 4th among the direct disciples of Storm Valley, had been defeated, besides Zhang Yunjian, there were only 2 people that ranked above him. Thus, even if the second-ranked direct disciple went to meet Lin Ming's challenge, even he might not be safe. In a war of attrition, Lin Ming would lose without a doubt. Even a saint-rank talent wouldn't be able to persist through dozens of Hotian masters. But, the crux of the issue was just who would be the cannon fodder. Of the 6 great direct disciples, any of them were in existence that was far more outstanding than Jiang Baoyun. Their arrogance could be imagined. They were characters that valued their own image and pride above all else. Even though this war of attrition was a disgraceful matter, everyone still wished to be the last one who was able to finally defeat Lin Ming and gain fame. How could these arrogant and proud disciples tolerate placing themselves in the position of cannon fodder for others? Ah! Someone hurry and go up. That kid just took some medicine, he's recovering. After 10 breaths of time, some disciples of the 5-element region were beginning to turn green. They were actually challenged and stopped here by a mere 16-year-old boy who had trash-talked them, and yet no one dared to step up. What kind of situation was this? Especially since at this time, the newly converted Lin maniacs of Divine Phoenix Island began to raucously shout. Big Brother Lin, that's my boy. Big Brother Lin, you rock. Big Brother Lin is a true man, a man whose flesh and blood are iron. Lin Ming, you can do it, we believe. Ah, Lin Ming, you sexy beast. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were proud and jubilant. Before this they had been the ones who had been challenged to battle, and they were already stretched too tightly to deal with it. But now, when Lin Ming had challenged the 5-element region disciples to battle, no one dared to appear. There was simply no better feeling in the world. Of course, there were a few disciples like Yen Fuhong that had an increasingly ugly complexion. Their faces had already sunk as far as they could. Yen Fuhong was horrified. He didn't think that he had actually tried to mess with such an abnormal boy. If Lin Ming ever found out, Yan Fuhong dared not to think about what would happen. Just the possibilities already sent shivers running down his spine. Many of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had stepped on their chairs, some stripping their clothes and waving them. This was simply a revival of madness. It had to be known that Divine Phoenix Island disciples were always especially proud and arrogant individuals with a high view of themselves. Especially core disciples. They were the chosen of heaven among all chosen of heaven. The men cared much about their image, much less the women. Any random female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island already had a status that was hundreds of times superior to a country's princess. But now, these young infatuated girls had lost all restraints and disregarded any pride, screaming and crying out at the top of their lungs. Divine Phoenix Island had many female disciples. As these young Lin maniacs wept and moaned and screamed, even some of the other female disciples flushed red. These women were simply devolving into sex-crazed beasts. How could the disciples of the five-element region possibly permit this? To male animals in nature, the most painful affront was to have many other beautiful female animals taken by another male animal, being unable to lift their heads. Although humans often flaunted their wisdom and morals, this sort of animal disposition was etched into their very bones. These were the most basic instincts that were impossible to suppress. The disciples of the five-element region were unable to bear such a massive pressure. A desperate blue-clothed youth stood up, a calm expression in his eyes, like a spirit that was unafraid of walking on death's edge. He walked on stage with resolution, preparing to serve as cannon fodder and bravely face death for the five-element region, becoming a heroic martyr. This self-sacrifice immediately ushered in looks of admiration and sympathy from those around him. The blue-clothed youth had a thought that echoed in his mind. That was that he could die, but he would not die on his knees, and other such sayings. To sacrifice one's life for honor and die as a martyr, for fame and justice, that was a worthy death. Lin Ming was utterly speechless as he watched this idiot stand up. The reason that he had participated in this war of attrition was because he wanted to repay Mu Yuhuang and also to force himself to his limits, and use this chance to enhance his strength. But this fellow that came up was only wasting his time. His cultivation wasn't even at the Hotian realm. However, fortunately a direct disciple of Storm Valley was finally unable to watch such a sad scene and stood up. He was the third-ranked disciple of Storm Valley, Zhan He. He was slightly stronger than Chu Yunfei, but against someone like Lin Ming, he didn't have much confidence in himself. "Brother, which one of us should go up?" The peak pulse condensation martial artist saw Zhan He stand up and asked him, his heart quivering. When he walked on stage, he was finally able to feel the pressure. This was a completely different feeling from the heroic self-sacrifice that clouded his mind earlier. This pressure made him intensely nervous, and as he heard the cheering from both sides, this pressure had reached the extreme. As he faced Lin Ming, who was standing calm and straight on stage, this pressure became a massive oppressive feeling, a crushing aura that he couldn't withstand. He finally understood why, even though there were dozens of Hotian realm disciples, no one had gone up for a full 10 breaths of time. With all the heaven-blessed talents and revolving core elders watching this fight, the pressure to succeed could be imagined. Under such a compelling pressure, every person had to be careful about walking onto the stage. Zhan He looked at this blue-clothed idiot and sighed. He sent a true essence sound transmission, "Go back. In the time that you fight him, he'll recover more energy than you can make him consume." The blue-clothed youth turned green. At the moment that he wasn't sure what to do, Zhan He had walked on stage. "Storm Valley's Zhan He, please advise." Zhan He pulled out his weapon, surprising everyone. This weapon was actually a whip. A whip was much more difficult to use than a spear. Zhan He's whip seemed to be made from twisted animal sinews. The surface of the whip was embellished with a variety of sharp metal features, every one with keen edges and corners. If one was really lashed by this whip, their flesh would be mutilated. This whip was very long, it was around 50 feet. Brandishing it was also very difficult in terms of control. Lin Ming casually waved his spear, and drew a crescent move on the floor with the spear point. "Make your move." Zhan Hua's lips curved up, showing a trace of a sly smirk and also a taunt. Lin Ming frowned. What was this fellow planning? "Boy, consider it bad luck that you met me." As Zhan Hua spoke, he bent his knees and then suddenly leapt upwards. He jumped up? Zhan Hua jumped over 100 feet high, and then his ascending speed began to slow down. When he finally reached the point where he should fall back down, an unexpected event occurred. Zhan Hua opened both arms wide, the clothes around him fluttering in the wind as he stopped in midair. "He's floating." The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were shocked. Besides Storm Valley, the disciples from the other 5-element region sects were also stunned. There were even slight changes in the expressions of some Divine Phoenix Island elders. "Oh, this fellow is quite interesting. Storm Valley truly does produce geniuses that have an amazing comprehension of the concept of wind." Zhan Hua is also one of the 4 heroic storm talents. This weird comprehension of a concept is no worse than Chu Yunfei's. Storm Valley's 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge truly lives up to its reputation. Haha, the sect inheritances are one thing, but this Zhan Hua boy also has very good perception. This sort of flying technique is not something that any Storm Valley disciple can learn. It is an extremely difficult and challenging skill to grasp. In the younger generation, only Zhan Hua has understood this concept utilization. Lin Ming's face revealed a very strange expression. Flying technique. He watched as Zhan Yu swayed in the air. Periodically, a small current of air formed around him. This was a sign of the unstable wind origin energy that he controlled. If this technique was compared to the golden rock shattering the void that Lin Ming cultivated, it had 0 combat value. It could only be described as an extremely shoddy and useless technique. However, Lin Ming was able to understand one matter. For someone below the Xiantian realm to fly was not a big deal at all. The reason that he had hid the secret of golden rock shattering the void was because he feared that this cultivation method would be too shocking and draw in a disaster. However, it seemed as if any heaven-blessed rare talent with good perception would be able to comprehend a flying technique from the concept of wind. Now he no longer needed to hide this. He had already revealed some secrets that had caused others to believe he had a monstrous perception. Even if he revealed his comprehension of the concept of wind, it shouldn't be too shocking. No one should suspect anything. If one could freely use golden rock shattering the void, it was possible to suddenly change directions in midair. If this skill was used in combat, it would be very difficult to guard against. At this time, Zhan Hua had already flown more than 200 feet high. There was only a palm-sized shadow left from him on the ground. He cunningly smiled, and then loudly said, "Lin Ming, in this battle I am now in an invincible position. Just what can you do to me?" Zhan Hua was smart. He realized that he wasn't a direct match for Lin Ming, so he used his flying technique to float in the air. Then, he could use the superior length of his whip to attack. With the addition of his true essence fused into the wind, he would have an advantage in long-distance attacks, and slowly consume Lin Ming's energy. With this, if the fight continued, even if he eventually lost, he would have used up all of Lin Ming's energy, and he wouldn't have the ability to fight any longer. Lin Ming could only passively be beaten by him. Although a martial artist was able to jump 200 feet high, by the time they did, they would have already lost their striking strength and velocity. At that time, all Zhan Hua had to do was move away from Lin Ming's jumping trajectory, calmly dodging him. Chapter 372 Spear Dancing in the Clouds. Chapter 372 Spear Dancing in the Clouds. Chapter 372 Spear Dancing in the Clouds. Zhan He proudly floated 200 feet in the air, a smug smile crossing his lips. The art of war says that those with the higher ground occupy the overwhelming advantage. Lin Ming, you have already lost. The truth was that Zhan He was hoping Lin Ming would jump into the air and fight with him. For any martial artist below the Xiantian realm, they would not be able to find leverage in the air. Thus, they naturally wouldn't be able to block his attack. At that time, Lin Ming would lose all of his jumping momentum and be at his weakest point. Also, he wouldn't be able to dodge any attacks, becoming nothing but an easy target. If Lin Ming dared to jump up, that was the same as putting his face out so that Zhan He could slap him. This was what Zhan He wished for. What a bastard! A divine Phoenix Island disciple openly denounced him. There were many other disciples that wished they could take the dishes and bowls on the table and throw them at Zhan He in the air. What a cheap and shameless method! Is this the way you fight? Are you 5-element region disciples turtles or something? If you've got the guts, come down and fight. This person doesn't care about face at all. So shameless. The young girls of Divine Phoenix Island made a simple judgment. The 5-element region disciples also had an ugly look. But as they remembered how Lin Ming had just stood there challenging them a moment ago, some calmed down and some grit their teeth in anger. They didn't want to be belittled and impeded by Lin Ming. As long as they could defeat Lin Ming, any immoral and ignominious act would be permitted. As for Zhan He, he turned a deaf ear to the jeers from the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. In every true battle since ancient times, as long as a tactic won, that was the only measure that mattered. Lin Ming, just stand there and be beaten by me. I'll lash you to death. Watch my whip. Zhan He moved. True essence stirred within his entire body, and a blue light wrapped around his silver whip. There was a sharp sound as if the sky was split in half by the whip. The 50-foot-long whip naturally couldn't reach Lin Ming, but Zhan He had incorporated the concept of wind into his every attack. With the whip shades fused into the wind, it was simply unpredictable. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Dozens of whip phantoms slashed downwards, the silver metal mixed with a blue light brightening the sky. The thin lines of blue energy wove together, cutting apart the entire stage's tiles like a sharp knife, leaving deep scars. Lin Ming covered his body with azure true essence. Even moving, he was still struck by some true essence from the whip phantoms. He could instantly feel a faint icy energy contained within the whip phantoms that drilled into his body like a poisonous snake. This energy also contained a light corrosive nature, melting away the true essence in his body. Even though the power of the true dragon was endless and immortal, it still required a great deal of energy to counteract. Ka. A large hole was ripped in Lin Ming's clothing. The whip contains an icy energy that can pass through my protective true essence. What a bizarre attack method. The world is truly great, so many fantastic individuals exist. With the whip phantoms fused into the wind, one could manipulate the thousands of whip phantoms to simultaneously attack. One could even change attack directions at will. This was truly a breathtaking technique. Lin Ming was interested in studying this technique and having a little match with Zhan He to gain some insight. But now he had consumed a bit too much true essence. If he really wanted to have an extended match with Zhan He, he wouldn't have the ability to fight a chief disciple once they appeared. Although a chief disciple was arrogant and treasured their own pride, if he continued winning, they would definitely challenge him. Haha, Lin Ming, are you only planning on hiding? You're just like a rat in the street getting smacked around. Good. Since you want to hide, then I'll turn your clothes into rags. When you're finally naked, let's see just how you'll continue hiding. Zhan He was deliberately angering Lin Ming. It seemed that the disciples of the 5-element region really liked to use this approach. Lin Ming realized that since Zhan He was in the air and also attacking while maintaining his flying technique, His true essence consumption was much greater than his own. Zhang Hua's plan must have been to anger him so that he would jump into the air on his own. If he did that, Zhang Hua would have a great advantage. Before a martial artist reached the Xiantian realm, they would minimize any unnecessary jumping as to avoid any opportunity of being aimed at. This was a common-sense approach that even martial artists at the strength training or viscera training stage knew. As for jumping dozens of feet, that was simply a suicidal attack that only an idiot would try. Initially, when Huagong had tried to assassinate Lin Ming in the skies of the southern wilderness, because he had engaged Lin Ming in the sky, there was no place for him to leverage his strength. The result was that a high and mighty half-step Houtian master had been severely wounded by the altering muscle cultivation Lin Ming. Afterwards, he was even killed. Of course, Lin Ming was an exception to this rule. The air was his grand stage. Since you want to anger me so much, it will be as you wish. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile, and he waved his long spear. His knees bent down, and he prepared to jump high. Zhou Lai realized what Lin Ming was about to do, surprised in his eyes. He sneered, saying with disdain, "If he jumps then he will lose." Facing Zhang Hua's roguish fighting style, the only way to deal with him was to compare consumption of energy with him. Since Zhang Hua was in the air, his true essence consumption must be much higher than Lin Ming's. Once Zhang Hua's true essence was fully exhausted, it would be Lin Ming's victory. Of course, Lin Ming would also consume a corresponding amount of true essence, but it was still better than being defeated. Jumping up into the air was tantamount to stepping into Zhang Hua's home turf. When that happened, Lin Ming would only be a target, there was nowhere for him to find leverage to counterattack. If he couldn't find a way to defend or dodge, he would undoubtedly lose. Mu Yuhuang furrowed her eyebrows. Although she only knew Lin Ming for a short time, she could still feel that Lin Ming wasn't an impulsive character. He was courageous, but not blindly so. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain the purple flood dragon divine thunder within Thundercrash Mountain. So why was he jumping into the air? Did he have some backup plan? Mu Yuhuang glanced at Mu Qinyu and saw that she was looking unsure too. They no longer spoke, instead turning their full attention to the match. Peng! The stage tiles that Lin Ming stepped on burst apart. Lin Ming shot upwards into the sky like an arrow. "Ha ha, you're seeking death, boy." Zhang Hua raised his right hand and slashed out with his whip. This whip produced a wave of whip phantoms, converging on Lin Ming from all sides. This was just like a massive hive of bees coming at him. He would be ripped to shreds. In a moment, Lin Ming would smash into this inescapable net. Lin Ming will lose. Zhang Yunjian's eyebrows rose and he shook his head. Lin Ming was too eager to win, leading to his loss. He hadn't expected that the five-element region would win in such a manner. Still, in the end they won. The five-element region disciple's eyes lit up. This idiot had actually jumped up of his own volition, running himself into an attack. Against such a dense and terrifying attack, one would be severely wounded after being stuck. But in such a match, once one was injured like this, it was the same as losing. The five-element region disciples were elated. This palpable joyful feeling revealed itself in their words and actions. "You small fry, let's see how you'll challenge anyone again. What kind of act are you going to show now? What goes up must come down, you will pay the price for your rampant arrogance. Go die, you idiot." At this moment, Lin Ming didn't know that these five-element region disciples had assumed they had won and were cursing him. Of course, in that split second, these curses were only in their hearts. Before they had even spoken halfway, Lin Ming had already run into the endless whip phantoms. All of the whip phantoms converged from all directions. From the audience's perspective, they could clearly see that all of these whip phantoms that covered the heavens formed a dome. And in the center of this deadly dome was Lin Ming. The dome of whip phantoms began to shrink at an alarming rate. As for Lin Ming, he rushed into the center. Lin Ming was about to run into this concentrated attack. Even if he had thick true essence that protected his body, he would still be bombarded by so many attacks and severely wounded. As all of the whip phantoms converged onto a single point, Lin Ming suddenly dropped. His speed approached an extreme, and all that was left was an afterimage. Bang! With a fierce explosion, blue air currents surged in all directions. But Lin Ming was like a swift bird that flew out from the storm. As soon as he dropped, he flashed forward at an incredible speed, crossing the air in a half-arc and bypassing this massive explosion. With his long spear in hand, he stabbed towards Zhang Hua from behind. At this time, Zhang Hua was watching the brilliant rainbow energy that was produced from the explosion, a happy smile on his lips. He didn't think that he would win so easily. This Lin Ming was nothing but a mediocre simpleton in the end. Although he was brawny, he couldn't handle the provocation and had jumped up like the idiot he was to die. But he wouldn't be killed in a terrifying explosion like this, right? If he had really died like this, that wouldn't be fun. It was best if he became a complete cripple, or at least if several of his meridians were destroyed. Maybe he could even win some true essence stones to spend. As Zhang Hua thought that he had completed his mission and was preparing to come down, he suddenly felt a horrific fire origin energy stirring behind him. The sound of a roaring flame reached the back of his ears. Zhang Hua turned around. To his horror, he saw a fiery crimson phoenix flying towards him, growing larger. It had already flooded his entire field of vision. Lin Ming held his long spear, the spear point directed at him, spear dancing in the clouds. Flames roared forth, reaching the heavens. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Bang! The massive inferno explosion produced a sound like a clarion phoenix cry, echoing throughout the world. Zhang Hua's body was suddenly engulfed in this blazing flare. As the explosion of fire passed, a shockwave of true essence blew out. Zhang Hua was like a dead fish, falling straight down from the sky. The situation had changed too fast. This was completely unexpected. Many of the 5-element region disciples that were cursing and making nasty comments suddenly had their words die in their throat. Their arrogant and prideful expressions froze on their faces, utter disbelief clouding over them. How was this possible? What just happened? Lin Ming's speed was too fast. In addition, because of the cover of the explosion of fire, only a few people were able to clearly see Lin Ming's movements. He had changed direction in midair. Not only that, but it was completely sudden and he had done so twice. Such agility and deft movement was totally alarming. Even the Xiantian masters present gasped. Although they could fly, their movements in the air were inferior to their movements on ground. But Lin Ming's speed and ability to change angles in the air caused them to feel utter shame. Especially the many masters of Storm Valley. They all had expressions like they had seen a ghost. This was absolutely the concept of wind. When had Lin Ming comprehended the concept of wind? And it was even more profound and wonderful than the concept of wind from Storm Valley. In comparison, Zhou Hua's flying technique was nothing but a joke. Chapter 373 Legend of the Saintess. Chapter 373 Legend of the Saintess. Chapter 373 A Legend of the Saintess. A flying technique was a very peculiar utilization of a concept's comprehension. Not every disciple of Storm Valley was able to learn it. It had extremely high requirements of skill and perception, and usually within an entire generation, there would only be 1 or 2 people that were able to comprehend it. Zhang Hua's flying technique was already considered very good. It was just that his speed wasn't too fast, and it was impossible for him to hurry. In terms of combat potential, it was best used in the manner that Zhang Hua had just displayed, using crafty guerrilla tactics. But Lin Ming's flying technique was clearly usable in actual combat. In the air he was swift and agile, and he had completed 3 consecutive changes in direction. In just a breath of time, he had managed to completely dodge the terrifying explosion, soaring away in an arc. This left a deep image in everyone's mind. Such flexible speed was not much inferior than a martial artist on the ground. How had he managed to comprehend such a powerful concept? Within the knowledge of Sky Spill Continent, something like a concept could only be realized by oneself. One had to comprehend it based on their own individual perception. If Lin Ming was a wind attribute martial artist and was exposed to wind origin energy every day, and also practiced a wind attribute cultivation method, everyone would just be able to accept this. But Lin Ming was a dual thunder and fire martial artist, so how was he able to achieve such a high level of understanding of the concept of wind? It even overshadowed the disciples of Storm Valley. The Storm Valley people looked extremely depressed. The blue-clothed elder that led them there had a pathetic, heartbroken expression. He felt like he was a normal chess player who was matched up against a chess master. He had thought he had won, and now everything was crumbling before him. In the presence of so many people, where would Storm Valley recover its face? Just where had this Lin Ming boy come from? How could someone with such a high perception exist? In Divine Phoenix Island's seat of honor, Mu Yu Huang was taking a deep breath, her eyes shut, digesting the scene from just now. Within a single night, he was able to learn Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky. He wasn't a wind attribute martial artist, yet he was able to comprehend the concept of wind. Not only that, but his attainments in the concept of wind even surpassed the disciples of Storm Valley. Lin Ming's perception had already completely surpassed the scope of her understanding. Mu Yu Huang couldn't really believe that there was a youth that had such a terrifying degree of perception. Lin Ming must have experienced many lucky opportunities. But what was undeniable was that his perception was truly outstanding. This included his heart, mind, talent, persistence. In a few words to describe him, he was simply a man who lived for the martial path. Am I witnessing the rise of a peerless emperor? Mu Yu Huang muttered to herself. She wasn't really excited. Instead, it was better to say that she was disturbed. If Lin Ming was an ordinary saint-rank talent that would stop at the revolving core realm in the future, Mu Yu Huang would be incomparably happy. But, if there was a chance that he would become an almighty peerless emperor, that was an outcome that caused her to worry. The birth of a supreme elder required the accumulation of destiny. Not only the destiny of that genius but also the destiny of a sect. When such a character was born within a sect, it was no different than a very difficult childbirth. In order to birth one, it would require a massive twist of destiny. Some sects might not be able to bear this. To them, when such a monstrous earth-shattering genius appeared, it was not luck. Instead, it was the greatest of all disasters. This sounded absurd, but history had already repeatedly probed this point. A future peerless emperor would often live an extraordinary life from the time they were young. As a youth, they would cause great storms in the world, stirring wars and world-changing events. Causing a vast loss of life was nothing surprising. Some sects that were insufficient in their heritage would often disintegrate within such a storm. But, because these peerless emperors were often influenced by the luck of their destiny, they would escape from the jaws of death, continuing in the world on their path to becoming a peerless emperor. Does Divine Phoenix Island have such a heritage? Mu Yu Huang was not able to answer this question. If they did, Divine Phoenix Island might be able to fly into the future with endless prosperity, becoming a fifth-grade sect, or even becoming one of the few holy lands within the entire Sky Spill continent. It had to be known that a peerless emperor hadn't been born within the Sky Spill continent for thousands of years. Mu Yu Huang had no idea how many of these powerhouses were left in the Sky Spill continent. Most of them were secretive, hidden masters that were rarely seen. Perhaps most of them had already flown up into the realm of the gods. But, if Divine Phoenix Island was found to be lacking, Mu Yuhuang let out a loose breath, her mind in chaos. 27 years ago, the twin sisters Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun had been born into this world. They each had the respective vermilion bird and blue Luan bloodlines. They were 7th-grade martial talents that also had a 7th-grade fire and ice origin energy fusion compatibility. A blessing like the appearance of these twin babies had never occurred within the entire history of Divine Phoenix Island. Now Divine Phoenix Island was facing a powerful enemy in the South Sea Demon region. But the 5-element region's 6 sects actually wanted to take this chance to loot them. Divine Phoenix Island was in a truly precarious and dangerous situation. But at this time, Lin Ming appeared. This tumultuous event was like a dense fog that covered Mu Yuhuang's eyes, giving her a sense of confusion. She was unable to predict what the future of Divine Phoenix Island would be like. Everything in this world has a destiny. The heavens give nothing but danger. If I act wrongly, there will be disaster. My Divine Phoenix Island stands at the crux of destruction and glory. If I hesitate in my actions, then I fear that the day of our doom is not too far away. Perhaps Lin Ming was a chance that the heavens bestowed upon Divine Phoenix Island. If they did not receive this chance, it might instead become a calamity. After a long time, Mu Yuhuang opened her eyes and looked at Mu Qianyu. She calmly said, after this banquet competition ends, I will receive Lin Ming as my official disciple. At that time he will be your junior apprentice brother. Make sure that you guide him well. Mu Qianyu was stunned. She happily said, I was planning on it even if Master didn't say so. As Zhan Hua fell, he was received by Storm Valley martial artists who jumped up to grab him. Otherwise, if he fell from 200 feet in the air, he would be severely wounded. After assessing Zhan Hua's situation and seeing that he was only burned and not too injured, Zhan Yunjian calmed down. He turned to the blue-clothed old man from Storm Valley and said, Uncle Master, Zhan Hua is already the 3rd-ranked master of my Storm Valley's younger generation. He had used every means, even shameless means to win, but was still defeated. Next would probably be the 2nd-ranked direct disciples of the 6 great sections. If they cannot win, I will personally challenge him. You want to challenge him? Yes. But we must first fight Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing. A 6 against those 3. First we will fight Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing so that Lin Ming can restore his strength. I don't wish to take advantage of others when they are vulnerable. The blue-clothed old man traced his beard and then sighed, shaking his head, his heart filled with emotion. Divine Phoenix Island has a great destiny approaching them. This Lin Ming is a dragon in a deep pool. With 2 more phoenixes added together, I have no idea what this will mean for the future of the South Horizon region and the 5-element region. After defeating Zhan Hua, Lin Ming ate a true essence supplementing pill. A pill wasn't a cure for everything. The true essence from this pill was different from the true essence that one saved up. Eating too many would ultimately affect one's strength. Lin Ming hadn't even called out a challenge yet when a man stood up on his own. He was from the Golden Bell Mountain Table area, and wore a loose golden robe. He was bald, and looked like a monk from a secluded monastery. Golden Bell Mountains, Shaoqi, 20 years old. Please advise. The golden-robed youth's words and actions gave off a very stable and safe feeling. Lin Ming's pupils narrowed, Middle Hotian realm. The 5-element region's 6 chief disciples all had cultivations at the top of the early Hotian realm. But none of them were truly at the Middle Hotian realm. Yet this current youth, though he was not a chief disciple, was actually at the Middle Hotian realm. That's senior apprentice brother Xiao, the elder disciple from Golden Bell Mountain. Hey, a heavyweight finally came out. He is the elder brother of Golden Bell Mountain, and has already been famous for a long time. This man's fame was like the shadow of a tree. When Shaoqi was 17, he had already become known throughout the region. When he was 19 years old, he became the top-ranked direct disciple of Golden Bell Mountain. His talent was a bit lacking, thus he wasn't able to become the chief disciple of Golden Bell Mountain. But no one doubted his strength. Within the younger generation, Shao-Chi was the same as an elder senior apprentice brother. It could be said that within all of the non-chief disciples of the 5-element region's 6 sects, Shao-Chi was ranked at the top. Haha, senior apprentice brother Shao also entered the stage. With senior apprentice brother Shao here, Lin Ming will be nothing but a grasshopper jumping around. No matter how many matches Lin Ming won, the Golden Bell Mountain disciples all believed with their hearts that their elder senior apprentice brother would be able to sweep him away. Senior apprentice brother Shao, you can do it! As if they were trying to overwhelm the cries from the Divine Phoenix Island disciples, the Golden Bell Mountain disciples began to raucously scream and shout. On the stage, Shao-Chi had a calm and serene expression. He didn't respond to the cries from the 5-element region disciples. Instead, he smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. In a few more months, I will be 21 years old. This banquet competition will probably be the last event that I participate in with my status as a junior. Originally, I had wanted to challenge Mu Dingshan. Even though I'm weaker, I wanted to have a fair and honorable match against him. However, I didn't think that my last battle would be against you. Not only that, but I'm taking advantage of you in a vulnerable situation. Really, this act is truly without integrity. As Shao-Chi spoke, he shook his head, laughing at himself. According to the customs of the large sects, one would no longer be a junior of the younger generation once they reached 21 years of age. Since Shao-Chi had long been famous, he was a figure that many of his younger juniors looked up to. Naturally, he attached a great importance to his own character and reputation. Yet now, he was forced to battle against Lin Ming. But now that he was in this situation, he would stand up and face it. My talent is low, but I am taking advantage of my age to be in a superior position. Below the 5-element region's 6 chief disciples, I am confident that I will not lose to anyone. If you can defeat me, then you have obtained the qualifications to challenge the chief disciples. But don't look at the chief disciples' cultivations. Even though they are inferior to me in cultivation, their strength actually surpasses me by a great deal. A chief disciple had always been raised to become the next successor of the sect. These 4th-grade sects had pooled all of their resources to train a single chief disciple. Naturally, the strength of other disciples couldn't compare to them. Thank you for the advice. Now, make your move. Lin Ming had a very good impression of this Shao-Chi character. He truly was strong, and would be a very formidable opponent, especially since Lin Ming wasn't in his top condition. Then Lin Ming was surprised as he saw Shao-Chi take out a long spear from his spatial ring. The spear shaft was a deep gold, 9 feet long, with another 9-inch-long spearhead. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Shao-Chi actually used a spear. As Lin Ming and Shao-Chi stood across each other on the stage, within the Thundercrest section of the banquet, a pale youth was sitting, his hands folded against his chest. He had a hint of a smile on his face, and between his eyebrows was a light ivory mark. Limitless, why are you smiling? Zhou Lai frowned. He didn't like this mysterious and powerful junior apprentice brother. Whenever he smiled, Zhou Lai could feel that there was a sinister and dark intent behind it. I just had a sudden idea. I was wondering if I could be like Lin Ming, and challenge all the masters of the South Horizon region, including Divine Phoenix Island. How would that be like? You want to challenge the geniuses of the South Horizon region? Zhou Lai didn't think much of this, but Lei Jingtian was actually surprised. What for? The pale youth traced his chin. He watched Mu Qianyu from afar, darkly saying, I just remembered a legend about Divine Phoenix Island's saintess. It's quite interesting. Chapter 374 Metal Essence. Chapter 374 Metal Essence. Chapter 374 Metal Essence. The pale youth traced his chin. He watched Mu Qinyu from afar, darkly saying, I just remembered a legend about Divine Phoenix Island Saintess. It's quite interesting. Legend of the Saintess? What legend? Lei Jingtian seemed to remember something, but he wasn't sure of himself. Zhou Lai's ears pricked up to listen. But what happened next left him speechless. His junior apprentice brother bluntly said, I saw some ancient texts that were found within the South Sea about Divine Phoenix Island. The legend was. As he spoke to hear, the conversation immediately switched to true essence sound transmission. This caused Zhou Lai to be extremely morose. He had been suffering because of this fellow recently, it was like he was acting against him. This pale fellow was truly abhorrent. He didn't know what was going on. It seemed as if this punk knew many matters about many things. Zhou Lai simply didn't know where he had read and heard about so many events. As Zhou Lai was daydreaming, the pale youth finished speaking. Lei Jingtian rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Then, the pale youth said to Zhou Lai, Go challenge Lin Ming afterwards. If Mu Dingshan or Mu Shaoqing come up, I'll deal with them. It's enough for you to fight Lin Ming. This command made Zhou Lai very uncomfortable. He really didn't want to answer him, but apparently this was also the intent of his master, so he could only agree. At this moment, on stage, Lin Ming looked at the long spear in Shao Qi's hand. He had used the heavy profound soft spear for a long time, so he was able to determine that the spear in Shao Qi's hand was 9 feet 9 inches, the exact same as the heavy profound soft spear. This spear was an entirely gold color all over. He had no idea what material the spear shaft was made of. It was like metal, but it was also very flexible. Lin Ming saw Shao Qi shake his spear, and the spear trembled, creating a large flowery image. This spear's elastic properties were much better than the heavy profound soft spears. This was a low-grade earth-step treasure spear. No, perhaps it was even a medium-grade earth-step treasure spear. Lin Ming was surprised to discover that he wasn't able to actually determine the grade of this spear. He suspected that it was a medium-grade earth-step flexible spear. But to forge such a high-grade flexible spear from metal was not something an ordinary refining master could do. Shao Qi noticed the look in Lin Ming's eyes. He was very familiar with this look. When a martial artist saw a weapon that they liked, they would often reveal this expression. He smiled as he said, Lin Ming, are you sure that you want to use that heavy profound soft spear? I noticed that in every match you've had to separate some of your true essence to protect your spear, causing your combat strength to be reduced. If you like, I can lend you a spear. With Shao Qi's eyesight, he was naturally able to see what material Lin Ming's spear was made from. It was heavy profound soft silver. To mortals, this was a rare and priceless material, but in a large sect, it was no different than common iron. Lin Ming's eyebrows rose. You have many earth-step treasure spears. Shao Qi smiled. Correct. My Golden Bell Mountain is the greatest refiner faction within the entire 5-element region. Within the entire area of several million miles, the best refining masters are all located within my Golden Bell Mountain. Especially spear refining masters. There are countless numbers of them at Golden Bell Mountain, and that is because the main weapon of my Golden Bell Mountain is the spear. Lin Ming's eyes shined. A sect whose main weapon was the spear. Spear, pikes, halberds, lances, the most charming of these is of course the spear. The spear is the king of 100 soldiers, and the best spear refining masters are those revolving core masters who are proficient with metal origin energy, and have also comprehended the concept of metal. Only then can one create the best possible flexible spear. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Concept of metal. To create a spear using the concept of metal, just what kind of approach was this? Of the 5-element region's 7 great sects, each sect was extremely proficient in their correlated elements, and also had an extremely high comprehension of that element's concept. The concept of metal, in addition to the top metal materials of Golden Bell Mountain, could allow an originally hard metal to turn into soft and flexible steel. Perhaps this level of skill could only be achieved once one understood the concept of metal and also comprehended the laws that governed the structure of metal. In addition, they were all metal attribute martial artists. The quality of the spears they forged could be imagined. This world truly has capable geniuses being born every moment. How laughable that I used to think that metal could never be used to create a top-quality spear. It seems that I was nothing but a frog in a well. If there was really a peerless emperor refining master, even creating a heaven-step flexible treasure spear from metal might not be too difficult. As Lin Ming thought this, he radiantly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Shao, we shall be friends over wine, but opponents on the field. Today on this stage I have continuously defeated 4 opponents. However, this match with you is the one that I am most looking forward to. I'll be honest with Brother Shao. Before now I have never fought against an opponent that used a spear. Haha, I just happen to be the opposite. Ever since I was child, all of the martial artists around me used spears. I only practiced spear play, and only looked at pictures of spears. But even though I've done so for 20 years, I still haven't had enough." Junior apprentice Brother Lin spoke well. "The chance for me to fight you in a fair match is extremely rare. Without accident, I won't have an opportunity to fight Junior apprentice Brother Lin again in the future. In this match, I will also put forth everything I have." As Shao Qi spoke, he lifted his right hand, a golden light flashing in his palm. A moment later, that golden light condensed into a golden metallic liquid, as if it were liquid gold. Lin Ming probed with his sense, and was able to feel an extremely pure and strong metal origin energy coming from that golden liquid. Metal essence. It is the same as a flame essence, a spiritual existence of the world. This metal essence is bred from within heavenly materials, or at least earth-step treasures. After all sorts of rigorous and difficult conditions are met, it will finally be born if there is a heaven-defying lucky coincidence. If I relied on this metal essence, I could use it to create my life's treasure weapon. Of course, I don't have this ability, but it is still a possibility." Shao Qi placed the metal essence in his palm on the spear shaft. Then, an incredible scene took place. The metal essence seemed to be alive as it spread along the spear. A moment later, the entire spear was covered. The metal essence had even seeped within. After that, Shao Qi's spear was officially upgraded to a medium-grade earth-step treasure. Not only that, but it was a top medium-grade earth-step treasure. Lin Ming was shocked. Metal essence could actually enhance a treasure by a single grade. It had to be known that a medium-grade earth-step treasure was able to tempt the heart of revolving core powerhouses. As for a high-grade earth-step treasure, that was enough to cause revolving core masters to go into a maddened frenzy. Flame essence, metal essence, water essence, and so on, along with wind souls and thunder souls, each and every kind of these spiritual existences that their own unique functions. The strange and magical things of this world could always cause one to fill with a sense of astonishment, novelty, and shock. If he could obtain his own metal essence and fuse it into the purple comet spear with a special technique, just what would happen then? Could his purple comet spear become a heaven-step treasure? Thinking this, Lin Ming was at first excited, then he immediately shook his head, ruefully smiling. Heaven-step treasures were mostly weapons that only a peerless emperor could qualify to use. If he wanted to have his purple comet spear become a heaven-step treasure, he would most likely need a similar heaven-step metal essence. This was no easy matter at all. However, even if he had a low-grade metal essence to use, it would still be able to greatly improve the quality of the purple comet spear. The majority of the purple comet spear's weight was concentrated in the spearhead. The spear shaft itself was too light. Not only that, but the violet electricity spirit bamboo also lacked a sense of texture. There were many faults that could be found within this spear. Lin Ming, let me ask you again, are you sure you want to use that heavy profound soft spear? I can lend you a low-grade earth step treasure spear. Although the quality might be too great, at least it will still be better than your spear by a great margin. Shao Qi asked again. He had a magnanimous and generous disposition, truly a man worth knowing. He did not take advantage of someone when they were in a helpless situation, and had the aura of a true gentleman. However, the five-element region disciples weren't feeling too well about Shao Qi's actions. Of course, because it was Shao Qi, no one dared to loudly oppose him. They could only privately whisper to each other. Is there a mistake? He wants to lend this fellow a spear? He's already running so rampant with such a garbage spear. Just what will happen if he has a better spear? Isn't senior apprentice brother Shao just shooting us in the feet? These divine Phoenix Island bugs obviously have no one capable of forging spears. But what would happen if they learn how to forge spears from Golden Bell Mountain's spears? Senior apprentice brother Shao is too reckless. How can he give someone like this away? Although this five-element region disciples spoke in hushed tones, Lin Ming had extremely good hearing, and was able to listen to everything with extreme clarity. Lin Ming simply didn't care for this nonsense talk. He cupped his hands across his chest, bowing to Shao Qi as he said, "Before now, the four opponents that I continuously defeated were either scum or villains. When I first met Brother Shao, I felt like I was meeting up with an old friend. Good friends drink wine together. Naturally, the best wine and the best wares must be brought out. Only then can a truly hearty time be had. Since we are facing against each other, I will not be stingy in my actions." As Lin Ming spoke, he put away the heavy profound soft spear, and slowly extracted the purple comet spear from his spatial ring. Shao Qi was a man who truly understood the spear. Lin Ming would need him to appraise this spear, how to join a metal essence to it, and just what type of metal essence would be the best. And another reason that Lin Ming had taken out his purple comet spear was to fight in his top condition, and use this match to increase his own understanding of spear technique. Until now, his spear skills were limited to the foundation spear technique. Golden Bell Mountain had thousands of years of accumulated spear technique. Towards such a heritage, Lin Ming naturally had an extremely vibrant yearning. The purple comet spear appeared, a purple light radiating outwards. Within the deep purple spear shaft, one could faintly see 9 bamboo nodes. Between the deep purple, there were also countless dense red lines, just like blood vessels that ran through it. This was what was left behind from the sacred flame parasol tree after it was blended into the violet electricity spirit bamboo. The spearhead was 8 inches long with a high ridge and thin edge, and an icy cold emitting from it. It was forged from the fusion of profound thunderstone, crystallized vermilion bird flames, and purple comet. All of these materials were priceless treasures. Lin Ming hadn't infused the spear with true essence, but the entire spear shined with a faint touch of thunder and fire, causing the air around it to slightly tremble. It was like an unrivaled divine weapon had appeared, slaughtering the world. Seeing this dazzling spear light, Shao Qi suddenly froze, his heart full of wonder. This spear was actually a top high-grade earth step treasure. The spearhead is made from purple comet? But also purple comet that was refined? Shao Qi found this hard to believe. Purple comet was a top-quality metal that was good enough to create a heaven-step treasure. Besides his Golden Bell Mountain, there were actually others capable of refining purple comet. He didn't know what material the spear shaft was made from, but looking at the vast inherent power of thunder and fire, it was an inestimable top-quality material. Lin Ming just happened to have a dual thunder and fire attribute body. Could this treasure spear possibly have been especially forged for his unique body? Thinking this, Shao Qi gasped. Just who had forged this spear? Everyone present naturally had an extraordinary breadth of experience. When Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear, it instantly became the focus of the audience. This was a top high-grade Earth-step treasure spear. It was something that even revolving core masters would go crazy with jealousy over. Chapter 375 Spear Potential. Chapter 375 Spear Potential. Chapter 375 Spear Potential. A 5-element region disciple was already hypothesizing, if I'm not wrong, that's a high-grade Earth-step treasure. Not only that, but at the top of its level. How could this weapon be given to a little pulse condensation boy to use? This is a weapon that an almighty revolving core elder should use. In fact, not every revolving core master would be able to have one. The spearhead is made of purple comet, but what is the spear shaft made from? Why does it contain such strong thunder and fire origin energy? The spear shaft is violet electricity spirit bamboo, and it looks no less than 10,000 years old. Profound thunderstone is also fused into the spearhead. This was said by some Thundercrest sect disciples. They were very familiar with all sorts of mystical thunder attribute materials. Naturally, they understood what it was. Not only is there violet electricity spirit bamboo, but there is also sacred flame parasol tree within it. It too looks no less than 10,000 years old. It's divided into threads and integrated into the violet electricity spirit bamboo. The one who spoke was a Sunfire sect disciple. In terms of their understanding of fire attribute wood materials, their understanding even went beyond Divine Phoenix Islands. The spearhead also has crystallized vermilion bird flame. There were many experts present that had a great knowledge of thunder and fire attribute materials. Also, since Lin Ming knew that he would be exposing this spear in battle soon, he didn't activate the array formation that Ancestor Qi Yen had left behind to conceal the spear. Thus, after just a short period of time, the audience was able to decipher every material that was used to forge the purple comet spear. Refined purple comet, profound thunderstone, 10,000-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo, 10,000-year-old sacred flame parasol tree, crystallized vermilion bird flame essence. Of these materials, any one of them would be top-quality materials. It was rare enough that everyone stood dumbfounded, staring in shock. With so many precious and rare materials gathered together, in addition to it being forged by a top refining master, the quality of this spear almost caught up to a heaven-step treasure. With such a treasure in front of them, many revolving core masters couldn't remain calm. In the Golden Bell Mountain banquet area, 2 elders looked at this spear, an amazing look of acclaim on their faces. In the path of refining, there are many roads. My Golden Bell Mountain understands metal refining to an exquisite degree, but we are lacking in those that can refine wood. The method in which this purple comet was refined is truly amazing. Yes, the keen sharpness of this spear cannot match with the treasures that my Golden Bell Mountain refines, but in terms of increasing the power of elemental attribute true essence, my Golden Bell Mountain is far inferior. The 2 Golden Bell Mountain elders were extremely modest. Since ancient times, Golden Bell Mountain had always been a very low-key sect that stayed out of most affairs. As a sect, they were usually refining various treasures in seclusion. In fact, their chief disciple had the least significant reputation out of all the other chief disciples in the 5-element region. As for the Divine Phoenix Island banquet area, most disciples were excitedly talking. They were naturally able to recognize the crystallized vermilion bird flame and sacred flame parasol tree. These were all treasures of Divine Phoenix Island. Yen Fuhong's face had sunk until water was coming out. The crystallized vermilion bird flame and sacred flame parasol tree were extremely valuable and precious resources even within Divine Phoenix Island. Yet, this was all given to a stranger. How could he not be jealous? Damn it all! I had applied for some crystallized vermilion bird flame so that I could use it to cultivate the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, and I wasn't able to obtain any. Yet now, this was all given to some boy so that he could use it to forge a spear. Yu Fuhong grit his teeth. Because he saw that Lin Ming was too strong, he had already lost all desire to oppose him. But now that he saw the difference in their treatment was so great, the simmering embers of his jealousy blew up. He couldn't even suppress it anymore. Good spear. It seems that we can have a hearty fight. Shao Qi laughed. He had offered to lend Lin Ming a low-grade earth-step spear, but now he saw that the spear Lin Ming had was no worse than a spear that a Golden Bell Mountain elder would use. It seemed that his worries were unfounded. Take my spear, supreme energy becomes one. Shao Qi's kind eyes suddenly became fierce and wild. He suddenly grabbed his spear and thrust forwards. The long spear was like a golden beam of lightning, roaring as it stabbed towards Lin Ming. The surrounding air began to rumble, sending out howling sounds. This spear seemed solid and unhurried, but in a split second it had already rushed to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. This was pure spear play. In a normal situation, if someone sent out such an attack, he would have used the golden rock shattering the void movement technique to dodge. But now, he didn't want to hide from this move. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. This spear contained no power of thunder or fire, and it didn't have any vibrating strength. This was only the most common of spear moves. He wanted to use this opportunity to sharpen his spear skills. Compared to Shao Qi's spear skills, Lin Ming's spear skills were beyond clumsy. He had taken the foundation spear technique as the foundation of his spear skills, but this so-called Flood Dragon goes to sea was what most mortal armies used for training. It was also the most common foundation spear move that a soldier would learn. Peng! As the two spears crossed, in that instant Lin Ming was able to hear the sound of metal screeching in his ears. Shao Qi's spear contained a very strange energy. As soon as his purple comet spear was touched, it was like an earthquake had struck it apart. Shao Qi's spear curved along the purple comet spear. It seemed to have intelligence as it climbed the spear shaft of the purple comet spear, like a snake crawling a tree, thrusting towards Lin Ming's throat. This spear skill! Lin Ming was surprised. His toes pushed the ground, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's figure drew back, and he was just able to avoid the danger of this spear. The spear wind had blown against his bodily true essence, and Lin Ming could clearly hear the piercing chi-chi sound of his true essence being scratched apart. Good spear skill. Lin Ming was shocked. If this had only been a contest of spear skills, he would have already lost. With Golden Bell Mountain's thousands of years of heritage and accumulated spear skills, the popular and common foundation spear technique simply could not compare at all. Senior apprentice brother Shao lives up to his fame. Well done. The 5-element region disciples had been too ruthlessly suppressed by Lin Ming. As a single man, he had blocked their path. Out of the dozens of them, none of them had dared to challenge him. The shame and aggrievement that came from such an awkward situation could be imagined. Thus, as Shao Qi gained the upper hand in this first move, these disciples began to crazily cheer. Shao Qi frowned. He ignored these people, and looked at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. What spear skills does junior apprentice brother Lin use? Foundation spear technique. Lin Ming casually said. What? Shao Qi was stunned. It wasn't only Shao Qi, but the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were shocked too. Even the 5-element disciples that were waiting for Lin Ming to be defeated were the same. Foundation spear technique. In the 5-element region, there were also similar things such as the foundation spear technique, foundation saber law, and other such manuals. But cultivation methods at this level didn't even have a formal name. They weren't even able to pass the threshold for basic entry. What Lin Ming cultivated was actually the foundation spear technique. Is this boy messing around? The first reaction of most people was to not believe this. But, as they thought more about it, they realized that Lin Ming's spear skills truly weren't worth much. Basically, they were simple stabs, chops, cuts, waves, and other such basic moves. The reason that he was able to defeat his opponents wasn't because of his spear moves, but because of his thick true essence, the power of his thunder and fire, as well as his terrifying attack power. Maybe this boy studies a top-grade foundation spear technique. After some people thought about it, they came to this conclusion. A month staff, a year fist, and even longer for the spear. This spear is extremely difficult to practice. It turns out this boy is only a simpleton, he's just acting with this spear. Some people were immediately happy. They would never give up any chance to belittle Lin Ming. This was their psychological issue. Although they knew that Lin Ming was a ridiculously powerful individual, they still wouldn't admit this. They would only look for more chances to discredit and dismiss him. He doesn't know any spear moves, but still uses a spear. That is a top high-grade earth-step treasure spear, you know. What a waste of a treasure! Shao Qi remained silent. In fact, in his heart, he also felt that this high-grade earth-step purple comet spear was a bit wasted on Lin Ming. This sort of spear was a weapon that would need a revolving core master to display its true strength. He said, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you seem to have this idea to fight me with spear play. But if you can only use the foundation spear technique, it's impossible for you to defeat me." Lin Ming said, "In my match with senior apprentice brother Shao, if I rely on my thunder and fire true essence to win, this fight no longer has any meaning to me." Shao Qi's eyebrows curved up. He was provoked by Lin Ming's competitive spirit. "You want to depend on just your spear skills to compete with me. Unless I'm forced otherwise." Lin Ming still gave himself a way out. This so-called spear play included spear skills as well as using one's true essence to display these abilities. If he didn't use martial skills, flow like silk, thunder and fire true essence, his thunder soul and flame essence, cutting away all of these abilities, then Lin Ming would hardly have anything left. He would only have the simplest of spear skills, and his combat strength would be greatly reduced. Much less that he wasn't in the best condition, nor did he know where Shao Qi's bottom line was, so he didn't act tough. Lin Ming's words immediately caused a stir in the audience. Lin Ming wants to use the foundation spear technique to fight against the accumulated thousands of years of spear play knowledge of Golden Bell Mountain? Lin Ming is mad. It's just an act. Didn't you hear him say that he would use it unless forced? I wonder just how many moves he'll be able to last until he's forced, and then we'll have to use Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky or something else. A 5-element region disciple curled his lips in disdain, obviously not believing Lin Ming's boastful claims. Even the Divine Phoenix Island disciples that had always had faith in Lin Ming weren't sure. Lin Ming was strong, but in terms of spear play, how could he compare with Golden Bell Mountain? This Lin Ming, what kind of devilish plan does he have up his sleeve? A Golden Bell Mountain elder furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't think that Lin Ming's spear play would be able to compare with Shao Qi's. If Lin Ming had hastily uttered these words without having some chance of winning, and then was forced to use the power of thunder and fire within a move or two, that would truly be laughable. If I'm not wrong, then Lin Ming wants to exchange blows with cheer to spur his limits and make up for his shortcomings in spear play. The reason that he participated in this banquet competition wasn't to win, but to hone his strength. Another Golden Bell Mountain elder slowly said. A fight was always the best way to hone one's strength. There were many talents keen on learning from their challenges. In his view, Lin Ming was such a person. Interesting. The idea is good, but if he's only going to use pure spear play, I wonder just how long he'll be able to last. The Golden Bell Mountain elder began to sound very interested in what was about to happen. Junior apprentice brother Lin, spear skills are difficult to learn and even harder to master. Divine Phoenix Island has no heritage of spear skills. If you blindly practice spear skills on a whim, you will only end up harming yourself. In Shao Qi's opinion, the reason that Lin Ming hadn't practiced spear skills was because Divine Phoenix Island mostly used swords. Perhaps even when Lin Ming was choosing a weapon, he had gone stupid for a moment and thought that since a spear dance was quite beautiful, he would choose a spear. Since you insist, take my spear. The golden spear in Shao Qi's hand stabbed out. His momentum suddenly rocketed to the sky. With a slide of his hand, the spear shaft slid out too. His hand slapped the spear shaft, and the entire spear moved like it was intelligent, waving around like a venomous serpent. This spear in Shao Qi's seemed to have its own consciousness. It could actively attack the enemy's weaknesses. It was very difficult to dodge. How will he defend against his? Whether it was a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island or the five-element region, they all rubbed their eyes, waiting for Lin Ming to make a move with his spear. If he didn't use Thunder and Fire True Essence, and only used the Foundation Spear Technique moves, defending against this spear would be beyond difficult. Spear Wind howled, Spear Light dazzled. Facing this flurry of golden snakes from the spear, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The true essence within his body erupted to the limit, and his bones began to emit a popping sound. Behind Lin Ming, an azure true dragon's phantom appeared, clawing out. It was condensed to the point of seeming solid and lifelike. If one looked carefully, they could even see the flashing azure dragon scales. A clarion dragon roar burst forth from Lin Ming's body. The resonant dragon roar was loud and clear, slamming into the heavens, washing away all the cloud in the sky. Long spear manifesting dragon. Lin Ming's spear skills naturally had no area worthy of notice. It could even be said to be very clumsy and rough. But ever since he had absorbed the blood of the true dragon, as soon as Lin Ming struck out, the bloodline of the true dragon within him would animate, bringing forth the potential ore rivers and mountains, containing the majestic prestige of a dragon that echoed between the heavens and earth. This was strength that originated from his bloodline. Seeing Lin Ming make this spear move, Shao Qi was stunned. But the spears were too fast, and he couldn't respond. The two spears collided. Bang! It was like an azure dragon and golden snake had smashed into each other. A shock wave of azure true essence surged out, turning into hundreds of faint azure dragon phantoms, scattering in all directions. The strange power that was contained with Shao Qi's golden spear was actually lost within the vast sea of spear potential. Shao Qi rapidly drew back, retreating dozens of feet. As for Lin Ming, he'd drawn back dozens of steps. In this one move, they had actually achieved parity. Shao Qi looked at Lin Ming with incredulous disbelief in his heart, an inexplicable feeling of horror blossoming within him. It wasn't only Shao Qi that was stunned, but everyone present was speechless. Lin Ming's potential had actually reached such a level. The so-called spear potential or sword intent referred to the inherent soul that was contained within a spear or sword. A martial artist that fought with spears or swords would normally only use the shape of the weapon itself to attack. But a true master could integrate the soul of the weapon into their moves. As the saying went, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. A good spear was similar to a true dragon. Its soul was also the soul of a dragon. At Lin Ming's young age, he had already achieved spear like dragon. The inherent dragon prestige within the spear was already thick to the point that it was able to manifest a true dragon phantom behind him. This was a talent that defied the heavens. If the advantage in Shao Qi's spear skills hadn't been so great, that spear might have injured him a moment ago, and result wouldn't have been evenly matched. Mu Yuhuang breathed a light breath. She recalled the power and majesty of the spear move a moment ago. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a true dragon had appeared. The roar of a dragon had even pierced through the heavens. Long spear manifesting dragon? No, it shouldn't be. Whether it was the dragon roar or the azure dragon phantom, They hadn't been caused by Lin Ming's spear potential. No, just the opposite. The Dragon Roar and Azure Dragon Phantom were the reason for Lin Ming's spear potential. This was why his spear power was like tsunamis and landslides, a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The reason that Mu Yuhuang was so sure was that during that moment when the dragon roar had pierced through the skies, she could clearly feel the vermilion bird bloodline within her body shivering, a faint feeling of fear that suppressed her bloodline into submission. You said before that Lin Ming might have some strange flood dragon bloodline within him? Mu Yuhuang slowly asked with a true essence sound transmission. If she wasn't wrong, then this was Lin Ming's lucky opportunity. By relying on it, he was also able to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Chapter 376 Pale Youth. Chapter 376 Pale Youth. Chapter 376 Pale Youth. With a mere bone-forging stage cultivation, Lin Ming had been able to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder that only a middle Xiantian master should have been able to. If there wasn't any secret within Lin Ming's body, Mu Yuhuang would never have been able to believe this. But, if Lin Ming's bloodline was used as the explanation, she could reluctantly come to terms with it. After all, the purple flood dragon divine thunder contained the brutal will of a flood dragon. If it was to encounter a more formidable and ancient bloodline, this flood dragon bloodline would be awed into submission. With Yuer's help, this could also explain how Lin Ming was able to absorb it. Mu Qinyu nodded, saying, "This is also the first time disciple has seen the phantom behind Lin Ming. When senior apprentice Sister Qinghong returned from the 7 profound valleys, she described to me what she had seen. It was probably a similar scene. Disciple believes that this is an ancient noble bloodline similar to my divine Phoenix Islands that Lin Ming managed to obtain through some lucky chance. As for Lin Ming's life and background, they had already been clearly researched by divine Phoenix Island. The common people of Sky Fortune Kingdom had been mortals for generations. It was impossible for Lin Ming to have this kind of bloodline from his family. Thus, the only other reason was that the heavens had gifted him a lucky miracle. Ancient noble bloodline? Mu Yuhuang hesitated. Perhaps matters weren't so simple. Just what sort of ancient noble bloodline could cause even the vermilion bird bloodline within her to shiver in fear? Could it be a god beast? Mu Yuhuang dared not believe this. A god beast did not exist in the Sky Spill continent. It was said that above the Sky Spill continent was the realm of the gods. But, even within the realm of the gods, a god beast was an extremely rare existence. Where did Lin Ming find the blood essence of a god beast to transplant into his bloodline? Even if he had gotten that far, how could a mere bone-forging boy have absorbed such a bloodline? In any case, it was true that Lin Ming had a secret bloodline within him, and that this bloodline had an extraordinary origin. However, Mu Yuhuang didn't wish to pry into his secret. In truth, lucky chances were also a part of one's destiny. A great lucky chance came with a correspondingly great destiny. Destiny was the essential truth that an unrivaled talent needed to become a peerless emperor. Ever since ancient times, the birth of peerless emperors usually resulted from the accumulated destiny of a character that stood at the pinnacle. If one didn't have such a destiny but still coveted these things, they would instead attract an unexpected catastrophe upon themselves. History had proven this point again and again throughout the annals of time. These so-called unlucky calamitous treasures were often priceless. However, what was strange was that if one obtained it, they would die as if they had been struck by a curse. If one didn't have a great destiny as if they were the protagonist of the world, they would not be able to gather such treasures to them. In order to birth a genius that would become a peerless emperor, perhaps not even divine Phoenix Island had such a destiny. Much less, Mu Yuhuang was just an old lady with a few hundred years of life left in her. This sort of calamitous treasure was not something she would be able to afford. Even if she managed to peacefully obtain it without accident, with her age, it was basically useless. What Mu Yuhuang most wanted to see now was only that her divine Phoenix Island would be able to enter an age of prosperity. On the martial arts stage, Lin Ming and Shao Qi fought once more. Both spears clashed. One side was a spear-skilled genius of Golden Bell Mountain, whose every move contained profound principles. But as for the other side, he had a deep comprehension of spear potential. Although his spear skills were simple and lacking, every spear was like a landslide, every spear was like a tsunami, every spear contained the power of endless mountains and rivers. These two were well matched against each other. Clang, 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 clang. With every strike, a violently raging true essence shock wave erupted, an azure color mixing with a golden color, causing the ground itself to shake. Because of the intense shock waves in the air, the audience that witnessed this battle scene seemed to be watching it under the twisted ripples of water. Every spear that Lin Ming thrust out contained an enormous pressure. Even though Shao Qi's spear contained a strange power, it was actually forcefully dissolved by Lin Ming's strength. The two youths fought for several dozen moves. Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of true essence, but so had Shao Qi. This battle was the longest that Lin Ming had ever fought. With his strength, he could simply have used the Thunder Soul and won with overwhelming force. But he did not do this. He needed this battle to see what degree of skill one's spear play could reach. Shao Qi turned, thrusting out his spear. Although this spear skill looked very slow, in just a split second the spear point would instantly arrive in front of you. This sort of strange and confusing spatial skill was nearly impossible to defend against. Even Lin Ming was unable to completely dodge the spear with such a confusing spatial skill. The spear point rubbed against Lin Ming's bodily true essence, and with a ripping sound, an incomparably sharp golden spear had pierced through Lin Ming's bodily true essence, taking just a touch of blood. Shao Qi was surprised. What was going on? In that attack, he had felt like his spear had stabbed into iron, it simply hadn't been able to do much damage. But at the same time, Lin Ming's spear came smashing down like an avalanche. Shao Qi quickly lifted his spear to block. Clang! As soon as this blow smashed down, the golden spear in Shao Qi's hand curved into a crescent moon. He staggered back, every step creating a deep imprint in the ground. The tiles of the stage that were supported by an array formation were broken by the pressure of his feet, cracks littering the stage. After retreated 70 to 80 feet, Shao Qi finally came to a stop. He felt like his right arm was numb, and even his fingers were shaking. What a terrifying strength and spear potential! Although he managed to block that last attack, he felt the blood within his body roiling and his meridians in crazy disorder. In the audience, the Golden Bell Mountain elder gasped. What a terrifying boy! Cheer used a special technique to unload the force on his body. Lin Ming's strength and spear potential that he unleashed poured along Cheer's muscles and skeleton, entering the ground through his feet. Even though he had let so much strength pass through him, he was still wounded. The power of this spear potential is simply like having a mountain fall on you. Indeed, this boy is truly a spear genius. But it's such a pity that he doesn't have a great master that can teach him spear skills. If all he learns is some foundation spear technique skills, then it is truly wasteful, another Golden Bell Mountain elder said with some regret, obviously sad that Lin Ming hadn't joined his Golden Ball Mountain. Haha, what a great fight! Shao Qi suddenly put away his spear. His entire forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was flushed red. Blood was surging within his body, and he had obviously consumed a great deal of strength. Same here. Lin Ming was also panting for breath. After several continuous battles, even with pills to supplement him, he had consumed over 70% of his true essence. Not only that, but within the true essence of his body, there were many complex and strange factors. Lin Ming's current combat strength was less than half of his optimal condition. "You're just a monster. You fought through 5 straight fierce matches, and yet you can still fight to this degree and have energy left over. I admit defeat." Shao Qi sighed, lamenting the result. He had been evenly matched with Lin Ming, but it turned out that Lin Ming's endurance was much greater than his. If they continued, his defeat was simply a matter of time. "Well fought." Lin Ming cupped his hands together and bowed. During this match against Shao Qi, he had learned many things and gained many insight. It seemed that he really needed to look for a spear art manual in order to make up for his deficiencies there. After Shao Qi admitted defeat on his own, the entire audience was silent. The strongest direct disciple under the 6 great chief disciples had actually lost. Senior apprentice brother Shao was defeated. Even the 5-element region disciples that were desperately cheering for Shao Qi were unable to accept this. The truth was, when Lin Ming hadn't used this power of thunder and fire, yet was still able to fight evenly with Shao Qi using just his spear play, they had already foreseen the ending, that Shao Qi would lose. It was just that they weren't willing to accept this truth. Senior apprentice brother Shao lost. Above Shao Qi, there are only the 6 great direct disciples. Although everyone knew that Lin Ming was already spent of all energy, there was no direct disciples that went on stage to challenge him. Lin Ming's winning streak had left them breathless, and no one had the courage or qualifications to challenge him. Lin Ming swallowed a pill and propped himself up on the stage using his spear. This time, he did not challenge anyone to battle. He was well aware that if he fought again, it would be against a chief disciple. 6 great chief disciples, it was unknown just how many he could fight. Lin Ming turned to look at Mu Dingshan and saw that he was preparing. Next would be a contest between chief disciples. "Dingshan, Shaoqing, if you fight, try to delay as much as possible so that Lin Ming can have more time to recover." Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing simultaneously heard the true essence sound transmission of old Lady Yu Huang. "Yes, honorable sect master." Within the Thundercrest sect banquet area, the pale youth glanced at Zhou Lai, ordering him to go on stage. "You challenge Lin Ming to draw out Mu Dingshan, I'll help you take him," the pale youth tersely said. Zhou Lai frowned. He absolutely did not wish to do something so insidious like taking advantage of someone while they were in a vulnerable situation. This was not how a true gentleman acted. With such a large audience present, he couldn't afford to lose. "Hee, what's the matter? You think you're taking advantage of someone while they're down? Alright, we'll take a break and look for another reason when they lose." The pale youth casually spoke, his words carrying an imperious tone that made Zhou Lai feel uneasy. This fellow seems very keen on what he said before, and wants to challenge the direct disciples of Divine Phoenix Island by himself. What does he want from all this? Zhou Lai thought, baffled. At this moment, the pale youth used a true essence sound transmission to communicate with Lei Jingtian. Then, Lei Jingtian stood up and smiled. "Hi Master Yu Huang, your great island's Lin Ming is truly a hero that from among the young. However, after he competed against 5 masters from my 5-element region, it seems that he has already exhausted himself. How about we have a truce and take a break so that Lin Ming can rest? Afterwards will be the final competition between chief disciples. How about it?" Mu Yu Huang's willowy eyebrows rose. This fellow, just what did this little weasel want? What was he thinking about? He actually offered to call a momentary truce. It had to be known that Lin Ming had consumed too much energy. Even if Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing were able to delay for a few matches so that Lin Ming could rest, he still wouldn't be able to fully recover in this short time. After Lei Jingtian spoke, he sat down with a cheerful laugh before waiting for Mu Yu Huang's answer. Zhou Lai was confused. Just who was this pale youth? It seemed that his master seemed to care about his opinion a great deal. This fellow is shrouded in mystery, he's just like a frosty snake. Master said that he was a saint-rank talent that he found in the northern domains, but I always felt that this explanation was too far-fetched. His martial talent is surprisingly good and he also understands many different cultivation methods. His cultivation is only at the early Hotian realm, yet he can easily defeat me. Not only that, but he seems to know some secrets about Sky Spill Continent, such as the legends of the Saints. There was definitely a problem with this man. Just who was he? For some time, Zhou Lai even suspected that the pale fellow was possessed by some ancient monster. Of course, this was something that only existed in fantasy novels. He had no idea if things like possession existed. As Zhou Lai was daydreaming, Lei Jingtian was exchanging a true essence sound transmission with the pale youth. We'll follow everything as you planned. Events should progress smoothly. Very good. Chapter 377 Demon Regions, Saint Sun. Chapter 377 Demon Regions, Saint Sun. Chapter 377 Demon Regions, Saint Sun. The interim break was decided to be 2 hours. On stage, a thick and tall incense was placed as a timer. Lei Jingtian sat in his chair, his eyes closed in contemplation. Zhou Lai sat beside him, sullenly watching the pale youth, seeing him on the other side of the banquet table, a 100-year-old pot of excellent wine in one hand and a jade cup in the other, freely drinking. Shaoling, who do you think that Lei Mubai fellow is? Zhou Lai had a deep sense of suspicion in his heart that had weighed on him for too long and he couldn't help but ask his little sister. Huh? What person? Zhou Shaoling looked bewildered as she picked up a spirit fruit and bit into it. Isn't senior apprentice brother Lei a saint-rank talent that master found from the northern domains? Speaking of which, our 5-element region hasn't had a saint-rank talent for the last few hundred years. This time the 6 other sects will truly be scared silly. I can't wait to see their stunned expressions. How funny would they be? Zhou Lai frowned, thinking something just didn't seem right. Zhou Shaoling continued to proudly say, Big brother, you don't know, but when the banquet started, and that idiot Zhang Yunjian was talking about Lin Ming, he was also sighing about how great Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun were. I wanted to smile at that time, but I pressed it down and didn't mention senior apprentice brother Lei. Otherwise, if Zhang Yunjian knew that senior apprentice brother Lei was even fiercer than Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun at their age, I wonder what kind of funny expression he would have. How hilarious that cocky braggart Zhang Yunjian thought he had a good understanding of our Thundercrest sect's talents. This time his jaw will definitely drop. As Zhou Shaoling spoke, she had an extremely smug expression on her face. Her small face flushed as if that great honor was also her own. She stopped eating her spirit fruit, instead vacantly gazing out with a longing expression. I really want to see senior apprentice brother Lei go out on stage and defeat everyone. That Mu Dingshan, Mu Shaoqing, and especially that damned loser Lin Ming. I hope that Lin Ming gets beaten up until he can't walk anymore. As Zhou Shaoling spoke, she became more and more animated as if she couldn't stop spouting off. But as she spoke, Zhou Lai's expression was becoming increasingly ugly. He had a very dark, foreboding feeling in his heart, as if his doom was arriving. As he saw Zhou Xiaoling's expression flush red with joy and excitement, that scary premonition was finally fulfilled. He used a true essence sound transmission and sharply asked, Shaoling, don't tell me you like that boy. Shaoling suddenly froze, then immediately blushed. She was just like a small kitten whose tail was stepped on. Big brother, stop making stuff up. Zhou Lai's heart shook. This was bad. If his little sister liked that boy, then this would be an absolute tragedy. Even if there wasn't a problem with Lei Mubai's status, Zhou Lai knew that this pale and sinister-seeming fellow would never take his sister seriously. At most, she would be some play-tooy. But now, he knew that Zhou Shaoling would never listen to anything he said. Not only that, but the key was that all he had were baseless assumptions, and not even a shred of evidence to back up his suspicions. This fellow! As half an hour passed, many of the people at the banquets had already left to rest, go to the restroom, chat, laugh, or have small competitions with each other. The entire mountain was bustling with activity. Lei Mubai sat at the banquet table the entire time, slowly drinking. Mu Yuhuang noticed me. Lei Mubai suddenly said using a true essence sound transmission. Lei Jingtian's eyes were still closed in meditation, as calm as before. Mu Yuhuang is already at the late revolve core realm. Even if you try to conceal your energy, you cannot escape her sense, nor can you hide the thick true essence of your body. Lei Mubai sneered. At most she only sees that my cultivation is deep, but she won't be able to see through the ancient devil arts that I cultivate. I joined the Thundercrest sect 3 years ago when I was 14, and have already been there for a long time. I've also practiced the core cultivation methods of the Thundercrest sect. Truly, I'm not different to a real disciple. When she discovers that I am a saint-rank talent of the Thundercrest sect, at most she'll be suspicious, but she won't be able to find any fault with me. The pale youth was very confident in himself. He practiced a cultivation method that his master ancestor had found 300 years ago within a scroll inside some ancient ruins of the South Sea. Even if Mu Yuhuang was a peerless emperor, she wouldn't be able to see through his status using this point. Once that ancient devil art was mentioned, Lei Jingtian suddenly moved. He opened his eyes, his voice low. Your master will not go back on his words, right? The pale youth slyly smiled. Of course not. This war between the South Sea Demon region and Phoenix Island will be a perpetual war that draws in the entire South Horizon region. It's not something that will be settled in just a year or two. When the time comes, we will also be relying on the Thundercrest sect sovereign's help. So how could my master go back on his promise? Since Master has promised to bestow a scroll of the first layer of the ancient devil art to the Thundercrest sect sovereign, it will be delivered to your hands a month from now. Lei Jingtian humphed and icily said, You better not be playing any tricks, otherwise I'll have you regret your words. Haha, of course. Otherwise, if you galvanize the alliance between the 5-element region and Divine Phoenix Island, my South Sea Demon region would find this war increasingly difficult. Of course, since you have now ruined the alliance between Divine Phoenix Island and the 5-element region, that is truly an act worthy of praise. I shall truthfully report this to my master so that sovereign shall gain merits. Then I'll have to trouble the saint's son. As long as this old man's conditions are met, then everything will be fine. Rest assured, my South Sea Demon region is only interested in cooperation with the 5-element region and isn't interested in conflict. The 5-element region is several millions of miles away from the South Horizon region. Even if my South Sea Demon region becomes a holy land in the future, we won't threaten the 5-element region. Lei Jingtian showed no expression. Although this South Sea Demon region's saint's son was like a cold and calculating serpent, his words about this matter still sounded truthful. Throughout the ages, he hadn't heard of a holy land crossing 2 domains to conquer others. Initially, even Silent Demon Emperor City didn't cause waves within the South Horizon region. Lei Jingtian closed his eyes and slowly said, Once the South Sea Demon region conquers Divine Phoenix Island, will they be able to become a holy land? It will probably be much more difficult. In order to become a holy land, we will most likely need to swallow the Dire Space Sect and Supreme Mystery Temple. Lei Mubai said, shaking his head. A normal 5th-grade sect was a far, far distance from becoming a holy land. They would probably need hundreds or even 1,000 more years of accumulated power. In order to become a holy land, plundering more resources is useless. What is most important is developing a peerless emperor. I believe that Your Highness the Saint's son will have a promising chance of achieving this, Lei Jingtian said as he looked at Lei Mubai, a rare compliment coming from him. Ha ha! Lei Mubai smiled. Even though he knew he was only flattering him, it still caused his mood to become much better. In the past, I might not have been so confident, but now I have the ancient Devil Tome in my hands, and with my 7th grade Thunder Origin Energy Fusion compatibility, I truly have a chance of succeeding. However, I will also need a great destiny to fall upon me. Something like destiny was truly an elusive and enigmatic idea. Within the 100 million miles of the Sky Spill continent, there were trillions of people. Within so many people, there were also countless geniuses. However, those who were able to claim the title of Peerless Emperor were extremely rare. Besides the old monsters that hid in their own areas and sought a breakthrough, those that were truly known to the world were no more than 10 individuals. Even these 10 individuals were secretive in their movements and locations. Perhaps there were some that had already ascended to higher realms. This near-zero chance had caused many geniuses to sigh in utter disappointment. Even if they were saint-rank talents, they would most likely stop in the late revolving core realm or even the extreme revolving core realm. Those geniuses that wished to become a peerless emperor had to experience a massive lucky opportunity, or even many of them. This was the so-called destiny that one needed. In a sense, that Lei Mubai could be born into a 5th grade sect, be accepted as a disciple of the sect master, and even later cultivate the ancient Devil Tome, could also be considered a kind of destiny. Every peerless emperor would accumulate a vast destiny upon their bodies. As youths, they would be geniuses that encountered major fortuitous events, endless lucky chances, and their strength would leap past all others. They would shake the world, showing disdain for all other heroes. When these peerless emperors were young, they might meet many formidable opponents. For instance, those peers that were known as invincible powerhouses. Within their domain, they would be called the top junior of their sect. However, when such a person fell under their boot, defeated by another that was at their cultivation, or even someone that had jumped realms in order to defeat them, then that victory would gradually seep into their bones, becoming a faith that implanted itself into their heart, becoming a part of their strength and talent. Against any odds, they would be unafraid. This faith, in addition to the destiny that gathered to them, would be enough for a genius to soar into the heavens. To break into the revolving core realm before 30, to reach extreme revolving core before 50, and to become a peerless emperor before 100 years of age. However, once one passed this age, it would become too difficult to progress in their cultivation again. For instance, someone like Mu Yuhuang. That old bag Mu Yuhuang would only be able to increase her own cultivation by a small realm even if she used 100 years of time. To her, this was already a great fortune. For instance, someone like Lei Jingtian. He had already been stuck at the middle revolving core realm for a full 150 years, crazily trying to overcome the mire he was in. Otherwise, how would he have come up with such a dire plan to cooperate with the South Sea Demon region? This was all so that he could cultivate the ancient Devil Tome. Lei Jingtian suddenly remembered something. He calmly said, "That boy called Lin Ming might become your opponent in the future. I never imagined that Divine Phoenix Island would actually produce such a good weapon. Aren't you afraid that he'll steal your position? How do you plan on dealing with him?" "Haha, I'll think about this issue once Divine Phoenix Island is destroyed," Lei Mubai lightly said. In normal circumstances, when two top sects declared war on each other, they would first destroy the core of their enemy's strength. These would be the Xiantian and revolving core powerhouses. As for the disciples of these sects, they wouldn't be deliberately aimed at. A war between large sects would last at most 1 or 2 years. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible for a junior to become a revolving core master in that time. Thus, they would have no influence on the war. On the contrary, after the war ended, the disciples of the sect that was destroyed would be under the threat of death. Under this pressure, there were many people that would be willing to betray their sect and join the victor. They would be willing to have a restricting seal placed on them and be used. This was what a demonic sect would usually do after a war. Because they too would suffer a massive loss of monsters, they would require additional manpower to rebuild their sect. Lei Mubai glanced at Lin Ming, derision thick in his voice as he said, "Once Divine Phoenix Island is destroyed, if he knows what's good for them, he'll be a good little boy and let my South Sea Demon region place a restriction seal on him. Otherwise, I'll suck out his blood essence and use it to cultivate my martial arts, and I'll use his corpse as a zombie protector for myself. That should be making the best use of him." As Lei Mubai spoke, the long and thick incense on the stage began to slowly burn to its end. Chapter 378 Purple Air Dawns from the East. A pair of dragons will struggle. Chapter 378 Purple Air Dawns from the East. A pair of dragons will struggle. Chapter 378 Purple Air Dawns from the East. A pair of dragons will struggle. The Divine Phoenix Island and 5-element region disciples had already returned before the 2-hour break had ended, anxiously waiting to see the unparalleled clash that would follow. Within the memories of these disciples, this would be the highest-level duel that had occurred between the 5-element region and Divine Phoenix Island since they could remember. This was a rare event that wouldn't even happen once in a decade. Naturally, no one wanted to miss it. "Haha, it's about to start, I can't wait." Lin Ming, senior apprentice brother Dingshan, senior apprentice sister Shaoqing. The ultimate trifecta? Can the 5-element region manage to stop them? I'm most looking forward to seeing senior apprentice brother Lin Ming fight. In order to allow senior apprentice brother Lin Ming to recover his top condition, he should be the last one up. I wonder how many chief disciples Lin Ming will manage to overcome. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were excitedly discussing. They had a great deal of confidence Lin Ming. Lin Ming had used just his spear to evenly match with Shao Qi. He absolutely had the strength to fight with a chief disciple. Therefore, these minor Divine Phoenix Island disciples had taken Lin Ming as their idol, and instead of saying that Lin Ming couldn't win, said that he could in fact defeat several chief disciples. Of course, the disciples of the 5-element region would never admit this. They still believed that Lin Ming would suffer a disastrous defeat in his last battle. The 6 great chief disciples were the most outstanding disciples of their sect that had passed through multiple selection processes. But in terms of these 5-element region disciples' mental states and morale, if the most powerful junior of their sect was defeated by someone who was even younger than them, this would be a serious blow to their self-esteem. The incense finally burnt out. As Mu Yuhuang was about to stand up to speak, she actually gasped in surprise. She turned her head towards the banquet square's entrance, as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. A moment later, she quickly rose up to meet the new arrival. The audience didn't know what was happening. Then, they saw an old woman with shining silver hair walking into the square, leaning on a walking stick with a smile on her face. She wore a long shawl embroidered with 100 birds and phoenixes, and a crimson phoenix coronet was placed upon her head. She was very old, looking no different than a mortal woman who was around 70 or 80. Everyone was petrified. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were stunned speechless. Is that the High Ancestor? The High Ancestor has actually come. I've been in the sect for dozens of years, yet this is the first time that I've seen the High Ancestor. Divine Phoenix Island's High Ancestor was a woman named Mu Fengxian. Her cultivation was at the extreme revolving core realm, and in the past she was the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. In her youth, she was also a saint-rank talent. Of those present, besides a few revolving core masters, the rest of them had only seen Mu Fengxian's appearance in portraits. Over 200 years ago, Mu Fengxian had gone into seclusion within the back mountains of Divine Phoenix Island, no longer caring about human affairs. No one thought that during this banquet competition, Mu Fengxian would actually appear. It had to be known that Mu Fengxian had seen this rare high-level competition seen many times. When she was young, she had also participated in many of these events, and had even been a champion, conquering all the heroic elites, her name shaking the land. It could be said that these sorts of events were trivial matters to her. She simply didn't need to bother with attending. Thus when Mu Fengxian had arrived, everyone was incomparably surprised. "Elder Master, how come you personally came?" Mu Yuhuang asked, puzzled. "Haha, within the back mountains, I saw purple air rise from the east. A pair of dragons will struggle. Today, a grand event will occur, a true dragon will be born. Though I do not know who will win. This old body wants to come out and take a look." "A true dragon will be born? A pair of dragons will struggle?" Mu Yuhuang was startled. Mu Fengxian was without a doubt referring to Lin Ming. But was the other dragon, that strange youth from the Thundercrest sect? Mu Yuhuang noticed that Mu Fengxian was really scrutinizing Lei Mubai, and her willowy eyebrows pressed together. The Thundercrest sect really had a saint-rank talent. No wonder Lei Jingtian was so emboldened earlier. Even in the face of Lin Ming's stunning performance, he maintained the sense that he was in control of all events. After Mu Fengxian glanced at Lei Mubai, she only smiled as she looked at Lin Ming. After several breaths of time, she then nodded with a satisfied expression. As Mu Yuhuang held her hand, she walked over to the seat of honor and quietly sat down. Lin Ming gazed at this old woman. Extreme revolving core. That was only a step away from becoming a peerless emperor. Of course, this single step was no different than a moat. To cross it was beyond difficult. Within the Thundercrest sect banquet area, Lei Jingtian saw Mu Fengxian appear and lost a bit of his calm. This old bag, why would she come out? She shouldn't have seen any flaws. Lei Mubai frowned. She shouldn't have. Even though Mu Fengxian is like some old ghost, it should still be impossible for her to recognize my cultivation method. Not only that, but I also cultivate the Thundercrest sect's 9 heavens profound thunder law, and I control a thunder soul. Saying that I am a true Thundercrest sect disciple is no exaggeration. I hope so. After thinking about it some more, Lei Jingtian also thought there wouldn't be anything amiss. Not even the Thundercrest sect vice-sovereigns knew of Lei Mubai's status. Lei Mubai's expression was cloudy as he said, "This old bag Mu Fengxian, I wonder how many dozens of years of life she has left. Looking at how old she is, she's probably no less than 700. After a martial artist reached the revolving core realm, depending on their state, they could reach 500 years of life to 800 years of life. A martial artist also aged very slowly. For instance, although Mu Yuhuang was already 400 to 500 years old, she still had the appearance of a very beautiful middle-aged woman. But, when her life was about to reach its end, she would rapidly age until she became like Mu Fengxian with just several dozen years of life left. Originally, the South Sea Demon region was planning on waiting until Mu Fengxian died before they attacked Divine Phoenix Island. But Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun were growing too quickly. If Mu Fengxian didn't die and these two sisters still broke through to the revolving core realm, they would have wasted all their time. The gains simply didn't balance out the losses. So they had no choice but to take action first, taking advantage of the fact that the two sisters hadn't grown yet. Mu Fengxian put away her walking stick and said, "This old woman just wants to have a look at the fun. You do not need to be so formal, go about as usual." Although Mu Fengxian had said this, in her presence, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples were extremely careful and respectful. To them, Mu Fengxian was an existence that only existed in ancient texts. Within many of the ancient texts of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Fengxian's portrait was recorded. But as for Mu Fengxian herself, younger disciples never saw her. Mu Fengxian was just a character of legends, no one dared to be rash in front of her. However, even though they were careful, with Mu Fengxian's arrival, the grand spectacle of this competition had reached the ultimate height, causing the disciples to shiver with excitement. With Mu Yuhuang's announcement, the competition could finally begin. A blue-robed girl moved, appearing like a burst of smoke on the stage. This girl was Mu Shaoqing. Although Mu Shaoqing looked comparatively ordinary, she had a very majestic and elegant temperament that gave off a fresh feeling. Divine Phoenix Island Blue Luan Faction Chief Disciple Mu Shaoqing, 19 years old. I challenge all heroic elites of the 5-element region's 6 sections. Please advise. It seems Mu Shaoqing is going on stage first. Within the Thundercrest sect banquet area, Lei Mubai faintly smiled. Mu Shaoqing was weaker than Mu Dingshan, thus the reason that she was sent out first. Without waiting for the other chief disciples to respond, Lei Mubai entered the stage. As Lei Mubai walked on stage, he aroused the attention of everyone immediately. Even the Sunfire Princess Huruyan, who was readying herself to step up, was shocked. Who is this fellow? Did he just come out of nowhere? Thundercrest sect? It isn't the Thunderclap Zhou Lai entering the stage? A new person? I don't remember seeing such a character within the Thundercrest sect. The 5-element region disciples began talking amongst themselves. In this level of fight, only a chief disciple should have the qualifications to participate. For someone else to go on stage, that was truly disgraceful. There were even many Thundercrest disciples that didn't know who this Lei Mubai was. They only saw this pale fellow walking with the Thunder Sovereign. They believed he was a new disciple and didn't pay much attention to him, but it seemed that the fellow had the gall to openly step onto the stage. What was going on? Mu Shaoqing frowned, not speaking. No matter who it was, since they came on stage, she would treat them equally and impartially. She took a blue sword in her hand and coldly said, "Make your move." "Haha, Senior Apprentice Sister Mu, there's no need to be so hasty. There are still several words I wish to say." Lei Mubai smiled. However, as this smile crossed his face that looked like it had never seen the sun, this smile instead gave off a very spooky and disturbing feeling. Lei Mubai cupped his hands across his chest, saying, "Thundercrest Sect's Lei Mubai, 17 years old." With these words, the audience was startled. 17 years old. Lei Mubai was very tall, and it was difficult to see how old he was. But he was actually 17 years old, and his cultivation was already at the early Hotian realm. This result was on par with Mu Qianyu. However, a 17-year-old genius that was able to reach the Hotian realm wasn't necessarily a saint-rank talent. Although there were those whose martial cultivation talent defied the heavens, they could still be weak in terms of their true combat strength. Thus, these individuals could not be considered as saint-rank talents. Mu Qianyu had a 7th-grade Fire Origin Energy Fusion compatibility and also had a very pure and rich vermilion bird bloodline. In combination with her outstanding cultivation method, she was able to qualify as a saint-rank talent. As for Lei Mubai, it was impossible to determine whether he was strong or weak. Zhang Yunjian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lei Mubai. He remembered that as the banquet started, Zhou Shaoling had been mischievously smiling about something, like there was some wicked secret she was holding in. Now, Zhang Yunjian finally realized what that was all about. So that's how it is. What Zhou Shaoling was thinking about was this man. A saint-rank talent? The Thundercrest sect actually managed to raise a saint-rank talent? Zhang Yunjian's complexion sank. The Thundercrest sect already had 2 masters in Zhou Shaoling and Zhou Lai. If they also had a saint-rank talent. Lin Ming sat below the stage, deeply gazing at Lei Mubai. From this man's body, he was able to sense thick true essence and a savage aura hidden within. It was as if this person was a monstrous beast that came from the abyss. This fellow is not simple at all. Lin Ming gave a judgment in his heart. This Lei Mubai gave him an unfathomable feeling. On stage, Lei Mubai crossed his hands across his back, no intention of moving from his pose. He waited for the buzz to calm down and then slowly said, "To all the seniors of Divine Phoenix Island, I have two small propositions to make. I wonder if we can discuss it here." "What propositions?" The one to speak was Mu Yuhuang. Lei Mubai slightly bowed to Mu Yuhuang and smiled as he said, "The first proposition I want to make is that I would like to challenge all of the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island." With this sentence, all of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples were at first stunned. Then, together, they all exploded into rage. Chapter 379 Spit in Your Face. Chapter 379 Spit in Your Face. Chapter 379 Spit in Your Face. Challenge all the heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Although Lin Ming had done so a moment ago, he had been compelled to do so by the Deep Earth Sect elder. The Deep Earth Sect's Shi Zhongkuan had verbally mocked him. This Lin Ming had to do so, or it would have only weakened his momentum. However, no one had forced Lei Mubai. Not only that, but Lei Mubai had no reputation, there was simply no one who had an idea of who he was. For a 17-year-old to reach the Hotian realm was a very amazing event, but one's cultivation speed didn't necessarily correlate to an equally good combat strength. To so openly shout a challenge at all of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples was not different than kicking them in the foot. How could these Divine Phoenix Island disciples possibly tolerate this? "This boy wants to die. Who the hell does he think he is? He wants to challenge all the heroic elites of my Divine Phoenix Island? F***CK. Who does he think he is? Does he think he's Junior Apprentice Brother Lin?" Even Junior Apprentice Brother Lin challenged the direct disciples and hadn't fought the chief disciples. "This fellow is too arrogant. Junior Brother Apprentice Lin should just come up and finish him in a flash." The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were scolding this Lei Mubai while they cussed. Even the 5-element region disciples didn't believe that Lei Mubai would be able to do so. Even if his cultivation was high, that didn't mean he would have a combat strength that defied the heavens. Even if his strength reached that of a saint-rank talent, he wouldn't necessarily win. Divine Phoenix Island had more than 10 Hotian juniors. Not to mention anyone else, but just Mu Dingshan, Mu Shaoqing, and Lin Ming, these three people were able to have Lei Mubai eat dirt. "Seniors, please be patient, I haven't finished speaking yet." As Lei Mubai stood on stage, he smiled with complete confidence. There was a calming true essence fluctuation that was hidden between his words. In a flash, all of the disciples that were lower than the Hotian realm were affected, and the commotion began to die down. Lin Ming was a bit stunned, directly impacting soul force. Although these disciples that were affected were the lower-grade disciples, the effect was over an extremely wide range. To be able to affect so many disciples at the same time was a truly remarkable feat. It's just, this sort of soul force fluctuation gave Lin Ming a sense of déjà vu, as if he had sensed it before. But as he thought about it, he couldn't remember just where he had felt it. Did he sense incorrectly? Lin Ming carefully thought for a moment, but ultimately wasn't able to come up with anything. He could only attribute this to being a coincidence or an error of his own. After all, sometimes there would be similar soul force fluctuations between two people that had no relation. It was just like two strangers that had similar looks. On stage, Lei Mubai continued to say, "I did such, not because I have any evil intentions, but only for one thing, and that is to prove my strength and talent. With this, I would like to propose a marriage to Divine Phoenix Island." Propose marriage. After Lei Mubai spoke, everyone present was frozen. Lin Ming was also shocked speechless. What was this fellow trying to accomplish? "Yes, this is my second proposition. My Thundercrest sect would like to propose marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, and hope that we can forge an alliance to jointly resist the demonic sect together. Propose marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, forge an alliance, and resist the demonic sect together. Such important words could only be spoken by the top figures of the Thundercrest sect. No one else had the qualifications to do so. Mu Yuhuang frowned, turning to look at Lei Jingtian. Lei Jingtian laughed and then stood up. He said, "High Master Yuhuang, Mu Bai is the limitless envoy of my Thundercrest sect and carries the Purple Thunder command. The words that he says can also represent my Thundercrest sect." Limitless envoy? Mu Yuhuang's eyebrows arched up. Within the Thundercrest sect, the one that held the title of Limitless was one that was a saint-rank talent. The Limitless Envoy was also equal to the Divine Phoenix Island Saintess, and would be able to inherit the position of sovereign. As for the Purple Thunder Command, that was a symbol of great authority. With it, one could appoint or dismiss outer court elders, or command inner court elders. If Lei Jingtian's words were true, then Lei Mubai was already a top power figure within the Thundercrest sect. If such a powerful figure wanted to propose marriage, and also wanted to prove their strength and talent through battle, the object of this marriage was obvious. "Who do you want to marry?" Mu Yuhuang asked straight to the point. Her two eyes flashed with an icy coldness, aggressively staring at Lei Mubai. If someone with a weak will met these eyes, they would feel weak at heart and wouldn't dare to look back. However, Lei Mubai seemed extremely confident. "I hope that High Master Yuhuang can marry Her Highness Qinyu to me. If so, the Thundercrest sect is willing to assist Divine Phoenix Island in any way to resist the South Sea Demon region." As Lei Mubai spoke, Mu Qianyu was petrified. He actually wanted to marry her? But as for the Divine Phoenix Island disciples, they were like a pot of sizzling oil that was poured into a vat of cold water. They instantly exploded into an apoplectic rage. Especially the male disciples, their hearts erupted with rage. Mu Qianyu was the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. In the minds of these disciples, she was no different than a goddess. Wanting to marry Mu Qianyu as a wife? This was an unthinkable act, because in the eyes of these male disciples, Mu Qianyu was a sacred and inviolable existence. Now some fellow had actually come from the Thundercrest sect, and dared to blatantly profane the goddess of their hearts. This was beyond tolerable. If this wasn't in public, all of these righteously indignant male disciples would have already all rushed towards this Lei Mubai and torn him limb from limb. "You're just a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Marry Her Highness the Saintess? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? What qualifications do you have?" He's just a stupid idiot. He must have gone crazy when he cultivated his thunder skills and fried his brain, turning into a retard. "Stupid child, you haven't even grown all your hair. Stop talking like this is a dream. Get out of my sight and *CK off home." Compared to the stormy furor of these Divine Phoenix Island disciples, Lin Ming's response was much more calm. Marry Mu Qianyu? This sort of marriage proposition had to have some sort of nefarious scheme behind it. Either it was a combination of interests or other reasons. In short, it was impossible that Lei Mubai wished to marry because of love or desire for beauty, and then decided to take Mu Qianyu's marriage as the price for cooperation between the Thundercrest sect and Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Although he didn't know the exact reason why Lei Mubai proposed this, all he knew was that he wanted to go on stage and flatten that smile on Lei Mubai's stupid face. Against the verbal abuse of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples that was like a rolling tide, Lei Mubai still smiled all the same. In truth, what he wanted the most was to take both Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun into his harem. Not to mention, how great would the feeling be to be able to enjoy twin sisters as his wives. That was simply utter bliss. And what was most important was that Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun both had the bloodline of a saint beast. Whether it was the vermilion bird bloodline or the blue Luan bloodline, both would be a great benefit to his cultivation. Not only that, but he could also study the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle and the blue Luan abstract phantom code. That would be a great cause for rejoicing. If he could obtain everything, then that would not just be a lucky chance, but simply a massive destiny that fell into his hands. As for the Thundercrest sect assisting Divine Phoenix Island, he would definitely be able to circumvent that. First, he would begin a bumbling attack against the South Sea Demon region and kill a few people to assuage Divine Phoenix Island. Then, once he managed to obtain Mu Qianyu's virginity, he would have the Thundercrest sect make a sudden betrayal. When that time came, perhaps Divine Phoenix Island's war with the South Sea Demon region would be finished much earlier than expected. The only regretful matter would be that he wouldn't be able to obtain Mu Bingyun. When Divine Phoenix Island broke under his hands, Mu Bingyun would probably prefer death. What a pity that her bloodline would perish along with her pretty body. As Lei Mubai thought of this regretful future, he smiled and glanced at Mu Bingyun, covering up the greedy desires that sprung up within his heart. "You want to marry Qianyu?" Mu Yuhuang smiled as she looked at Lei Mubai. "Yes, I ask High Master for help." "Dream on." Lei Mubai hadn't yet finished, when he was violently interrupted by a thunderous roar from Mu Yuhuang. Lei Mubai's smile stiffened. In his opinion, the conditions he had placed out were already very good. Divine Phoenix Island was current in a very precarious position, one could even say that they were facing the threat of extinction. To take the marriage of a saintess in exchange for the support of a fourth-grade sect seemed like a completely reasonable matter. Moreover, it was marriage, and not like she was selling her body. With his status, looks, and strength, he was completely worthy of Mu Qianyu. Marrying her wouldn't be dishonoring her in any way. "Why does Master Ancestor Yuhuang say this?" Mu Yuhuang sneered, her expression vicious as she said, "This old woman is disinclined to argue with such a disgusting lecherous womanizer like yourself. If you want to challenge all the juniors of my Divine Phoenix Island, then you may. But if you wish to marry Qianyu, then dream on." Lei Mubai's pale complexion was very ugly. In this situation, he was actually berated as a disgusting lecherous womanizer. This was truly embarrassing. He only reluctantly managed to keep the smile on his face, suppressing the simmering anger in his heart. He turned to glance at Mu Fengxian. After all, this old bag was still the supreme authority of Divine Phoenix Island. But as he glanced at her, he saw that Mu Fengxian's eyes were half closed, a smile playing across her lips like she was dreamily asleep. Lei Mubai's pale face completely sunk. "High Master Yuhuang, please be careful of the manner in which you speak. If you do not wish to offend others, you shouldn't make such indiscreet and irresponsible remarks in public. Otherwise, you might regret it if you affect the alliance between the Five-Element region and Divine Phoenix Island. You might regret it if you affect the alliance between the Five-Element region and Divine Phoenix Island? Are you threatening this old woman?" Ha! Mu Yuhuang suddenly pounded the table with her fist. With a crumbling sound, the banquet table that she slapped completely turned into powder. Even the jade bowls and dishes shattered into tiny pieces. "Little ignorant boy, do you believe that this old woman won't slap you to death with a single hand? You think that the alliance between the Five-Element region and my Divine Phoenix Island can really be so easily promised by a junior like yourself? What a joke! If Lei Jingtian really had this intention, he wouldn't have created so many stupid obstacles in my way, trying to block me at every turn. Do you think that this old woman is gullible like a snotty 3-year-old child? You had no intention of forming this alliance to begin with, so this old woman has no interest in asking you for anything. You really think that my Divine Phoenix Island is destined to perish just because I won't have help from your sect? If you wish to challenge the heroic elites of my divine Phoenix Island, then go ahead and fight as much as you want, but don't blather so much foolish nonsense in front of me. Shaoqing, make your move. Mu Yuhuang's rapid series of retorts that barraged Lei Mubai caused his face to turn ashen. Even Lei Jingtian was shocked. He hadn't thought Mu Yuhuang would have such a staunch and violent reaction. Lei Jingtian coldly snorted and said, Mu Yuhuang, I gave you 3 points of respect and yet you ignore all decorum and bully the weak. Mu Yuhuang sneered. So what? I will bully you and what can you do about it? For several days you've blustered with your stupid swagger in front of this old woman, repeatedly ridiculing in your snide tone and even destroying the alliance that this old woman proposed. To friends and guests this old woman is polite, but to such a cheap little tch like you, this old woman only wants to spit in your face. After Mu Yuhuang spoke, there was complete silence. Even the drop of a pin could be heard throughout the entire banquet square. Every divine Phoenix Island disciple had been stunned silly. This was Lei Jingtian, the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect. With just a stamp of his feet, he could cause waves to rise within the 5-element region. Yet during such a formal event, Mu Yuhuang had derided him and called him a cheap little tch. You. Lei Jingtian trembled with rage. Well said, Mu Yuhuang. This old man, Lei Jingtian, had also wanted to spit out several ruthless words. But, after he noticed Mu Fengxian who was sitting near Mu Yuhuang, he stopped himself, the words dying in his throat, swallowing his saliva and panting like he was short of breath. Lei Mubai's face had fallen to the point that it was almost dripping water. Since High Master Yuhuang has spoken, let it be so. Then, I still ask for advice from all the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Since High Master seems so self-assured, I would like to ask, if I can defeat all of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples by myself, what then? Chapter 380 Blood Extinguishing Demon Thunder. Chapter 380 Blood Extinguishing Demon Thunder. Chapter 380 Blood Extinguishing Demon Thunder. Lei Mubai's face had fallen to the point that it was almost dripping water. Since High Master Yuhuang has spoken, let it be so. Then, I still ask for advice from all the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Since High Master seems so self-assured, I would like to ask, if I can defeat all of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples by myself, what then? Lei Mubai's words were obviously daring her to act. He calculated that Mu Yuhuang had a very tough and unbending personality that wouldn't accept defeat, so he could only provoke her like this. You want to incite me so that I'll somehow take the matter of Qianyu's wedding as a gambling stake with you. Lei Mubai calmly stared at Mu Yuhuang, this idea clearly in his heart. Mu Yuhuang bleakly laughed twice. Suddenly, her willowy eyebrows shot up, and the aura of her entire body erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, a visible crimson ring of fire burst forth from around her. This was the terrifying power of fire condensed from fire origin energy. Hue! That ring of fire instantly spread throughout the entire banquet audience. It caused no damage, and not even a single dish was broken in half, but everyone present felt a terrifying pressure like a mountain top was crushing down on them. Especially Lei Mubai, who bore the brunt of this ferocious aura. He felt like his organs had been struck by a sledgehammer and was forced several steps back, his feet hitting the floor with a deng-deng-deng sound. Mu Yuhuang's voice was chilling. Give up on this idea in your heart. This old woman has never feared anyone in making a gambling bet. But this old woman will also not take Qianyu's marriage as a gambling stake. If you wish to bet on anything else, this old woman will accompany you. As Mu Yuhuang spoke, Mu Qianyu had slowly moved behind her, looking at Mu Yuhuang's hair that had long turned silver, and pursed her lips. Mu Qianyu didn't say anything. She was aware that Mu Yuhuang had never married in her entire life, and also never had children before. She knew that Mu Yuhuang had viewed her as her own flesh and blood daughter. The scene was tense, as if it could blow up at any moment. Lei Mubai took deep breaths, slowly suppressing the roiling true essence within his body that was aggravated by Mu Yuhuang's terrifying aura. I'm not interested in betting anything else. Since High Mastered is not interested, then that too is fine. With my status as the Thundercrest sect's limitless envoy, I challenge all the heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Lei Mubai's words were filled with arrogance and contempt. As the saint's son of the South Sea Demon region, and also the top talent of a 5th-grade sect, he naturally looked down on the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. I had wanted to use this method of marriage to take Mu Qianyu's virginity, and then use this chance to have the Thundercrest sect betray Divine Phoenix Island. But I have no idea what sort of drugs this old bag Mu Yuhuang took that she immediately labeled me as a lecherous womanizer, and didn't even consider the matter before rejecting me. Does she want Mu Qianyu to end up like her and never marry in her lifetime? Could this old woman have found something wrong with my body? Lei Mubai thought of this and his heart tightened on the spot. However, he immediately shook his head. No, that's impossible. With her personality, if she really did recognize me, then she would probably capture me right here. Not just that, but there is no flaw with my body. Could it have just been her intuition that told her I had another scheme in mind and thus flatly refused me? Lei Mubai grit his teeth, wishing in his heart that he could tear Mu Yuhuang to pieces. Since I can't take Mu Qianyu's virginity, I'll ruin all the chief disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. Since I have determined to become a peerless emperor, I must step over the corpses of a massive number of geniuses to arrive at that peak. I will shatter their confidence and engrave this experience in my heart. Mu Yuhuang, since you dare to act like this to me, I will break the spirit of your disciples so that they'll find it difficult to ever step into the revolving core realm. This is the revenge that I will take for your insults against me today. Thinking this, Lei Mubai looked at Mu Shaoqing, the corners of his mouth curving up in a nefarious grin. First, he would start with this girl. What a pity that the blue Luan bloodline within her body was too thin, otherwise having a taste of her would be very delicious. Mu Shaoqing frowned. She felt that this Lei Mubai in front of her was no different than a cold and dangerous snake, his eyes filled with aggressiveness. She flourished her long sword, coldly saying, "Take out your weapon." Weapon? Lei Mubai crossed his arms behind his back, speaking with utter disdain. To deal with the likes of you, I don't need my weapon. If you can last against 5 of my moves, I'll consider this your win. What? Mu Xiaoqing's slender eyebrows shot up, anger pulsing in her heart. It wasn't just Mu Shaoqing, but all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were angry. This Lei Mubai was simply too arrogant. These words were all said to humiliate the other party. Normally when other martial artists fought, even if one knew their opponent was far inferior, they would still respect their opponent. But these words were obviously all said to shame the other party and attack their confidence. You are too detestable. Mu Shaoqing clenched her teeth. When had she ever been humiliated like this before? Lin Ming shook his head. Since Lei Mubai had already spoken such words, this battle would continue, and not only that, but continue in the most violent and desperate manner possible. There was no point in trying to persuade Mu Shaoqing otherwise. If she was humiliated by her opponent like this and chose to retreat, swallowing this fateful shame, the result would even be worse than suffering a crushing defeat. Shaoqing, Lei Mubai is a saint-rank talent. If you do not have the ability to cope with him, admit defeat now. Mu Yuhuang feared that Mu Shaoqing would be provoked into doing something completely irrational, so she cautioned her with a true essence sound transmission. Saint-rank talent? Mu Shaoqing gasped. The truth was that she had already expected this. If Lei Mubai had dared to speak ruthless words, how could he not be confident in his strength? but deep down, she had an unyielding disposition that had no intention of conceding. So what if you're a saint-rank talent? Even if I'm weaker than you, I will still force you to use your weapon. At least, even if I lose, I won't let you defeat me within 5 moves. Mu Shaoqing stimulated the true essence in her body to the extreme, revolving the Blue Luan abstract phantom code. Although she was angry, she still maintained her calm reasoning, not losing her heart. If she violently attacked him, she would just be defeated faster. You're quite smart, but still useless. Lei Mubai gathered his hands together, and red arcs of lightning flashed in his hands like a beautiful living spirit. A faint crackling sound lingered in the air. These red arcs of lightning faintly exuded the aura of blood. Red lightning. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen lightning of this color. As the red light began to radiate more brightly, becoming increasingly dazzling, the thunder in Lei Mubai's hands seemed to become a floating blob of blood. Thunder Soul. It's actually an Earth-step Thunder Soul. A Thunder Crest sect disciple shouted out, stunned. Even Zhou Lai was stunned. He had a Thunder Soul in his body, but that was a high-grade human-step Thunder Soul. Even so, his Thunder Crest sect had paid a great price in order to assist him in completing its absorption. Mu Qianyu let out a light breath. This was actually the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. In the legends, it spoke of many ancient battlefields on which countless powerhouses fell from the sky, creating a dark and ominous land. These battlefields also happened to be places where there was intense thunder. After tens of thousands of years passed, a Thunder Soul would be born from absorbing the blood essence of the countless powerhouses, thus becoming this blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon Thunder could swallow an enemy's blood essence and use it for oneself. This was an extremely evil and diabolical kind of thunder. Not only that, but it was a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. It was on par with Lin Ming's Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Such a grade was not something that a non-middle Xiantian Realm Master would be able to absorb. Even if a large sect used all sorts of supplementary materials and provided all sorts of facilities and assistance, paying a massive price, at most they would be able to assist an early Xiantian master in absorbing this. But now it was actually absorbed by this Lei Mubai. Of course, this didn't mean that Lei Mubai had strength equal to an early Xiantian master, but it meant that in the aspect of thunder talent, it was possible that he was a peerless monstrous genius. Naturally, this was far worse than Lin Ming, who had absorbed the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder with a cultivation at the peak of bone forging. Lei Mubai had absorbed this blood-extinguishing demon Thunder at the early Hotian realm. This fact was enough to cause the shock in Mu Qianyu's heart to subside some. Mu Yu Huang's voice was heavy. This Lei Mubai already has the talent to become a peerless emperor. As long as he can gather destiny around him, he will become a peerless emperor 100 years from now. In order to become a peerless emperor, talent and destiny were indispensable. Mu Yu Huang had believed that Lin Ming had a great hope to become a peerless emperor, and that was because she saw a great destiny upon his body. As for this Lei Mubai, he had a sufficient heaven-defying talent, all he lacked was a great enough destiny. Honorable Master, if that truly is the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder, then Shaoqing will be in danger. If something goes wrong, there will be invisible injuries left within her, affecting her future cultivation. The blood-extinguishing demon Thunder could swallow a martial artist's blood essence. But once lost blood essence, it was very difficult to recover from this loss. With just a bit gone, it would affect one's future achievements. Mu Yu Huang's eyebrows twitched. Against the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder, it was naturally a dangerous situation. But if Mu Shaoqing retreated without a fight, this would also create an evil spirit within Mu Xiaoqing's heart. It would be extremely difficult for her to ever overcome this hurdle. Not just that, but Lei Mubai was younger than Mu Shaoqing, and his cultivation was only at the early Hotian realm, whereas Mu Shaoqing was at the peak of the early Hotian realm. Mu Shaoqing surpassed him in age and cultivation. If she was humiliated and didn't fight back, this sort of disgrace would become a fatal blow to a martial artist's hearts of martial arts. In the square, Lei Mubai's blood-extinguishing demon thunder had twined around his entire body. It was just like a venomous serpent that was wound around a man. Take my first move, Blood Thunder Claw. Lei Mubai suddenly stepped forwards, the red light around his hand condensing into a giant claw. The red light in his hands rushed out, expanding into a massive bloody claw that grasped at Mu Shaoqing. The bloody claw wasn't even close, but Mu Shaoqing felt the blood essence within her body experience attraction force, causing turbulence within her true essence. In this situation, Lei Mubai didn't dare to flagrantly swallow Mu Shaoqing's blood essence. With that old lady Yu Huang behind her shielding her, he had to let this go. Still, he could severely injure her. The claw flew out, bringing the rolling sound of thunder with it. Mu Shaoqing bit her lips, and a deep and vibrant blue light burst forth from the blue sword in her hands. The phantom of an ice lotus appeared behind Mu Shaoqing, the ice lotus flower beginning to blossom. Blue Lotus Sword. The spinning blue lotus flower collided with Lei Mubai's crimson bloody claw, and a brilliant light flashed out, extremely gorgeous. Countless blue ice crystals were like flowers scattered in the air by celestial beauties all around, with red arcs of lightning savagely flying throughout. True essence surged, blood vitality tumbled. A terrifying cold air flew out in all directions, and a layer of ice instantly covered the ground. However, these ice crystals were all coated with a strange blood red, as if they were exquisite red crystals. In the moment that the true essence shockwave passed over Lin Ming, his heart shook. It's this feeling again. Lin Ming felt a very familiar soul fluctuation within this true essence shockwave. At the time when Lei Mubai went on stage, he also felt this once. He thought he had sensed wrongly, but now he had felt it once more. What was causing this? Lin Ming was anxious, his heart doubtful. Chapter 381 Netherworld Emperor's Descendant. Chapter 381 Netherworld Emperor's Descendant. Chapter 381 A Netherworld Emperor's Descendant. In the brief time that Lin Ming was lost in thought, Mu Shaoqing's ice lotus had already been crushed by Lei Mubai's blood claw. After the blood claw tore apart the icy blue lotus, it continued on, striking at Mu Shaoqing. Mu Shaoqing flew backwards, her blue sword shining with a keen cold light as she thrust it out. Ding ding ding. There was the sound of metal colliding. Mu Shaoqing let out countless sword lights that pierced the blood claw, sparking a cloud of bloody fog. Bang! The blood claw finally exploded, the blood mixing with the crimson lightning to splash onto Mu Shaoqing. Mu Shaoqing's clothes and body were completely stained red with blood. Her face paled. She took several heavy steps backwards, each step creating a bloody footprint on the stage. Lin Ming could clearly see that the truth was, this blood was generated from the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder's blood essence that it had absorbed after it was stimulated with true essence. This was real blood. This blood-extinguishing demon Thunder truly seemed like an evil weapon. Mu Shaoqing looked at the bloodstains on the ground and then at Lei Mubai's grinning face. A sense of deep humiliation surged within her heart. She knew that she had already lost. Lei Mubai was simply playing with her. In that single strike from a moment ago, if Lei Mubai hadn't stood idly by afterwards, there was nothing she could have done to defend against it. It wasn't just Mu Shaoqing who realized this. Many of the five-element region disciples also saw what was happening. Many of them began to feel pity towards Mu Shaoqing. Anger, shame, and unwillingness swelled up within Mu Shaoqing's heart. She knew that she was inferior to Lei Mubai, but in this situation, How could she possibly allow herself to admit defeat? She clenched her teeth, sending a true essence sound transmission. You and I have no past hatred or injustice against each other, so why are you demeaning me like this? Haha, if you want to blame anyone, then blame your master. She suppressed me, frustrating my spirit, so naturally I must retaliate against her. I don't have the ability to directly oppose her, but within the rules of this banquet I can still ruin you. Having her feel sick and nauseous also isn't a bad idea. Since this is all done within the proper rules, all she can do is swallow her insults. As for you, just consider it a stroke of bad luck. So that's the reason. Mu Shaoqing dismally smiled. Not just that. Since I've resolved myself to become a peerless emperor, in order to walk that road I must step over the corpses of a massive number of geniuses, and etch onto my bones the belief that I am at the apex of existence. As chief disciples of a top 4th grade sect, you reluctantly qualify to be a body that paves the road for me. After I become a peerless emperor in the future, you can also consider this an honor. These words caused Mu Shaoqing to be thoroughly incensed. Die! Mu Shaoqing attacked, her figure rapidly rushing forwards. With every step she took, ice lotuses bloomed on the ground. She slashed out her sword, and a strong wind howled, carrying a terrifyingly freezing ice energy. Hey! Anything you do is useless. Lei Mubai disdainfully smiled. His eyes filled with pity as he looked at Mu Shaoqing. Then, he spread out his arms, and a deep crimson light erupted outwards. Blood prison! Who? A massive amount of blood essence gushed out like a tide. All the space within dozens of feet around Lei Mubai seemed to thicken as if it were overflowing with sticky blood. As Mu Shaoqing rushed in, she felt as if there was a pressure bearing down on her chest. She found it difficult to breathe. Lei Mubai cruelly smiled as he thrust a palm towards Mu Shaoqing. In the moment that the blood prison erupted forth, Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. When Lin Ming had first swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal to break into the tempering marrow boundary, he had seen a true illusion. This was the evil will that the Netherworld Great Emperor had left within the shattered demon heart crystal. And the feeling that the Netherworld Great Emperor's soul had given him was somewhat similar to Lei Mubai's soul fluctuations. Could it be? Lin Ming was alarmed. After he had swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal, he had borne witness to the endless war that followed. It had left a very deep impression within Lin Ming's mind. The Netherworld Great Emperor was similar to an ancient demon god. He held a large bloody red axe in his hand, the shaft over 10 feet long and as thick as an arm. The axe blade was 3 feet wide, and with a single cut it was able to slice a devil in half. Every time he killed a devil, the Netherworld Great Emperor would drink its blood. Until now, Lin Ming wasn't able to understand what the devils that the Netherworld Great Emperor killed were. These devils were naked, their skin a dark blue and gray metallic color, their entire bodies threaded with thick and angry muscles. Their entire bodies were clasped with large hoops, and there were even those that were wrapped in chains. They had devilish, exaggerated features and were incomparably ugly beings. They weren't human at all. As for the Netherworld Great Emperor, he was actually over 10 feet tall. His hair was a deep red, his skin a pale blue, and pupils a dark gold. Although he had the face of a human, his height, skin, eyes— could there really be humans that grew up into that sort of appearance? Lin Ming could never be sure if the Netherworld Great Emperor was human or not. Or perhaps, was this appearance the result of deeply cultivating the devil arts? At the time, this scene had etched itself onto Lin Ming's heart. The Netherworld Great Emperor's great axe pointed to the heavens, his feet stepped upon the earth. Within the universe, he alone ruled all. This overwhelmingly lordly spirit had caused Lin Ming's heart to race. And now, Lin Ming had truly felt the same kind of energy coming from Lei Mubai's body. This was demon energy, although it was very faint, There was no way he was wrong. Was he the descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor? This thought suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's heart, leaving him absent-minded for a moment. If he was the descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor, then what sort of concept would that be? Was he someone from the South Sea Demon region? As Lin Ming thought of this possibility, all sorts of scenarios flashed in his mind. From Lei Jingtian's destruction of the proposed alliance, to his self-confident smile, to when he had even supported Lei Mubai to propose marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, and all the way to now, Lei Mubai had even used the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder didn't have a problem in itself. Although it was considered evil, the evil factions within the Sky Spill continent weren't too clear. For instance, the Seven Profound Valleys Acacia faction and Puppet faction both practiced devil art. As for Lin Ming, his heretical god force wasn't an orthodox ability either. But with the blood-extinguishing demon thunder added with all the previous issues, Lin Ming had a guess. And that was that this pale youth's real name wasn't Lei Mubai. In fact, that was just an alias he used within the Thundercrest sect. He was most likely a very important character within the South Sea Demon region. There was too much at stake on this speculation. Even Lin Ming couldn't easily confirm it. If he were right, then there would be nothing left of Lei Mubai. But if he were wrong, it would create a horrible mess. It might even cause the Thundercrest sect to ally with the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming suppressed his desire to tell Mu Qianyu of his guess. Instead, he calmed his mind and closed himself off until there was nothing left but his sense, using this to observe each and every action of Lei Mubai. On the stage, Lei Mubai and Mu Xiaoqing's battle was reaching its conclusion. Mu Xiaoqing was obviously not anywhere near being Lei Mubai's match. She was stuck within the blood prison, and was completely unable to free herself. As Lin Ming compared the aura that Lei Mubai emitted to the residual will of the Netherworld Great Emperor within the shattered demon heart crystal, he was increasingly sure that this Lei Mubai had a very close relation with the Netherworld Great Emperor, and was most likely a descendant of some sort. At the very least, he would be a person who cultivated the same kinds of devil arts as the Netherworld Great Emperor. The South Sea Demon region was at war with Divine Phoenix Island and would soon invade. Now, Lei Mubai had suddenly appeared at this time. In addition to all of Lei Jingtian's various actions, this was enough to confirm the relation between Lei Mubai and the South Sea Demon region. Otherwise, how could there be such a perfect coincidence in this world? As Lin Ming made up his mind, he opened his eyes. At this time, he witnessed Lei Mubai's final strike. Bang! The crimson blood claw burst apart. Mu Xiaoqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and she flew backwards like a broken kite, her face paler than paper. This was the home of Divine Phoenix Island. No matter how brave Lei Mubai was, he still wouldn't dare to suck out Mu Xiaoqing's blood essence. But this level of injury was enough for her to be bedridden for at least 10 days. The truth was that being bedridden for 10 days wasn't too big of a deal. The crux of the issue was that Mu Xiaoqing's confidence had suffered a heavy blow. In the future, this could possibly affect her cultivation. Mu Yuhuang was pale. No matter how she justified matters, in this case her disciple was simply weaker, thus she had been humiliated. There was nothing she could say. Otherwise this so-called competition of learning from each other was meaningless. Lei Mubai wickedly smiled at Mu Xiaoqing. Then, he swept his eyes across the entire audience. Who's next? All of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples had extremely ugly complexions. Their hearts were filled with extreme resentment, and they wished that they could rip apart this Lei Mubai. But this time, who would dare to go up? That would simply be disgracing themselves. Lei Mubai smiled as he glanced at Mu Dingshan. As for Lin Ming, he wanted to save him for last. The one that was the greatest eyesore to him here was Lin Ming. Brother Dingshan, if you don't come up then how can we have a match? Mu Dingshan's expression was pale. He tightly clenched his fists together. Ever since he was born, when had he been oppressed like this? Someone was looking down their nose at him, openly provoking him, and yet he was helpless in this situation. However, this time, he had to step up no matter what. In the end, he was the elder senior apprentice brother of all the direct disciples. He grit his teeth, and was about to step onto the stage when he was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. He turned and saw that the one who stopped him was Lin Ming. "Senior apprentice brother Mu, I'll do it," Lin Ming frankly said. There was much at stake. Through an actual battle, he would be able to more precisely determine Lei Mubai's true identity. Mu Dingshan's heart filled with a tender and touching emotion as he looked at Lin Ming. This Lei Mubai was simply too strong. Even saint-rank talents were separated by the disparity in their talent. He feared that this Lei Mubai was much stronger than Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun when they were at this age. Even if Lin Ming was also a saint-rank talent, he was just 16.5 years old. Not only that, but there was a great gap in their cultivation. Mu Dingshan didn't believe that Lin Ming had the assurance to deal with Lei Mubai. Lei Mubai had defeated Mu Shaoqing and hadn't even used his weapon. Who knew what else he had up his sleeve? He was simply an unfathomable character. There was no way that Lin Ming was able to completely understand the enemy's full strength. In order to challenge Lei Mubai, one needed have considerable courage. But, since this competition had progressed to this stage, a loss would be a great blow to one's confidence. Could Lin Ming win? To Mu Dingshan, this hope was too faint and uncertain. He heartily patted Lin Ming's shoulder, a bit like he was stepping onto an execution stage. "Brother Lin, please be silent. You are the last hope of my divine Phoenix Island, so let me go up first. My cultivation is higher than Xiaoqing's, so I should be able to test out some of the cards he has in his hand. With that, it will be easier for you to deal with him." Lin Ming faintly smiled, no longer attempting to persuade Mu Dingshan. Instead, he took out his purple comet spear and directly leapt on stage. "Divine Phoenix Island's Lin Ming, please advise." Chapter 382 Thunder Soul Clash. Chapter 382 Thunder Soul Clash. Chapter 382 Thunder Soul Clash. As Lin Ming leapt on stage, he immediately aroused the attention and cries of the audience. Everyone fell silent, their breath abated. All of them had been waiting for this battle between the two greatest talents of the Five-Element region and the South Horizon region. However, everyone also thought it was very unfortunate that Lin Ming and Lei Mubai weren't on the same level. For one at the late pulse condensation period to go against someone at the early Hotian realm, that wasn't a small gap at all. Lin Ming, this damn fellow, he's just disgracing himself. At the Thundercrest sect banquet area, Zhou Shaoling was glaring at Lin Ming with resentment in her eyes. She raised her fists that were covered in soy sauce, waiting for Lin Ming to be defeated. As for Zhou Lai, he helplessly looked at his little sister. He thought that after Lei Mubai had proposed marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, Zhou Shaoling would drop whatever fond desires she held towards Lei Mubai. But it seemed as if she hadn't changed her mind about him at all. He had no idea what she was thinking. "Lin Ming isn't so simple," Zhou Lai said. "We have already underestimated him once, do not underestimate him again." "Humph. Just you want and see." Zhou Shaoling didn't bother to argue, she was a staunch supporter of Lei Mubai. Zhou Lai shook his head. Although he couldn't help but admit that in comparison to Lei Mubai, Lin Ming was sorely lacking. If another year passed and Lin Ming stepped into the Hotian realm, then they would be able to see a fierce competition. But this had happened far too early. He too hoped that Lin Ming would win, but this hope was very faint. Whether it was Lei Mubai or Lin Ming, neither of them had displayed their true and complete strength. But comparatively speaking, Lei Mubai was much more profound and unfathomable. In front of him, Mu Shaoqing didn't even have the strength to resist. Lin Ming, you are too impatient. I was prepared to face you last, but I didn't think that you would be the second to come on stage. Lei Mubai looked at Lin Ming as he leapt on stage, his arms crossed behind his back. From his entire body he emitted an arrogant attitude, that of someone who held complete confidence in themselves, and looked at all the heroes of the world with nothing but disdain. As a saint-rank talent from a 5th-grade sect, facing Lin Ming, who was not only from a 4th-grade sect but also had a lower cultivation, he naturally looked at him with contempt. I had originally wanted to experience the many chief disciples of the 5-element region one at a time. After all, this sort of event to compete against so many masters is a very rare occasion. But because some matters have occurred, I've changed my mind. A faint smile touched upon Lin Ming's lips, a deep meaning behind it. Lei Mubai frowned. He didn't know why Lin Ming was smiling, but this smiling expression caused him to feel disgust. You think that you have a chance of winning? You don't seem to have realized the situation you're in. Lin Ming shook his head. No, it's just the opposite. You haven't realized what situation you're in. Lin Ming spoke, but at this time Lei Mubai ignored him. Lei Mubai only thought that Lin Ming was trying to provoke him. Haha. I haven't realized my situation? It looks like you're quite confident in yourself. Lei Mubai suddenly took his hands out, then clenched his fists. An enormous force arose within him, and a thick true essence emerged, nearly substantial. It spilled out like mercury, crushing all the stone tiles of the floor and sending them flying back with true essence. What a thick true essence! The hearts of everyone present at the banquet were shocked. Was this true essence something that an early Hotian martial artist could have? If they let out their perception, they would be able to feel a thick swirling vortex of true essence with Lei Mubai at the center. It was hard to believe that he was just at the early Hotian realm. Words are useless. Facing Lei Mubai's true essence that swept out at him, Lin Ming's clothes fluttered in the air. Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear, pointing it towards the ground, his indifferent eyes touched with a hint of scorn. Your eyes really disgust me. Make your move. I'll have a look to see whether or not you can force me to use my weapon. Lei Mubai's hands gathered together and the dazzling blood-extinguishing demon thunder sparked within his palms. Chi. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he stared at the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. He sneered in his heart, if you were a true Thundercrest sect disciple, I wouldn't be able to take anything from you. But since you're not, don't blame me for stripping you of everything you have. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Lin Ming suddenly stepped forwards, a luminous flame burning across his entire body. It was like the mountains and rivers had erupted. He thrust a spear towards Lei Mubai's chest. Under this spear, the space around it seemed to tighten, a flame phoenix swirling around it. Flames surrounded Lei Mubai. This is your move? Too bad, it's useless against me. Lei Mubai's demeanor was calm. He lifted his palms and launched the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In an instant, it vanished and turned into a pair of bloody netherworld blood claws that shot towards the flame phoenix. Bang! The blood claws and the flame phoenix collided. The blood claws latched onto the flame phoenix's wings, dispersing the fire. The blood claws issued a chi sound as plumes of blue smoke spewed into the air. Die! Lei Mubai gave a loud shout and suddenly twisted his hands, the blood claws following. There was a sad and shrill phoenix cry that pierced the air, and Lin Ming's flame phoenix was ripped in half by Lei Mubai. The hearts of the divine Phoenix Island disciples suddenly skipped a beat, even Mu Dingshan's expression changed. Lin Ming's phoenix wings ascending sky had been so easily broken. I said it was useless. Lei Mubai jeered. But at this time, his smile froze on his face. After he tore apart Phoenix wings ascending sky, a purple light split the smoke, shooting towards him at an incredible speed. This needle was 2 inches long, and a purple flood dragon coiled around the shaft. This was the coiling dragon's steel needle. This is... Lei Mubai was beyond shock. He could feel in that purple light a thunder origin energy that had been compressed to an extreme degree. Thunder Soul? Lei Mubai flew backwards, but the purple light followed him. No matter how fast he was, how could he compare to the speed of that coiling dragon's steel needle? As Lei Mubai saw the coiling dragon's steel needle about to stab him between the eyebrows, he gave a shout and swiped at his spatial ring, pulling out a deep red blood halberd. This halberd had a 9-foot-long shaft and a foot-long blade edge. It was a deep crimson like fresh blood, and its murderous aura soared into the sky. It was just like a terribly vicious beast all over, causing those who saw it to feel a deep and abiding fear. Lei Mubai gripped the blood halberd and instantly slashed down at the coiling dragon's steel needle. In that moment it was like the entire space was blocked by the blood halberd, and the purple flood dragon divine thunder was trapped within. The blood halberd carried a vast and endless violent momentum as it fiercely chopped down. Bang! The purple flood dragon divine thunder was cut by the blood halberd. Countless arcs of purple thunder splashed out, like purple snakes chaotically writhing in the air. Lei Mubai bore the brunt of this shock, and his entire body was numbed by electricity. But Lin Ming was no better. His mind was connected to the purple flood dragon divine thunder, and when it was cut he had turned pale. Lin Ming waved his right hand, and the purple flood dragon divine thunder that possessed an intelligent will flew back towards Lin Ming, revolving within his hand. Lei Mubai held the halberd, standing his ground. He looked at the small steel needle in Lin Ming's hand, and tumultuous waves surged in his heart. It wasn't just Lei Mubai, but the eyes of everyone in the audience were fixed upon that normal-looking steel needle. Most of them didn't know what this coiling dragon steel needle was. They could only marvel at the power of this small object. It looks like Lin Ming's strength is greater than I anticipated. He might have the ability to fight with Lei Mubai, but that is only to fight. As for what will happen, that will all depend on how much strength Lei Mubai is still hiding. A Deep Earth sect disciple analyzed the situation with an air of self-importance. But this analysis only caused the surrounding Thundercrest sect disciples to glare at him with derision. "You idiot!" a Thundercrest sect thought in his heart. As disciples of the Thundercrest sect, they naturally recognized what this coiling dragon steel needle was. It was a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. It contained an extremely terrifying compressed thunder origin energy. In this aspect, it was far superior to the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. A boy with a late pulse condensation cultivation was actually able to absorb a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul? How is this possible? Zhou cried out. He was unable to accept this. He was well aware of how difficult and painful it was to absorb a Thunder Soul of that level. With his Hotian realm cultivation, and also with the support of many of the Thundercrest sect's treasures, Zhou had managed to jump ranks and absorb a high-grade human-step Thunder Soul. But the pain that followed had him wanting to kill himself. Finally, he had broken through his limits and forcefully absorbed it. Zhou thought that he had achieved the ultimate heaven-defying act, and was pleased with his talent. But afterwards, he had discovered that Lei Mubai had absorbed a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul with his Hotian cultivation, and suffered a heavy blow to his self-esteem. But as Zhou thought that Lei Mubai was an existence that had a chance of becoming a peerless emperor in the future, he was just able to accept this reality. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming with his mere late pulse condensation cultivation had actually managed to absorb a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. Heavens! Was he really a human? Zhou Shaoling stared with wide eyes. It was also because of the act of absorbing a Thunder Soul that her admiration of Lei Mubai had risen so high. But now in just a few days, that act had actually been surpassed by Lin Ming. She also found this hard to accept. In her eyes, Lei Mubai was the most talented and gifted individual in the world. It was impossible for anyone to exceed him. But now, it looked like Lin Ming had already eclipsed him. Within the Divine Phoenix Island banquet area, Mu Qianyu bore witness to the intense and violent reaction from the Thunder Crest sect disciples, and her lips curved up in a satisfied smile. These fellows are already so surprised. If they knew that Lin Ming had already absorbed the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder over half a year ago, and that his cultivation had only been at the peak bone forging stage when he did so, just what sort of reactions would they have? Now that Lin Ming's cultivation has reached the late pulse condensation period, with a sec's help he might even be able to absorb a medium-grade Earth Step Thunder Soul. I never thought this was possible, I never expected this at all. Lei Mubai shook his head. I really underestimated you. I have to admit that you have the qualifications to make me a bit serious, but that is also only a bit more serious. Lin Ming smiled, a light laugh touching his lips. This idiot, he was knocking on death's door, and yet he still felt so smug about himself. This was also the reason that so many other geniuses died like dogs. Pride blinded their eyes and arrogance blinded their hearts, letting them believe that everything was under their control. But the truth was that he couldn't blame Lei Mubai. In this situation, he would also never have imagined that his identity was seen through by Lin Ming. If there was anything to blame, one could only blame Lei Mubai for having such bad luck. Since ancient times, peerless emperors were existences that had a heaven-defying talent as well as a great destiny that gathered unto their bodies. Lei Mubai's talent was satisfactory, but it was a pity that he had no great destiny to follow him. Instead, what had fallen upon him was a calamity. Unfortunately, in this life, he had now encountered Lin Ming. And what was most tragic was that he never would have dreamt that Lin Ming had swallowed a shattered demon heart crystal, and that within that shattered demon heart crystal was the blood essence of the Netherworld Great Emperor. As for Lei Mubai, the Netherworld Great Emperor bloodline that he was so proud of and that he had hidden, had actually been recognized by Lin Ming. Lei Mubai slapped the blood halberd and held it across his chest. In that instant, a fierce and violent energy broke forth. This was a top medium-grade Earth Step treasure. This halberd is a desolate and dangerous treasure. It is a replica of the Forsaken Blood halberd. Although it is a replica, it has been tempered through 1,000 years and stained with the blood of countless lives. I'm anticipating that today this halberd will drink freely of your blood. Chapter 383 Great Desolate Blood Halberd. Chapter 383 Great Desolate Blood Halberd. Chapter 383 Great Desolate Blood Halberd. Forsaken Blood Halberd Replica? Even Lin Ming, who didn't know much about the top sects of the Sky Spill continent, had heard the fierce name of this Forsaken Blood Halberd. The Forsaken Blood Halberd's former name was the Great Desolate Blood Halberd, and it was a heaven-step treasure that was excavated from an ancient ruin. It was 10 feet long, as thick as an arm, and blood-red all over. It was rumored that this halberd was a high-grade heaven-step treasure. The original master and creator of this great desolate blood halberd had long been lost in the vast stretches of time. But it was known that this halberd had existed at least 70 or 80,000 years ago. Afterwards, the great desolate blood halberd was spread through the Sky Spill continent and passed through several owners. Of those who held this weapon in hand, it could be said that any of these characters were masters that could shake the world, among which were many peerless emperors. However, this blood halberd was simply too dangerous and portentous a treasure. According to the ancient records, everyone that had ever possessed the great desolate blood halberd eventually died a miserable and violent death. Even the so-called peerless emperors were no exception to this rule. It could be said that their destiny which was described within the ancient texts wasn't enough, and they died to the curse of the blood halberd. For instance, 1,000 years ago the Netherworld Great Emperor had managed to obtain the great desolate blood halberd. Unfortunately, he perished under the hands of several peerless emperors. Afterwards, this blood halberd was said to have been obtained by a supreme elder. But according to rumors, this supreme elder had gone into an ancient mystic realm and had been missing for hundreds of years. Until now, there still wasn't anyone that had a hint of where he was. Thus, the great desolate blood halberd had vanished along with him. Humans were wonderful and contradictory creatures. The more ominous a treasure was, the more it would arouse the crazed envy of others. This was because many of them assumed that they were fated for great deeds, as if the heavens themselves had mandated that they would succeed. They believed that a great destiny had come to them and that they wouldn't die from the blood halberd's curse. The great desolate blood halberd even became a symbol of being a peerless emperor. Thus, replicas of this great desolate blood halberd had spread everywhere, and it wasn't unusual for a genius whose ambition was to one day become a peerless emperor to have one. So you also use a long weapon. Lin Ming's expression was calm. Compared to the spear, the halberd head had many crescent blade tips that could be used to slash and kill. Those that wielded the spear could also wield the halberd. Allow me to remind you. With this blood halberd assisting me, my blood-extinguishing demon thunder can become 50% stronger. Oh, what a coincidence! With the help of the purple comet spear, my purple flood dragon divine thunder can also display its greatest strength. As the two stared each other down, the young heroic elites present held their breaths, their hearts rapidly racing. This battle was far more wonderful than they had assumed. They thought it would be a one-sided match, but it had actually stayed even until now. Such a fight was what these people desired to see the most. They opened their eyes wide, fearing that they would miss any of the exciting moments. Lei Mubai swept out his blood halberd, and his aura suddenly erupted. The true essence within his body revolved to the limit and a thick bloody energy surged forth from his body. Chi. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder flowed into the great desolate blood halberd, the entire halberd shaft growing increasingly bright red, as if it were dripping blood. The savage halberd blade began to issue out a keening cry. Blood war throughout the world! Kacha! The tiles under Lei Mubai's feet suddenly shattered, cracks spreading throughout like a spiderweb. Lei Mubai waved his halberd, and a bloody storm twisted into existence, sucking in all the surrounding stone, tearing it to pieces. Facing such a powerful attack, Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear. The spear point drew a crescent moon on the ground and began to howl. The coiling dragon steel needle had fused into the purple comet spear. Spear and thunder became one, thunder flashed, arcs of lightning danced in the air. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, the phantom of an azure dragon appearing behind him once again. With this strike, it carried a primal azure true essence, as well as a massive snake of thunder that was as thick as a tree trunk. With a cry from the audience, this spear contained an unstoppable momentum as it thrust towards the bloody storm. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded in the air. The bloody light mixed with the smashed tiles and the purple electric radiance. All of the stones within were smashed into dust. As the dust mixed into the bloody storm, it transformed into red sand. The protective array formation that the revolving core master had laid down began to vibrate. Cracks appeared out of thin air, and with a light chi-chi-chi sound, the protective curtain of light was punctured. A savage beam of true essence pierced through. Be careful! Everyone was shocked. Several revolving core elders hurried to lay down a new enchantment. However, because it was too quick, the new enchantment wasn't able to be instantly laid down. The electric light and true essence explosion shockwave flooded out, overturning the banquet tables and smashing apart the jade dishes. All the heroic elites of the sects began to revolve true essence around their body to protect themselves. The ones with high cultivation protected those with low cultivation. As the true essence shockwave collided against their true essence, It created a rainbow of colors that dazzled everyone present. Who are these two? The true essence shockwave from their battle can break open the protective array formation and also force our disciples to resist with all their strength. This is too terrifying. Look over there. Even the deep earth sex Hoteon disciples who excel at defense find this difficult to resist. Can a Hoteon master truly have strength of this level? What Hoteon master? That Lin Ming is clearly at the pulse condensation period. With these words, everyone felt as if they were living a waking dream. That's right. Lin Ming wasn't at the Hoteon realm. He was even a step away from reaching the peak of pulse condensation. Because of Lin Ming's strong and dominating performance, everyone had faintly forgotten the fact that Lin Ming wasn't a Hoteon master. Just what was wrong with this world? The ones most shocked were the Xiantian masters. As the backbone of their fourth-grade sex, they were above 30 years old, and there were even some around 40 or 50 years old. Such a strong attack power, is this really the strength of the younger generation? When I was at the peak Hoteon realm, even I didn't have such abnormal attack power. Those that were able to attend this banquet celebration weren't average martial artists. When they were at the Hoteon realm, they were also outstanding martial artists that surpassed others. If this continues, they won't need much time to compare to a true Xiantian master. An early Hoteon realm youth can actually compare to a Xiantian master. Just how strong will they be in the future? They might even become peerless emperors. The difference between the Hoteon realm and the Xiantian realm was like a moat that separated the two. As one stepped from the Hoteon realm into the Xiantian realm, a martial artist would be reborn as they eliminated the foul Hoteon air within themselves and experienced a qualitative change to their true essence that greatly increased the intensity and thickness of it. The Xiantian realm was also considered a massive bottleneck. Every normal Hoteon martial artist that had an unstable foundation would be stuck there forever. The only ones left that had a chance of ascending were the most outstanding of individuals. Even Qin Zia, who was considered a top-class Hoteon master, would only be the lowest of Xiantian powerhouses. This showed just how strong a Xiantian realm martial artist truly was. Therefore it was especially difficult for a Hoteon powerhouse to be able to jump realms and fight against a Xiantian master. Within a small sect like the Seven Profound Valleys, it was already good if there existed 2 or 3 people that could accomplish this. Not only that, but these 2 or 3 people would often be at the peak Hoteon realm, or even a half step into the Xiantian realm. On the stage, Lin Ming and Lei Mubai had already separated from each other. All of the tiles within a 100-foot radius of them had been completely demolished, and the spot where the 2 youths had collided had been turned into fine sand. After this sand was stained red by the blood essence within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, it had turned the center of the stage into a crimson desert. Lei Mubai hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be powerful to such a degree. When he was Lin Ming's age, he didn't possess this strength. Did that mean that Lin Ming's talent exceeded him? Lei Mubai's heart had always been heavy with pride. How could he tolerate a 4th-grade sect genius ever surpassing him? I really underestimated you. But my strength is far more than that. For you to be able to force me to use my true strength, that alone is enough for you to be proud of. The true essence within Lei Mubai's body began to rapidly revolve. Within his meridians, the bloody energy became increasingly thick and concentrated. His entire skeleton began to crackle, and his aura exploded along with it, frightening everyone who sensed it. Ancient devil arts. Hugh. The space around Lei Mubai seemed to become its own separate space. His aura increased several times over. What he was using was the power of the ancient devil tome that his master had found within far-off ruins. He didn't fear using this cultivation method. This wasn't a cultivation method of Silent Demon Emperor City, but rather a recently unearthed ancient cultivation method manual. Regardless of whether it was Mu Yu Huang of Mu Fengxian, neither of them would be able to recognize it. Although this wasn't an orthodox strength, the South Horizon region sects had never distinguished between good or evil. Everything was based only on the respect for the strong. So, there was nothing wrong with using this ancient devil art technique. Even if there was something wrong with using this, he no longer cared. If he didn't defeat Lin Ming here, then he would only frustrate his own spirit. This cultivation method. Mu Yu Huang's eyes shined. With the breadth of her knowledge, she was able to instantly recognize the uncommon and extraordinary nature of this cultivation method. This was obviously not the cultivation method of the Thundercrest sect, and even if it was, it would be recently obtained by the Thundercrest sect. There was even a high chance that it was this Lei Mubai who had found it. Master Ancestor, do you recognize this cultivation method? Mu Yu Huang asked Mu Fengxian with a true essence sound transmission. Mu Fengxian squinted her eyes as she looked at Lei Mubai, thoughtfully deliberating for a moment. Then, she hesitated and shook her head. This cultivation method should have recently appeared in the world. This boy's lucky fortunes are very great. Mu Yu Huang let out a light breath and turned to glance at Lei Jingtian. She saw that his own eyes were shining with acclaim. Suddenly, Mu Yu Huang's heart went cold. There was an absolute chance that this cultivation method was found by Lei Mubai. With such a great lucky opportunity falling upon him, she feared that Lei Mubai really might become an almighty peerless emperor. Lei Mubai's ancient devil arts were truly amazing. But Lin Ming was indifferent. Among everyone present, there was no one who was more experienced in the highest-level cultivation methods than him. In the fragmented memories of the realm of the gods' supreme elders, there were countless incomplete cultivation methods, most of them being sporadic and fragmented worthless bits. But Lin Ming still looked over these one at a time. As he compared them to Lei Mubai's ancient devil arts, he came to the conclusion that these ancient devil arts were probably created by a peerless emperor that originated from the Sky Spill continent. Perhaps this peerless emperor died of old age, or perhaps he soared up into the realm of the gods. Regardless of what happened, this cultivation method that he left behind as his legacy could only be considered the lowest third-rate cultivation method within the realm of the gods. Under the shadow of the crimson light, Lei Mubai gripped the great desolate blood halberd, his clothes fluttering in the wind and his jet-black hair recklessly flying. With the bloody lightning that twined around his entire body, he was like an ancient demon god that descended into the world. Lei Mubai stood there, his aura filled with utter disdain for the world. All the young heroic elites felt that Lei Mubai was no different than a giant mountain that stood before him, an unattainable and distant existence. As for the young female disciples of the five-element region, their beautiful faces blushed and their hearts wildly beat. As for Zhou Shaoling, her eyes never left Lei Mubai for a second. Zhou Lai saw the entranced expression on his younger sister's face and sighed. He didn't say anything further. Whether it was Lei Mubai or Lin Ming, they were both characters that had already surpassed the realm of his comprehension. Lin Ming, do you still think you can defeat me? Lei Mubai slowly said, his every word dripping with overbearing arrogance. His strength had grown twofold. If he used blood war throughout the world again, the power of that move would also be doubled. Chapter 384 Tempering Marrow vs. Devil Art. Chapter 384 Tempering Marrow vs. Devil Arts. Chapter 384 Tempering Marrow vs. Devil Art. Facing the blazoning might of the ancient devil arts and the crazy Lei Mubai, whose hair was bathed in a blood-red light, Lin Ming was finally able to completely confirm that Lei Mubai was from the South Sea Demon region. The ancient devil arts can multiply one's own strength? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile, If I hadn't completed 20% of tempering marrow, then I would absolutely have lost this battle. But now, Lei Mubai is able to have me fight to the limits of my strength. With 20% tempering marrow added together with the opening of the heretical god force, just what would the result be? Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear horizontally and stood tall on the stage, his body exuding a virtuous light. Suddenly, his aura began to thicken, becoming increasingly swift and fierce, and a spear intent that could sweep away all surged forth. At this moment, Lin Ming was like an unrivaled treasure spear, immeasurably keen. With a single thought, he could pierce through the world. Lin Ming's aura is also intensifying. It's not only his aura that is intensifying, but the true essence in his body is becoming increasingly thick. Heavens! How can a pulse condensation period martial artist have such thick true essence within their body? In this instant, everyone was able to clearly feel the vast aura emitting from Lin Ming's body like an endless ocean. His true essence was like the wild waves of a storm, boundless and infinite. With just Lin Ming's meridians and acupoints, he was naturally unable to release such terrifying true essence. A great deal of Lin Ming's true essence had been hidden within his marrow, and now all of that hidden true essence had spewed out. The power of 20% of tempering marrow completely broke free. On the banquet seat of honor, Mu Fengxian's sleepy eyes suddenly popped open, an expression of disbelief coloring them. She quietly watched Lin Ming for several breaths of times, took a deep breath, and then said to herself, "This child is a dragon within a deep pool. If my divine Phoenix Island has a great enough destiny and we are able to survive the incoming cataclysm to wait until the day that this dragon soars into the sky, my divine Phoenix Island will also be a phoenix that rebirths through nirvana, soaring along with it." As Lin Ming's aura increased, all of the juniors beneath the stage stared with wide eyes. Their mouths were dry and they watched with utter astonishment. Lei Mubai couldn't bear it. As this aura rose, he was no longer willing to wait. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder erupted. Lei Mubai cried out, "Blood dyes the world." The blood halberd swept out. After this move broke forth, the aura of the stage suddenly changed, as if tumultuous and violent waves of blood were crashing around. Lei Mubai tread forwards, and his body was like a phantom as he instantly flashed in front of Lin Ming, his spear sweeping towards his waist. This halberd strike carried a heavy, roaring potential. Even a small mountain peak would be crushed by this sweeping blow. In the halberd, Lin Ming could feel all the blood of his body being pulled by an invisible force, rushing to the surface and boiling in his veins as if it would break out of his body. This is the blood-extinguishing demon thunder's effect on blood essence? Lei Mubai has no intention of staying his hand at all. If a normal martial artist were to be swept by this halberd, their blood would flow backwards and they would have already died from shock. Lin Ming's mind raced. The coiling dragon steel needle had fused into the purple comet spear, and now the spear seemed to contain its own indelible will. A spear swept out, and because of the instant acceleration, the purple comet spear slightly bent like a whip as he crashed into the blood halberd. Gotcha! As soon as the blood halberd collided with the purple comet spear, the blood halberd was suppressed. It was like a blood-red massive shark that was abruptly pressed down in the water. The purple comet spear pressed down on the great desolate blood halberd. The compressed blood vitality of the halberd broke free, creating crashing waves of vibrant blood. The two young masters struggled, their spear and halberd clashing with each other as red and purple thunder sizzled the air. The impact of the intense purple and red true essence formed a howling tornado. The tornado picked up the countless crushed stones on the ground and sent them shooting towards the protective light array enchantment. Ping ping ping. The reinforced light screens severely trembled once more. The complexions of all the heroic elites changed, especially the Xiantian realm martial artists. They were all frightened, unable to comprehend what was happening. With two juniors fighting, their auras were actually filled with the power of crushing avalanches and tsunamis. Was this really battle between two of the younger generation? Lei Mubai clenched his teeth, all of the muscles of his body bulging, his blue veins popping up. He had no choice but to admit that Lin Ming had the qualifications to fight him on equal standing. This boy, his true essence is as thick as my own even after I use the ancient devil arts. How is this possible? A frontal attack is not possible. I have to avoid his purple comet spear and only attack his body. As Lei Mubai thought this, he suddenly rapidly dashed around, his footwork accelerating. As he stepped back, his form began erratic, drifting from place to place. The blood halberd in his hand also became a series of blood shades. You want to compare speed? Lin Ming smirked. Lei Mubai was not a martial artist who specialized in speed like Jiang Baoyun. If he wanted to have a battle of speed, then he was not afraid. Not to mention that his comprehension of the concept of wind deepened with every day, and his golden rock shattering the void also drew closer to the second layer with every passing day. Soon, it would break through to the next level. Ca. Lei Mubai appeared like a ghost behind Lin Ming, his halberd cutting down. However, this halberd directly cut through Lin Ming's waist, but passed straight through. At this moment, Lin Ming had vanished, leaving nothing behind by an afterimage. It was just an instant, but Lin Ming had already moved dozens of feet away. You are fast, but your weapon is a halberd. A halberd is not suited for speed. Lei Mubai's pale face darkened. In terms of speed, a halberd was naturally inferior to a sword. This was common knowledge. But now, since he couldn't directly confront Lin Ming, he could only compare his speed. I don't need you to teach me anything. Lin Ming sneered, and suddenly an invisible cyclone of wind formed around his body, propping him up. After he had exposed his ability to fly, he had no more need to conceal the secret of golden rock shattering the void. How skillful! In terms of speed, I too am confident in myself. On the stage, forceful gales rampaged through the air. Lin Ming stepped forwards with golden rock shattering the void, and his body became a series of phantom images. With the concept of wind fused into the purple comet spear, every spear strike contained a whistling wind origin energy. In that moment, Lin Ming's spear shade turned into wind, and the wind became the spear shade. It could not be dispersed, it could not be avoided. Who? Suddenly, all of the red and purple lightning on the stage was swept up into a massive vortex, Lin Ming and Lei Mubai disappearing together. Where are they? There's only the afterimage left, I can't see them. Those whose cultivation was below the Hotian realm had already lost track of Lin Ming and Lei Mubai's shadows. Even the Hotian realm disciples found it hard to see just where they were. Zhang Yunjian took a deep breath, sighing as emotion filled his heart. So this power was that of the kings of the younger generation? Perhaps in his entire life he would never be able to surpass them. Their strength can actually compare to a Xiantian master. Within the banquet area of Golden Bell Mountain, an early Xiantian master shook his head, overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. Before, I had thought that their strength was slightly better than when I was at the Hotian realm, but it seems that now, even I don't dare to say that I could defeat them. Blood scattering endless sky. Lei Mubai gripped the great desolate blood halberd and smashed down. With an explosion, a massive hole dozens of feet deep was created within the stage. However, Lin Ming had already dodged early, avoiding this attack. Even so, the blood within his body still violently tumbled within him. This fellow is too strong. Lin Ming forcefully suppressed his surging blood. He still had his two final cards, the Heretical God Force and Thunder Fire Annihilation. However, these two moves could only be used once, and he had to do so wisely. Otherwise, if he missed or failed, he would instantly be defeated. Lei Mubai grinned. You've forced me to this point. Now that the battle has reached this stage, even if I have to sacrifice my strength, I will still cut you underneath my halberd." As Lei Mubai spoke, the skin all over his body began to crack open with a caw-caw sound. Clouds of bloody fog ruptured forth from these cracks. "Blood Shadow Avatar!" As Lei Mubai cried out, the blood fog actually turned into a red human's shadow that took Lei Mubai's form. This shadow had no weapon. Instead, there was a long devil claw that was its hand. Lin Ming was surprised, but he didn't panic. He had already seen a similar attack method at the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. "Go! Suck dry his blood essence!" The Crimson Blood Shadow Avatar uttered a shrill scream, and then reached out its giant claw towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming appeared calm. His moved with golden rock shattering the void, and his figure instantly drew back. At the same time, the purple comet spear in his hand flashed with thunder. The power of thunder was the most effective counter to demons and ghosts. He didn't believe that this Blood Shadow Avatar would be able to block the purple flood dragon divine thunder. "Your opponent is me." Lei Mubai's cold words resounded within Lin Ming's ears. At the same time, the great desolate blood halberd slashed down. Pincer attack. Lin Ming frowned. The purple comet spear in his hand thrust forth to meet the great desolate blood halberd. Dang! As the spear and halberd collided, the blood essence within Lin Ming's body roiled and his true essence went into disorder. As for Lei Mubai, his organs were violently shaken by the azure true essence and his face turned ashen. "Ah!" At this moment, the Blood Shadow Avatar cried and extended its claw. The claw grasped at Lin Ming's throat. But at this time, Lin Ming's purple comet spear was already thrust out. He would not be able to pull it back in time and then thrust out again. At this crucial moment, Lin Ming's right hand released the purple comet spear. A deep azure light formed on his fist, carrying the power of thunder. This fist punched towards the Blood Shadow Avatar's blood claw. "Humph, you are seeking death." Lei Mubai grinned like a demon. The Blood Shadow Avatar's claw was as hard as a divine weapon. Its toughness was comparable to a low-grade earth steppe treasure. To use a flesh and blood fist to meet this claw was no different than courting death. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. In that moment, Lin Ming's true essence revolved to the limit. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments roared forth, carrying the integrated power of the purple flood dragon divine thunder, as well as the power of the 20% completed tempering marrow. This strike contained his full strength. Bang! Lin Ming's fist smashed into the Blood Shadow Avatar's claw. The power of vibration and the purple flood dragon divine thunder erupted. There was a loud chi-chi-chi sound as the blood claw was ignited by the thunder before it suddenly exploded into a bloody fog. "What?" Lei Mubai's mind shook, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Blood Shadow Avatar was connected to his body. If it took damage, so would he. As Lei Mubai spat blood, he kneeled on the floor, a look of incredible disbelief in his eyes as he stared at Lin Ming. How was this possible? A bare human fist had shattered the Blood Shadow Avatar's demon claw? Lei Mubai is injured. Heavens! This is too fearful. Lei Mubai's strength is already so terrifying, but he was actually severely wounded by Lin Ming? All of the young heroic elites present sucked in a deep breath. Everyone believed that Lei Mubai had been hiding his strength, but no one imagined that he would be so strong. However, what was even more unbelievable was that this amazingly strong Lei Mubai was actually severely wounded by Lin Ming. Chapter 385 Battle of Kings. Chapter 385 Battle of Kings. Chapter 385 Battle of Kings. The entire audience was shocked, speechless. No one imagined that the battle between the kings of the younger generation would be at such a terrifying level. The stage floor underneath the two youths' feet had been strengthened by an array formation, becoming as hard as iron. But now it was all left in ruins. Lei Mubai's blood shadow avatar that he released had been destroyed by Lin Ming, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were definitely serious. Although Lin Ming wasn't wounded, his face was very pale. Obviously, he had also consumed a great deal of blood vitality. Originally, with Lin Ming's astonishing recovery ability, this wouldn't be a problem. But Lei Mubai's extremely strange moves were able to affect the blood essence within Lin Ming's body, causing it to tumble within him. In order to suppress the roiling blood essence, he had to waste a massive amount of energy, and that was why he was exhausted to this degree. Lin Ming's hand is also injured. The audience discovered that Lin Ming's right hand was slicked red with blood. Obviously, this was the result of the collision from a moment ago. His fist was injured when he shattered the blood claw. This is normal in such a violent collision. After all, Lin Ming doesn't practice fist fighting, nor did he bring any treasure glove. All of the heroic elites present expressed their views. But as Lei Mubai heard these, he could only grimly smile. Normal? Lin Ming didn't practice fist fighting. Didn't bring treasure gloves. This group of idiots knew nothing. Besides Lei Mubai, no one was aware of just how terrifyingly hard the blood shadow avatar's demon claw was. It was able to compare to a low-grade earth step treasure. If Lin Ming was able to crush it with his fist, did that mean that his fist was comparable to a low-grade earth step treasure? How was this possible? Lei Mubai took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you are the strongest junior that I have ever met in my life. I have an incomparable desire, and that is to personally destroy you. Lei Mubai grinned, showing his white teeth within his blood-stained mouth, his expression still grim and savage. You want to destroy me, and I want to destroy you. Not just that, but perhaps I will kill you much sooner. Lin Ming wiped off the blood from his right hand, his expression cold and resolute. His words revealed his murderous intent. He had no desire to hide the fact that he wished to kill Lei Mubai. Haha. You want to destroy me? Good, then I will give you the chance. I didn't think that I would be compelled to use my final card in this battle. I will use my own blood essence as the price to make this attack. After I use this move, if you cannot block it, you will die. A move that costs one's own blood essence. Lin Ming's eyebrows curved up. Blood essence was extremely important to martial artists. Even if Lei Mubai swallowed other martial artists with the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, this didn't mean that he could easily waste his own blood essence. If this move cost him his own blood essence, it would surely be Lei Mubai's strongest attack. This would also be his final move. Lin Ming, Mu Qianyu sat behind Mu Yuhuang, her lips slightly trembling. Now that the battle had come to this point, it was a life-and-death match between two great geniuses. Even they wouldn't be able to control their own strength, and neither would they want to. Once this match was decided, one could be severely wounded or even crippled. However, this time, it was clearly unrealistic to ask them to settle this with a truce. Don't worry. With the High Ancestor here, there won't be a problem. Mu Yuhuang noticed Mu Qianyu's anxious expression and rapidly beating heart, and knew what she was worrying about. Mu Qianyu nodded, slightly calming down. As these two young kings were about to make their final blows in this desperate battle, all of the martial artists present held their breath. Not to mention the young heroic elites, even the old revolving core masters were the same, staring with round eyes as they gazed at the center of the stage, none of them daring to miss a single second of this exciting match. On the stage, the two fighting in this match had the possibility of becoming future peerless emperors. So this was a match between two young peerless emperors. This battle was destined to be written down in the ancient texts, left behind as a legacy for future generations, lasting tens of thousands of years from now. Who could miss such a grand event? On the stage, strong winds blew, blood sand drifted into the sky. Ha! The blood shadow avatar that was severely wounded by Lin Ming merged into Lei Mubai's body, melting into him. As this happened, a strange blood-red color emerged over Lei Mubai's body. Blood prison descends. Lei Mubai gave a loud shout, and his aura started to become increasingly wild, increasingly manic, surging forth with a monstrous wave. His entire body was wrapped with red lightning, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His foot stepped upon the blood-stained sand, his blood halberd directed straight towards the endless skies. At this moment, he was like a descended demon god, insufferably arrogant, above all others. Lin Ming let out a light breath. No wonder this Lei Mubai had been so rampant, he actually had so many cards in his hand. With one killer move after another, it was hard to find a martial artist at this level that could defeat him. This blood prison descends took one's own blood essence as the price in exchange for doubling one's strength. This was a move that damaged oneself at the cost of damaging the enemy even more. In this situation, Lin Ming no longer planned to withhold anything anymore. In this final strike, he didn't need to care about how much true essence he consumed. He could use everything he had, putting forth his complete strength to meet this strike of Lei Mubai's. Heretical God Force, open! Bang! The highly compressed true essence within the heretical God seed erupted. Lin Ming's aura soared again, and his thick true essence was like a dangerous, unstoppable force of nature. In that instance, his momentum was like an unstoppable spear light, piercing the skies. What? Impossible! His aura increased again, and his true essence has strengthened by another 60 to 70%. At this time, Lin Ming was still hiding such a massively great strength? The shock that Lin Ming had created was too great. Even Mu Fengxian's expression changed. This turn of events was even more startling than Lei Mubai. Lei Mubai had burnt his own blood essence in exchange for strength, but Lin Ming hadn't done so at all. This was only the compressed true essence that had been hiding within his body. How can a pulse condensation period martial artist hold so much true essence within himself? Is his body a bottomless pit? Everyone present, from the young heroic elites to the old revolving core masters, all stared with eyes wide, filled with shock and disbelief. A Xiantian martial artist shook his head, ruefully smiling. Can he really be considered a pulse condensation martial artist? The thickness of his true essence is already equal to mine. For a pulse condensation martial artist's true essence to be as thick as a Xiantian master's, this was simply unthinkable. If he hadn't confirmed with his own eyes that a true essence vortex hadn't formed within Lin Ming's Dantian yet, he would rather die than believe Lin Ming was only at the trivial late pulse condensation period. However, although the strength that Lin Ming has been hiding is impressive, it is still worse than Lei Mubai's. A Golden Bell Mountain disciple evaluated, as he compared the auras of Lin Ming and Lei Mubai. The strength that Lin Ming had now was inferior to the strength that Lei Mubai had obtained at the cost of burning his own blood essence. After all, that was blood essence. One would forever lose what they burnt away. Now, Lei Mubai's hair was crazy and his momentum filled the skies. His strength had approximately doubled. As for Lin Ming, his spear intent spread through the world, sharp and keen. But in terms of his momentum, it was slightly worse. His strength had increased by about 60 to 70%. Originally, their strength had been about the same. But now, after they increased their strength, a gap was immediately opened up between them. Lin Ming is in danger. This is Lei Mubai's final move with everything he has. If he cannot block it, Lin Ming will be seriously injured or even crippled. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples held their breath. The young female girls that had a favorable impression towards Lin Ming felt their hearts hanging in their throat. Their beautiful eyes were wide and unblinking, lest they miss what was about to happen. Mu Qianyu let out a light breath as she folded her hands together, her grip tightening. She prayed in her heart, "Lin Ming, please, don't let anything happen to you." Lei Mubai's mouth was full of blood. Because of the constant and insufferable pain from the blood vessels in his body rupturing, his face was bleak and ghastly. "Lin Ming, I never imagined that you would still be holding a final finishing move in your hand. Your strength truly shocks me to an endless degree. But this is as far as you go. In the end, your final card is inferior to mine." Because of the combustion of his blood essence, Lei Mubai's voice had changed. It was hoarse and deep, as if he were laboring for breath. He slowly and clearly spoke, enunciating every syllable, "Take my final strike. Demon King descends." As he spoke these words, Lei Mubai grabbed his halberd with both hands, slashing out. Monstrous and dreadful waves of blood surged into the sky. At that moment, even the void itself seemed to tear apart. With this strike of Lei Mubai, an indomitable momentum was brought forth. It was an unstoppable, apocalyptic momentum that seemed as if it could destroy the very world. Even those people outside the protective light curtain felt their entire body's blood essence swelling forth, their blood tumbling. This was an unbearable feeling. Too strong. Just the shockwave of this attack was enough to have many disciples with low cultivation to vomit blood from the sick feeling in their bodies. How could Lin Ming possibly stop this attack? Everyone's hearts seemed to stop beating. Mu Qianyu wringed her hands together, her heart tightly clenching. On the stage, facing this crazy storm of blood, Lin Ming's clothes fluttered in the wind, his long hair blown around by the chaotic storm. At this time, his expression was calm like a placid lake. He linked his sense to the heretical god seed. Above the purple comet spear, a purple arc of thunder and a tiny flame began to tremble. 10,000-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo. 10,000-year-old sacred flame parasol tree. With the increased power from these top-quality materials, flames twisted, thunder howled. The savage and manic power of thunder and fire burst forth, like the dam holding back a raging river had been shattered. The spear point was straight, endlessly driving forwards. The power of thunder and fire gave off terrifying explosive sounds that reverberated in the air. The purple comet spear was like a meteor wound with thunder and fire, piercing forwards. In that instant, the earthcore crimson flame and the purple flood dragon divine thunder connected. Thunder-fire annihilation. Bang! An extremely horrific energy detonated. In that moment it was like all sound had been swallowed, and the sun itself had lost its color. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. Lin Ming's vision was completely flooded with a blinding light. It was like he had been instantly sent into a separate dimension. He could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating, and even the billowing heat and excited cries within the heretical god seed. Kacha, the protective barrier array enchantment that had been reinforced, was able to resist the all-out attack of an early Xiantian master. Now, this protective enchantment shattered once again. The true essence shockwaves that originated from the explosion were too terrifying. Even the master who had laid down this protective enchantment would never have thought that the battle between a late pulse condensation martial artist and an early Hotian realm martial artist could reach such a level. The blazing white light lasted for several breaths of time. All of the tables at the banquet celebration had been completely overturned. Fortunately, the masters present had already foreseen that something dangerous was about to happen, and they created shields just in time to protect everyone from injury. The martial arts stage had already been blown to ruins. Lin Ming propped himself up with the purple comet spear, finding it difficult to stand. But, at this time, Lei Mubai's entire body was dyed red with blood, and even his eyes had glazed over. Plop! Lei Mubai fell to his knees, his body shaking. Seeing this scene, everyone was petrified. They needed time to digest just what had happened. Lin Ming, he won? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.